What's up, YouTube? It's me, the artisanmc, and you have now embarked on the hero's journey. Like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. The banner across the bottom of the screen is for you, not me. And it helps make everything possible here at this channel. If my voice sounds a little low, forgive me. I am a little under the weather. I don't know where it came from, probably from work, most likely, since I have not been around people all weekend. So my voice is not feeling strong. The head is a bit cloudy and achy, but when you have a head this big, you should be used to it. And this camera is a bit off. So there we go. There we go. So let's see who we got in here and get this shit rolling real quick. Shout out to the Malika Me Bang. It says salutations, artisan in the Geek family. Appreciate you. Shout out to Rainfire, even though he didn't say hello to me. That's kind of fucked up. Shout out to King Parish, was good. And shout out to Studio, what's happening. All right, so do we really want to talk about baby oil today? Or I won't even give you either or. I have no people here for that shit. So I will fly under my own power and steam. So Friday night, I went ahead and did something I usually do. It's something I used to do when, I had the whole family, son, daughter, wife, shit, 3-bedroom house, all that little bullshit, and watched movies on a Friday night. Didn't go out, didn't go shoot pool. I just was home watching flicks, and I was watching some old flicks at that. And one of which I had planned to watch a couple weeks ago, but hadn't got to it. But I still had it rented, so I went ahead and watched it, and it was Night Shift, starring Henry Winkler and Michael Keaton. Now, I initially watched the movie again because I hadn't seen it in a long time. Really, I probably hadn't seen it since I was probably 11 or so. Right, so I decided to go back and watch it because there is not much that I tell you guys that I will not do myself or I have not done myself. It's not how I operate. So when I tell you that every so many years, certain things that you like, be it media, be it movies, music, books, all that stuff, you should probably go back and watch it or entertain it again at your current age because it'll hit differently then. It'll hit a lot differently then. And you'll notice a lot more things in it than you noticed the first time you were watching it. Just because time has progressed. You have gotten older. Hopefully, your mentality has matured a bit. So you'll understand it a lot more. So since I saw Beetlejuice and I go back so far with Michael Keaton, I went ahead and rented this movie. And this past Friday, I went ahead and watched it. And I was amazed at how many people I forgot were actually in this movie, outside of the fact forgetting who produced it and who directed it. I forgot Ron Howard directed this. This is one of Ron Howard's early movies. If you're smart and savvy, or let's just say if you're observant, Ron Howard is actually in the movie too. It might actually be his wife in the movie as well. Might be. Because he's been married to the same chick for a long time. But going back to that movie, I was reminded of things that I had forgotten that, for one, it was directed by Ron Howard. All right. Second one, that it was produced by Brian Grazer. Another surprise, right? That didn't remember. And then the third was that Shelley Long was in it as a hoe. Which I just found funny as hell. It's like, wow, that means Shelley Long was kind of that that it girl back in the day. Back in the early 80s, she was kind of that it girl. And sure enough, by going through the movie and watching it, you did see that she was kind of that it girl because they were making sure to show her ass and stuff like that. Right. I thought it was kind of funny. Now, the movie is played as a comedy for the most part, which it is, but it's good to see a younger Michael Keaton finding his character on the screen. And Billy Blaze, Blazowski, right? But what you get from the movie nowadays, if you watch the movie, it's on Amazon. All these movies that I'm going to mention in this next, I don't know, fucking hour of me probably talking, are all available on Amazon Prime, which I'm really loving Amazon Prime for because I can see a lot of old stuff that I haven't seen in a long time. This is what I'm loving Amazon for. Aside from Netflix and Tubi and Hulu, I'm covered. I'm covered, man. They're doing me proper on movie watching, especially since most things nowadays are crap. I'm looking at the wrong place. I moved the camera now. I'm looking at the fucking mic stand and not the camera. Anyway, my bad. I got a whole light on it. So, one of the things I got from the movie, outside of the fact that the movie is set in the 80s, early 80s, right? Like 84 or so. And Henry Winkler's character is a mortician who gets moved to the night shift that he does not want to be on anymore because he wants to be home with his fiance. He ends up working with his new co-worker and Michael Keaton's character. And by a turn of events, he discovers that his next door neighbor is a prostitute who is in need of a new pimp or protection at the very least. And he and his new co-worker, mainly his co-worker, devise a plan to become these chicks' pimps. And out of the mortuary or the coroner's office, basically, because he's a coroner, not a mortician, they run these girls and set up like 401ks and dental plans and stuff like that for them, to the point that they actually have ownership of a building that they used to go and, work in and sit down and cool their heels and get coffee and shit like that. They actually own that shit now. Now, the funny part about this is, while at that time they call it being a pimp, basically what those girls are doing are escorting, because they pay the guys like 10%. They pay them 10%, and for that 10%, the guys shuttle them around and stuff like that because they have access to a big car all night long. Little supervision. So they make some side money, shuttling these girls to different places, and they make a shitload of money, which is kind of hilarious because 80s fashions, if you want to watch 80s fashion, it's fucking ridiculous, dude. I can and can't believe that in the 80s we wore some of this shit because I lived through it, so I remember it. But seeing it on screen is like ridiculous, dude. It's absolutely ridiculous. And one of the things I got out of this is all the cast of characters that's in it. But the main through line I found in this was, if you watch it in today's mindset, you understand that Henry Winkler's character, I'm forgetting the character's name right now, but he is a simp. He is a huge fucking simp. And the story is more about, him and his buddy get into, pimping in a sense, or like white boy pimping, escorting these girls around and stuff like that. What it's really a story about is a man finding his masculinity and his balls again, to not just tread water through life, but actually to start being assertive and getting what he wants out of life, because he drops his fear and just starts living life, being the man he was supposed to be. And it crystallizes in one scene in that. And the scene is Henry Winkler's character. And if you ever watch Happy Days, you know who Henry Winkler is. Henry Winkler was the dude that was the Fonz. He ended up being a big time movie producer later on in life. I think at this moment he's a big time movie producer. But his neighbor, the prostitute, who he has become really close friends with, she gets arrested. And she calls him on Thanksgiving to help her out, to go and get her out. Now, at this time, they're working together, doing the pimping thing. So he comes to court to kind of get her out. And his fiance and his mother and his future in-laws, come with him. And they're so shocked by how things are in New York City in the courtroom and shit like that, right? Well, on the way back, his mother, he's sitting in the back seat of the car with his mother and his fiance, with his fiance's parents in the front seat driving. And they're talking all kind of cash shit about him, this woman, and what he should or won't do. And the mother says something about his father, who has passed, and says how she straightened his father out. She will straighten him out, meaning we will straighten him out, meaning that the mother looks down on the father because the father had dreams of being owning a store or something like that. And she beat that dream out of him to be what she wanted him to be. And she's assuring the fiance's parents that with their help, she can do the same to him, that he will give up these pie in the sky dreams and be the type of man that's good for their daughter. Their daughter is fucking neurotic. The daughter is neurotic. She won't even basically have sex with him. Now, I see Dr. T in here, so he knows talking about people in sexless marriages is a real thing, even in 2024. This was 1984. That he was supposed to sit here and do all this stuff, check the apartment 15 times, make sure the lights was completely out. Oh, who's down the hall making noise? No, I don't want to do this. And I'm sitting there watching this shit like, man, she just don't want to fuck you. She don't. Let her go. Obviously, she got too many hangups for you to be even bothered with. But he constantly kissing her ass and frustrated and everything else about trying to make this one female happy because he doesn't have the balls to stand up for himself. That is ripped from today's headlines, kids, on how men are today. What we worry about as, elders in the community in some senses of what will happen with the younger generations because they lack that. This is a 1984 movie. So to me, it tells me it is a continuum. It is. At least 40 years. It's the same shit. But it is hopeful in the sense that as a man, you can't find your balls again. It may take a lot. It may come with some personal sacrifice. But you can find your balls and be the man you were supposed to be. I can get behind that message. Maybe the means by which he got to that realization was different, may not be approved of by society or whatever. But you becoming the man you were supposed to be and not walking through this world fucking afraid and taking some charge of your life is more important than, what society deems you the way you should have went about it. Fuck you. Now, from that movie, since I was on a Michael Keaton kick, I moved to the next movie, which got me to Pacific Heights, which is another Michael Keaton movie that I love, but it's also a movie that happens in the Bay Area, San Francisco. So I always love those type of movies because I know these streets, I know these places, and even if I didn't know exactly where it was, I can get to it relatively quickly and find it and do my own little, Easter egg hunt in a sense. Like, oh, this is this street. This is this house. Oh, it's still here. This is cool. Right? It's fun. A lot of history in the Bay Area, especially for television and movie making. Excuse me. Now, in this movie, Pacific Heights, you have Michael Keaton, Matthew Modine, and Melanie Griffith. Now, this is a younger Matthew Modine. This is 94, I believe it was. When I was, in my 20s? Just hit 20. So it's an earlier movie, but these people are still relatively young. This is Michael Keaton after Batman, 89. A couple of years after. He's playing pretty much a villain in this shit. He's not a good person. The character he plays in this is not a good person. And if you want to see Michael Keaton be dark and scary, you can watch this movie because he is dark. He is a bit scary. Which is fine because if you make the juxtaposition between Night Shift and Pacific Heights, Night Shift, he's completely comical. All right. He was a stand-up comedian at one time. So it was completely comical. In Pacific Heights, he is not comical. He is serious, he's composed, and he gets angry. And you're like, man, this motherfucker crazy. Now, to me, some of the best dramatic actors are people who have been comedians before. That they will turn on something in them that will make you look at them on the screen playing a role and actually be afraid of them. Outside of all the jokes and stuff like that, they may have made you have. All of a sudden, they get this role of playing a drama, and you're like, this motherfucker is scary. You don't think so? Watch Insomnia with Robin Williams. Watch 1 Hour Photo with Robin Williams. That shit will shake you up. He's a different cat. But it's comedians who usually can tap into that shit because they say all great comedians or all great comedy comes from some personal torment. To me, when I hear that and I watch them play dark, that means they tapping into that torment in a different way. They're not making jokes about it. You're actually getting to see a little bit of that dark side walk around in them. Because it's not something they're unfamiliar with. So Keaton was really good in this movie. The other one that was really good was Matthew Modine, which most of you may only know him as father from Stranger Things. But Matthew Modine has had a long career acting. I've been watching him for a while. Right? This movie, he's young. He's probably in his 30s or so, 30s or 40s. And it's a good role for him of how a guy and his woman taking the normal steps in life that they would. Okay, we're together. Maybe we're going to buy this house, going to get married. We're going to have a child. How all of that can go to shit when you start letting certain individuals get in the middle of your relationship and take your dream and turn it into a nightmare. And that's exactly what Keaton's character did. Matthew Modine's character is named Drake Goodman, and his girlfriend is Patty. Melanie Griffith, his girlfriend is Patty. Patty and Drake bought this Victorian, and in California, that's a big deal to own a Victorian. It's like owning a brownstone on the East Coast. Okay, it's a style of house that they don't really make anymore, but it's really beautiful. And if you restore it, it's money. It's fucking money, right? Now, even in 94, the price that they were quoting for buying this Victorian was high as shit. $750,000, like woo! Only thing I understand now, that's probably $1 million house right now. It is. The adjusted terms is probably $1.5 million or something like that. That same house. But they buy this house, they renovate this house, they put the love into this house and building this house, and they get a slick fucking renter that comes in there, doesn't pay them any money, just moves in. And it shows you how the laws, especially in California and San Francisco, can fuck you. This dude moved into the residence with a key, gave you no deposit, gave you no money, gave you nothing. He just staying there, and you can't get his ass out. He making noise. He's scaring the other tenant out, destroying the building. You can't get his ass out, and you can't beat him up. Why? Because all those laws work to protect him, not the people who bought the place. And it shows how their life goes from these two idealistic, happy-go-lucky people in love with each other to two people who are, yeah, they still love each other, but they on the verge of actually having to split up and shit, having miscarriages and the banks foreclosing on the house and everything, getting arrested, getting beat. Dude, it goes badly. It goes badly. But what it is, it shows in another sense with Matthew Modine's character, Drake, how, yes, you need to have your balls about you all the time as a man, but also how for Melanie Griffith's character, she was down with her man. She was down with her man. She did not let this motherfucker get in her head and come between the two of them, even though he tried. And she went out and did things to make sure that they retain what it was they wanted. So you end up leaving that picture the same way you came in, that they're together. They are together still. Somebody ain't there. But it shows how sometimes you have to fight for your dream. You do. And even fighting for it doesn't mean you win. You might have to walk away from it. You might. Right? But by the end of that movie, I can tell you, for the $750,000 they might have spent to buy this shit, they came up because they were selling that bitch for like $800,000, $850,000. That's a huge come up. Everybody left. They must have wanted to hear me talk about new shit. So from that movie, I moved on to the next one, which was not exactly the natural progression, but I felt more of an urge to watch this one first before the next movie I watched. And the next one I checked out was Oxford Blues. Now, Oxford Blues is one of those movies that I enjoy watching with my little brother. We love watching this movie. I've seen this movie, man, I can't even tell you how many times I've seen this movie. It's the beauty of cable. The shit is always coming on, and at least for a month or two, it's always coming on, so you can always catch it. And it's one of the earlier movies with Rob Lowe starring in his own movies that I enjoyed because it was a guy from Vegas, a place that I love, following his dream to wanting to idolizing and wanting to meet this woman at the time, this Lady Victoria, played by what's her name, Amanda Pay or something like that, or something. I don't know. She was in Knight Rider and Flash. She's a British actor who's had a lot of American success on a lot of smaller things. And he pays a guy $1,500 to magazine self-reflections, internal accusation. He pays a guy to do some little computer hacking and get him moved up on the list to Oxford University in England, where this Lady Victoria is going to be going to school. And mind you, at this age, she's only like 18, 20 something years old. So he gets this money together. How he gets it is funny as shit. It goes back into watching American Gigolo all over again. But he gets this money and he goes off to England to enrolled in this school to meet this Lady Victoria. Now, this is his dream woman, right? It'd be the equivalent of somebody saying, "Oh, I'll drink somebody's bathwater" or some shit like that. This is his dream woman. And this is a dream that he's following. Nobody can dissuade him from it. This is what he's doing. Now, because he's such a excuse me, impulsive figure, once he gets there, he distinguishes himself outside of being an American, crashing his American car into some of these narrow ass streets in England, 500-year-old pillars and shit. He goes down to the river following her and decides to distinguish himself by jumping into this rowing race. Now, rowing, I can't think of the name of the boat, which is funny as hell. But it's just think of it as an Olympic rowboat, right? It's really shallow keel, but you have long oars and you're just going to row, all right? He jumps in that boat into a race that's going on and ends up challenging, even coming from behind. He ends up damn near beating the lead in that. Now, the lead in that gets back to something that we were talking about, or that I was showing you guys a couple of weeks ago that we were laughing about, which was Julian Sands playing the character of Kala. Now, you remember from last week, we were talking about Warlock and stuff like that, and Julian Sands' name came up. All right. Well, this is the link to Julian Sands. This is how long I go back with Julian Sands. In this, he's playing a role. He's a supporting actor. He's not one of the starring people. He's a supporting actor. Rob Lowe is starring in this, along with Ali Sheedy. And you find that he gets into this world. He knows how to row. He's a good rower. But he ends up learning a little bit more of character. And that's Rob Lowe's character of Nick D'Angelo. He ends up learning more character, because for this whole time he's done things only to chase this woman, to be near, idolizing and everything this woman. And through his time at Oxford and rowing on a crew and rowing with a team and understanding what that means to work on a team and with a team, and for a greater desire than just some woman, he ends up finding most of the things that he was looking for. Now, in this, because I like English actors, there's a lot of English actors that you would know right now playing villains, playing other stuff. There's a young Cary Elwes in this. Before he was a major star, he has some speaking roles, but he's not big. He's young as shit, with his flock of seagulls haircut and everything. Sculling, thank you, Malika. So from that movie, you get the other through line that's in all of these. It's about this guy follow his dream. Though it may be, to me, at this age, it would be misguided to be chasing after some woman you just seen in a magazine. You went all the way to England just to chase some chick. You had a very prestigious university. And your whole point of being there is not so much the education. You got the grades, but it's not the education. It's to chase after some chick who is with some other dude. That seems silly to me in today's terms. At 18 years old in the 80s, if I had the means, I don't know. I probably could have did that shit. Might have been a chick from 3-2-1 Contact or some shit like that. I don't know. But today's days and times and thinking and maturity is like, that's dumb as shit. And it's dumb as shit. Yes, live your life, but don't live your life chasing women. That's not it. You have to do something more important for yourself as a man. But I can appreciate the age at which this person was following their dreams. And it wasn't necessarily based off somebody else having to buy these things for them. He did it himself. So I thought it was a good movie to see that same through line coming from each one of these movies. And make no mistake about it, I was not consciously aware of this through line while I was watching these movies, because this happened over the course of 2 days, right? From Friday to Saturday to Sunday, because I watched something else tonight. But The way I pay attention to everything going on around me, and certain things gravitate to me and fall into place, I try to see what the through line is in it. And that was the through line. All of this is about your dreams. All of this is about following your dreams and setting your own course and actually not letting the naysayers and the people who do not share your vision deter you from your vision. It's pretty much what it is. So, the last movie that I watched last night that I finished out with was one that surprised me and some of the things that I missed in it initially seeing it. Now, the next movie follows the through line from Pacific Heights, but it switches off from being Michael Keaton to being Matthew Modine. And this last movie that I watched last night was Vision Quest, starring Matthew Modine and Linda Fiorentino. This is from 1985, right? 1985, I was about 11 years old. Born in 73, so what, 10, 11, 12. So about 11, 12 years old, right? And I remember watching this movie on cable, on HBO, at least 5 or 6 times. And it resonated with me as a young boy in a way I could not actually articulate at that time. But watching it as a 50-year-old man, I understand exactly what it resonates with me about. Thinking back to being the age of the character in that movie. Now, this movie picks up with the character played by Matthew Modine, right? The character of Loudon Swain. Loudon Swain is a newly turned 18-year-old boy wrestler in Spokane, Washington, who gets it in his head that he is going to drop weight from 190 to 168 and take on the state champion at 168 who has never lost in 3 years. This is a high schooler. He gonna do that shit. He's running, he's working out, he's focused, all of this shit. And people are thinking like, you are fucking nuts. You're the best in the state at 190. Why do you want to drop that much weight to get down to this level to wrestle this guy who ain't lost in 3 years? And the dude is described as a monster, right? And sure enough, the character of Brian Shute he built like a grown ass man. Even for the 80s, he's built like a grown ass weightlifting man. Like, Jesus Christ, dude. The only thing you got on this dude is height. Like, holy shit. But that's what it is. And everybody thinks this kid is kind of crazy. But at the time frame that is coming up in the 80s or whatever, how this kid talks, the character is someone who has big dreams. Like one of the dreams that the character has, he wants to be a doctor in space. And everybody looks at him, what the fuck are you talking about? Fucking ant. Get off there. Fucking idiot. He wants to be a doctor in space. All right. Is that weird? Not in today's standards, no. I'm sorry, I got an ant crawling on the camera. And I'm waiting to see when he crosses in front of the damn lens. Irritations. Basically, the character of Loudon Swain is a dreamer, but it is not pie in the sky dreams. He is actually fixated on doing things to actually help people. And into his life, into his desire to want to do something great with his life, to do something that matters, something that he wants to do. What he wants to do is take on this wrestler. That's what he does. He wrestles. He's into sports. He's like, you know what? I just want to try with him. I just want to get on the mat with him. He doesn't say he wants to beat the dude. No, he doesn't know if he can. But the point of the matter is he's willing to try. He's willing to go through all this personal sacrifice, this physical sacrifice against his coach, his friends, family of friends who support him doing it. But he's willing to go against all of that to just get on the mat with this dude, just to test him, just to test himself. Now, into that mix, into that focus is introduced Linda Fiorentino's character of Carla, who ends up in their town, and Loudon's father helps her out to fix her car, and they end up offering her a place to stay because she's from New York and she's on her way to San Francisco. See a link there too. And she wants to be an artist, and Loudon kind of falls for her. He is immediately attracted, and as an 18-year-old boy, if you see a grown woman who's like 21 who you're attracted to and you have some kind of access to talk to, yeah, fucking hormones be damned. All logical thought and gone out the goddamn window, because now all you can think about is vagina. This is the part where women will never understand until they hit close to menopause in their 40s what it is like to be a teenage boy attracted to females. You cannot turn that shit off, dude. It will haunt your every waking moment. It is uncomfortable as fuck. You can't think straight. Hormones is a funny thing. That's why 35, 40 is a blessing. When that shit finally peters a little bit, you can be like, oh shit, I can finally think clearly. Holy shit, you don't run me. You don't run me. Dude, it's helpful. You can think clear now. And that's what happened. Loudon actually is a virgin, and this chick living in his house, sleeping in his bedroom, and he's attracted to her, kind of fucks up the dream, kind of fucks up the focus that he has. Now, he gets his focus back, but it has to come at the personal hurt he endures for him to be able to get his focus back, because that's the only way it's going to happen. And at least in this situation, the woman involved in this situation understood what it meant to have focus and have a dream and a goal that you were trying to achieve. And she made sure she was not the one to stand in the middle of that shit. She made sure he got his ass back on that path. She had to hurt him to do the shit, but she did it. And he got back on his vision quest, which is what it means. That this was a vision he wanted for himself. Something that he wanted to do, to prove something to himself, not to everybody else. Everybody else thought he was fucking nuts. But he still did it. And there's a good scene close to the end of this where Loudon talks to his coworker. And this coworker is an older guy, works in the kitchen of this hotel that Loudon works at, and cooks the food that Loudon runs up to the rooms and stuff like that. And he went looking for his friend, and Loudon is kind of down. He wants to kind of quit. He's hurt emotionally. He's kind of hurt. And he goes to his friend, and he said, hey, they said you took off today. He said, yes, I did. So why'd you do that? He said, well, isn't tonight your wrestling match? He's like, yeah. He said, well, of course I'm doing it. He said, man, it's only like 6 minutes. He said, so what? And the friend explains to him how he sat in the hotel once and watched Pele, the soccer player. Most of y'all might not even know who Pele is, right? Black dude. I think he was African or something like that, or British. Great soccer player. I know who Pele is. The character is talking about sitting in a hotel room watching Pele play this soccer game and doing this somersaulting backwards kick into the goal because it was something new. Seen that shit before. And he's sitting there looking at the reaction of the crowd, cheering for this dude, running around, ripping his shirt off and whatnot, and being excited. And he said he sat in the room watching this dude on the television and cried. Why did he cry? The character says he cried because he thought of how much in that one moment, Pele was Brazilian, thank you. In that one moment, how that man focused his focus on what he was doing, his craft that he had chosen to pursue, culminated in this moment where everybody recognized his fucking greatness. And the character cried, watched him on TV because he realized how he had never done that and what he wouldn't give to have a moment like that for himself in his life. Because everybody does not grasp their greatness. That's the whole thing. So that message from Loudon's friend actually refocuses him to get there, make his way in, and get out on the mat with Shoot, because he was going to give it up. He was going to throw in the fucking towel. Because, the chick, his head was fucked up. But his friend recentered him and telling him that, yeah, maybe 6 minutes. Well, but it's how you spend that 6 minutes. It's what happens in that 6 minutes. And he wants to be there to see that. Important message. Loudon gets refocused and he goes out there and he jumps on the mat with Shoot and presses that motherfucker who ain't lost in 3 years. He presses him. He gives him a wrestling match that he hadn't had in 3 years from anybody. Now, for me, watching that and understanding it is that the nagging thing that dwells within me, why I always try different things and why I'm not afraid to try different things, is because I understand a lot of people never reach their potential, never sees their greatness, and miss opportunities because they're afraid to fucking try. And not for any other reason, because, well, nobody will support me or who will do it with me, and none of that shit. They stop themselves because they're afraid. They're afraid of what would happen if they failed. They're afraid of what would happen if they succeed. So they never try because they're looking for conformity of opinion by everybody else around them instead of the conformity of yourself of, can you look in the mirror and say, I did this? And if I failed at it, I fucking tried doing it. Most people can't. And most people never will. That's why you see there are more people who can be critical of things than people who have tried to do the things that they're being critical of. Because in this culture right now, being a critic pays. Professional or independent, it pays. It pays to be critical. To sit and tell a bunch of other people who never tried to do shit what didn't work for what this other person actually tried. But you never have to produce anything yourself. You never have to actually try at the thing that you're critiquing. So at the end of that movie, Loudon does give a speech about what he may do in the rest of his life or what he may not do with the rest of his life. But in this moment, he seized everything he wanted. He went out there and pressed that dude. He went out there and took on, his Moby Dick. The thing that everybody thought was impossible to do, undefeatable. And he triumphed. So not only was it a win for him personally, but like his coworker had told him, it's a win for him because he got to share that 6 minutes with him and see it happen for someone. That was the through line for me from these 4 movies from 84 to 94. 4 movies. Seemingly unconnected in any way. But looking at them on the whole, having watched them, I could see the through line through them, which was you have to follow your dreams. You have to believe in yourself. and do not be deterred by females. Like I've said before, they are a distraction at best. They can be a distraction at best. A good woman to keep you on purpose. A bad one will derail you from it. And you saw both in at least 2 movies. But the first person you have to be in sync with is you. And that person has to pursue their goals. Regardless of who agrees, who doesn't agree, who on your team, who's not on your team. You have to believe in yourself enough to see it through. Or just want it enough in yourself to get it done. Regardless of the consequences. Because the personal growth is the actual goal. Look, Trail 6 minutes, Dougie Fresh, you're wrong. Yeah. Now, these are just stories, right? These are fictitious characters. Now, at least for Vision Quest, what I didn't know when I was a kid was that Vision Quest was made from a book. I'm going to go back and find that book and read that book to see what the author was talking about, where he was getting the story from. Was it a personal story? Or was it just something he just creatively thought up? The amount of nuance that's in it, I think it was a personal story. Because Hollywood doesn't usually focus on fucking way out the way places like Spokane, Washington. Unless it's Twilight. Also from a book. Appreciate you, Trick. So I thought that was a very interesting, unobvious through line when I sat back and thought about the movies I watched, which is what I do. And I sat back and just contemplated on what the meaning, what the larger meaning was to these movies being picked at this time and falling in the place where I can watch them at this moment. Because I don't try to take anything for granted. And that was part of what I came up with. Even up to the point of right before doing this show, thinking about it. What do you share with them? What do you share with them today? Do I really need to talk about how bad Agatha is? No, I really don't. There's enough people out there all over the web telling you about how bad Agatha is. You can hear enough of shit that I've said repeated out of other people's mouth that I don't have to say anything. I really don't. I could sit and watch them flounder for a week. Lackluster jokes and insights. Yeah, I can watch that for another week. Like Daniel Tosh said, don't worry, I'll feed you, baby bird. Or I could speak to something that's actually more personal to me and more about how I see what's going on around me in media, in the world, and share the one thing that nobody else actually has, which is my point of view and my perspective. At least that way I know it won't be, regurgitated. Just nobody has your experience. But I will see individuals do videos on stuff that I mentioned and smile to myself about that. So, like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. Those 4 movies were worth a watch if you have never seen them. They're all on Amazon Prime. They don't pay me to say that shit. I just tell you where I got it from so you can watch it your damn self. and get from it what you want to get from it. If you have to rent it, it's like less than $4. It's like $3 or something. Like this, motherfucker. People spend more money on cigarettes. Okay, cup of coffee. That's not shit. That's very $3-4 is damn near a DoorDash service fee. It's nothing. Relatively nothing. So spend the money, spend the time, especially if you think that what you're seeing in media right now, be it television, streaming, whatever, movies, if you think what you're seeing now is shit, what do you got to lose in going back and watching something that actually might have been kind of good? Especially if it's something you've never seen before. Because I can tell you this, until I watched Vision Quest again last night, I forgot Forrest Whitaker was even in this shit. Forgot that complete. I didn't even remotely remember him being in this. But it's fun to see him younger, playing a teenager, and then turn over to watch him in Emperor of Ocean Park, to understand the reference that people have of him now as being one of these great actors. Well, he wasn't one of these great actors when he was in Vision Quest. He was just an actor, a young one at that. It's no different than seeing James Earl Jones in one of his earlier movies and seeing him young. I forget the name of the movie, but he enacted the story of Barney, and I forget the wife's name, which was one of these early abduction cases, abduction by aliens. He's in that movie. It was surprising to me to watch Night Shift and see a young Kevin Costner. Not even really a credited role. He had little to no lines in that shit. But if you said Kevin Costner today, everybody know who the hell you talking about. Like, oh shit, he's a great actor. Yeah, he was. Well, a Night Shift, you're going to need a pause to see. Maybe not a pause, but you probably wouldn't recognize him seeing him so young as the frat boy. Like, oh shit, that is Kevin Costner. All these people come from somewhere. All of them. And what I understand more certainly, with more certainty than I did when I was younger, when I'm seeing these old actors getting all this praise, I'm like, who the fuck are these old people on this award show? Why are they giving them such praise now? They old and wrinkled. What the hell they undone? I get more of an understanding of that now, seeing somebody like a James Earl Jones or a Forrest Whitaker or something like that acting right now and giving their praise, and understanding what somebody 10 or 11 looking at him now might like, who the fuck is that? Okay, so what? He's the voice of Darth Vader. Big deal. Understand that a little bit more now. And understand how long they cut their teeth to get some of these roles that they are iconic for, to earn that respect of their name and who they are. They're on their vision quest. They're following their dream. And now being acknowledged. So, yeah, it may have been a movie or just a story, but you can see it happening for the people who acted in the damn movie. You see it happening for them in real life, which means that is something universal that everybody, male or female, has to work towards. So in that sense, it makes it a universal concept to me. So shout out to the Art M. Moore. He said, "What's good, my Applejack brother? What's good, Art? My bottle of Applejack is empty right now. I just threw it out yesterday. The empty bottle." What up, Trail? He said, "Going back to watch movies with actors when they were young and unknown is always fun." It is. If you've seen enough of them, it will give you a real good perspective on what they as actors do in roles, what they add to a role, as opposed to what's on the actual script. You'll understand why people have such a reverence for them. You'll understand it. But a lot of that stuff is lost on people who don't want to go back and look at anything older than them and have no appreciation for history or where someone has come from, who don't have a whole view of what this genre of films or whatnot are. They just know it for the instant that they were introduced to it. What's good, me bang?
What's going on, brother? How you doing today?
All right, how are you?
A little bit under the weather, but I'm good.
Yeah, you and me both, man. It must be the weather change. I'm waiting for it. I always get sick when the weather change out here, and I think that's what's happening right now. What did Elon go say? Never saw Vision Quest. Completely forgot about that movie. It's worth a watch. It's worth a watch.
You know who else is in Vision Quest?
Ronnie Cox.
Daphne Zuniga was in there too.
Daphne Zuniga.
Zuniga.
Who the fuck is that?
Spaceballs, the princess.
Yes, that's. Thank you. I was trying to remember that chick's name because she was the editor of the school paper, and she was the one that was actually in the Loudon and stuff like that. It was funny as shit because for everybody who didn't see the movie, Loudon is so into this chick. He writes for the school paper. He's so into the Linda Fiorentino's character of Carla. His next article that he writes for the school paper is about the vagina. Right? You get it? He wants to be a doctor, right? So he's sitting there studying the vagina, right? He writes an article, turns it into an editor. She loves it. I'm going to run this or whatever, right? So she runs it. The next scene you see with them after she runs it in the school paper is they out in front of the school picking up trash on the heads and knees. They got their ass in trouble. She bitching about freedom of the press and stuff like that and oppression. No, they had to take their ass out there. They got some detention work for that shit. Nope, you will not publish this. And yeah, y'all got some detention. Go pick up trash. That shit was funny as hell. But yes, that's exactly who she was. I was trying to remember her name. It was like, she's familiar. No, I've seen her. What is her fucking name? I couldn't remember her name. But after I showed Malika this, after watching Night Shift and seeing where Shannon Doherty was in that movie, it was like, oh my God. Bro, these are fun Easter eggs right here. Like, yeah.
Remember
like a Wills Waldo thing, like watch the movie Night Shift and show me where Shannon Doherty is.
That's true. Remember on Married with Children, Al Bundy's pal, the brother that worked in the shoe store with him?
I think so.
A black brother. Well, he starred in Vision Quest too.
Yeah, he's the teacher.
Yeah,
Mr. Panoram.
He also played Dwayne Wayne's father in A Different World.
Mm-hmm. That's what Night Shift I was pointing out. Stoney Jackson and some of those other black actors that was in it, like the one wearing the brown coat, and I think his name was Clyde or something like that. He was one of the other. He was with Richard Belzer. Yeah, Richard Belzer. He was with Richard Belzer's character. And they were the ones who killed the pimp in the beginning, right? They killed Franklin Delano Roosevelt Jones or some
Yeah.
shit like that. That's a ridiculous ass pimp name. They killed him in the beginning. Well, that actor, that black actor, has been in a bunch of shit. He's been in a bunch of stuff. He's a dark dude with a deep voice. And I can't remember his name right now. He's been in a bunch of movies. Richard Belzer, I mean, he's still on NYPD Blue. Ice-T's
But you know
partner.
what? People
Munch.
keep forgetting about Richard Belzer was a stand-up comedian,
Yes, he was.
and people keep forgetting Michael Keaton was a stand-up comedian before he
Yes.
got into acting.
Yes, he was. That's why he
Um,
can do comedic acting. That's
yep.
why he's so good at that shit.
hmm Um, people didn't realize Richard Belzer and Michael Keaton applied to get on SNL, and they got turned down by Lorne Michaels.
Yeah. And SNL got a movie out coming next month, too.
Okay.
I don't know if you want to watch it or not, but they got a movie coming out about starting that shit. Shout out to Rainfire. He says for the Dayquil Fund, the gym rats got me last week refusing to wipe down the equipment. Don't you hate that shit? Man, after COVID, man, wipe this shit down. What the fuck?
Damn.
Shit. We ain't trying to be that close to each other. Like, god damn. Some of the biggest dialogue in movies in the 30s and 40s. Some of the best dialogue is from movies in the 30s and 40s. Yes, because they wrote dialogue. If you think about it nowadays, just say cinematically, who would you think of write some of the best dialogue right now?
Tarantino.
Exactly. That was the first one on my list. Why? Because he writes dialogue like it's actual people.
Mhm.
If you wanted to keep going on that list and say who writes the worst dialogue, it'd probably be this person that's doing Agatha right now.
Mm.
JC, whatever the fuck her name is. That'd be a close or tied to last with Leslie Headland. Some of the worst fucking dialogue. Like, I see everything as parts and pieces, right? Everything is made up of a whole, right? Writing and dialogue for your characters is one part of the whole into making a show, a story, a book, or any of that. If that falls down, what are we actually watching? That has to be there. And some of it is not good. You've seen enough of it, you'll understand it. Go ahead.
One thing about dialogue, I'm not saying you gotta be like Tarantino, or you gotta be like, Scorsese or anything. But one thing about dialogue, what it does is it makes you believe who the character is, specifically if you're giving specific dialogue for each character. Um, Tarantino said he writes his dialogue because he wants the people to realize, like, oh, these are normal everyday people. Well, you realize in Pulp Fiction, you see Jules and Vincent, they're going on a hit, but they're talking like two people on a carpool going to work in the morning.
Mhm.
Just like me and you, we were like you and I were talking right now. Suppose if we're talking right now and you're doing a podcast, but then you're seeing both of us, we're cleaning something, right? But it's on camera. Like, what are these two guys doing? You see, like we're getting out the break free, we're loading up weapons and we're getting grenades together. But all of a sudden, we take the camera and we're just talking about something, and you're just talking about Vision Quest and everything, and like
Mhm.
these dudes are talking about '80s movies and they're about to go kill somebody.
Yeah, how does that relate?
But then I
Yeah.
just say something. I said, "Hold on, everybody." And I look at you. All right, come in. Let's get in the character. Then we go up and you see we shoot the people up and we do everything and we take the briefcase and we get back on. Okay, Madonna looked kind of hot when she was singing in the movie back then, but then she went through her transformation. But then it's like, what the heck happened? But then you realize, okay, this is their job. This is what they do.
Mhm.
In this world, it's like it's nothing big to them. It's nothing. It's no real big thing because you're in the world of you're realizing like, oh crap. And also, he's making this dialogue for you, the viewer, to relate. you can relate to them. You know, like, have you gone to Amsterdam? Do you know what a pilot of a movie of a TV show is? Um, you know, massaging a woman's foot is not just trying to be kind to her. No, you're trying to turn her on to get into her pants. So we all can relate to that.
Right.
You know, I can mess with you like, Artisan, would you ever give me a foot massage? Hey, Malika, fuck off, man.
Fuck no. Like, nah,
Come
bro.
on, man. My feet
Defeat.
are kind of tired. Hey, man, back the fuck up off me. But
Right.
you do that to make people laugh. But this is how you hook people in. But also, you have to know how to hook a real people in. Kevin Smith knows how to write good dialogue and
He
knows how to
does.
make it relatable to everybody. He will make dick and fart jokes, but he makes dick and fart jokes relatable, but it's not too off color, if you know what I mean.
All right.
But also, here's where Kevin Smith and he makes all of the dick and fart jokes and all of his dialogue relatable to the point of the story where it comes full circle. He's not just throwing that in there for shock value. There are a lot of people that do stuff. Oh, I'm just going to throw this in for shock value because it's funny. You know, there was a lot of 80s teen comedy that did that. But he's giving you this because this character is crude and this character has this because he's the voice that you want to hear. Or she's the character that, you know, is insecure but has this feeling because it's connected to the certain person, which we all can relate to. And like I was saying, you know, art is a reflection of your human side or who you are, what the many parts of who we are.
Mhm.
And like you were saying, you know, Matthew Modine is a character where, well, first of all, it's a funny thing because when you're saying this, and I had to go back and I was like, he's an amalgam of a lot of things. First of all, he's this jock, but he's this intelligent guy who's finding himself. He falls in love for the first time, which you can relate. He falls
Mhm.
in love to a mature woman where you're like, wow, okay.
Which,
Holy
as a teenage boy, I wanted a mature woman. So I said I've never liked young girls. I never have. I always wanted some older woman.
but he gets sidetracked because he gets so caught up in her.
Mhm.
And she really leaves him because like I remember when I was young seeing, I said, oh, that she left it, she wasn't worth. No, she left him because she knew she didn't want to hold him back for his dreams.
She knew that he would hold himself back.
Exactly, because he'd be too much into her. He's
Mhm.
focused, and she saw and she knew his potential.
Yeah, she said it to him. She told him, she said, so many people do not do what they say they're going to do. She
Mhm.
wanted him to be one of the people that did what she wanted to. She told him that when he laid down and tried to get that second piece. She told him, she asked him, promise me you will still do what you were doing before this happened. You will still wrestle shoot. And he
Yep.
kind of didn't want to promise her that shit. She wanted him to fulfill his damn dream. And
Mhm.
she was willing to break his goddamn heart to get him to make sure he did that shit. She understood it because she had her own dream that she was following. So it's just understanding the greater good. And yeah, Madonna is in that movie, singing on stage in a bar in that movie.
Mhm.
I usually leave some things out so if people watch it, they see the shit. But you ain't got, obviously, you don't have to tell me. I just watched the shit last night. Yeah, until Arson said something, I remembered the song, but it was a blur next to the Linda Fury and Madonna. Kind of looked dirty. She didn't look dirty. She just looked like a younger chick wearing the fucking 80s fashion.
Yeah, that was the style back then.
Yeah, that was the style. Low key, you would think trashy, but no.
You know what?
Because how it was portrayed to you, and Loudon's father in the movie tells you Carla had been around the block a few times.
Uh-huh.
She was actually the trash.
Mhm.
She was actually the one that was trashy. Because when she saw Loudon out at the bar, when Loudon came out to the bar that night and met up with his friend Mr. Tanneran, Carla came up to him, but Carla was out on a double date with her friend.
Mhm.
But she was sitting there messing with Loudon and making eyes at his friend, Mr. Tanneran, the brother. And who did she end up out to dinner with? The brother. Nigga, she got around. Bro, she knew what it was. She's 21 years old. She knew what was up. She was turning it on to everybody, anybody she was interested in. So yeah, that's the difference. It's how things look and how things behave.
But you know, the funny thing for Linda Fiorentino's character, she may have been a 304, but she
Promiscuous. She might not
at
have been a
least
hoe.
she
She
was, she
promiscuous.
knew that she knew who to turn her on and mess with, but she knew, she said, okay, I'll mess with this young guy. But then she said, no, he's got promise. I'm not going to break his heart too much because I know he's going to want more and I'm not going to give him some. He has a future and she didn't want to mess that up. And she saw that this guy had a future. His future was bright. She saw that, this guy had real promise and determination.
Yeah, she had drive. And she recognized that because she had it herself. That's why she was all the way over there in fucking Washington heading to San Francisco.
Mhm.
She had drive. She had some place that she wanted to go. And meeting him and, seeing that in him, she admired that and wanted him to continue doing that. She didn't want him to stop doing that. And she didn't want to be the reason that he stopped doing that shit either. No. So,
Can I, since you mentioned Keaton, can I mention two movies that I like, two dramatic roles? One Good Cop and Clean and Sober.
mhm.
Those were two good flicks.
Yeah, they were. I like Clean and Sober. I haven't seen that in a while either. I'll probably watch that one next because it'll probably be more appropriate for the time frame. It'll probably show you a little bit more. But One Good Cop, I don't think I saw that one. I mean, because nowadays you'll get Keaton playing roles where he'll be a little bit dark, like American Assassin. He's in that.
Yeah.
The CIA officer, right? He's like a director.
Trainer.
He's a trainer.
Mhm.
You can see a little bit of that darkness there for him.
Mhm.
He does a dark character really well. Like I'm sitting there watching some of these movies and thinking, why is this dude not playing just, American Psycho characters and shit like that? I'm serious because for me, I like villains just like I like heroes. I usually like heroes more, right? But I like complex characters.
Mhm.
Villains tend to be complex because in some ways you can say a villain is a hero that failed. They can be ideologically almost identical because they're both driven. They're just driven in two different directions, right? If you take Batman and Red Hood, well, technically they're both heroes. Red Hood being maybe a little bit of an anti-hero.
Mhm.
But what's the main difference between them? Jason will kill. He does believe that killing might be a thing to do. Batman doesn't. That's the ideological difference. So as long as Jason ain't killed nobody, Batman ain't got to whoop his ass. But as soon as Jason does kill somebody, if you read the comics, you've seen Batman show up and beat the fuck out of that boy. Beat the brakes off of Red Hood. For real. Because he's not playing that shit. That's a line for him. And it's not penciled in. Out of Bounds. Willem Dafoe, Gregory Hines, Keith David.
Yep.
Another classic movie. I was
Yeah.
a big Gregory Hines fan, so I've seen a lot of Gregory Hines movies. Best Defense, White Knights.
Mhm.
What was the other one that I loved? Tap, I Own.
Mhm.
I saw that in the theaters when it first came out. I love that fucking movie just for the amount of history that's in that movie that most people don't even think of. Outside of Gregory Hines, Savon Glover, Sammy Davis Jr., fucking Sandman from Apollo, all these old little Nicky, all these old black tap dancers and stuff like that who made their bones back in the day. They all in this movie. Yeah, they all in this movie. That's why it's one of the best movies. That is a classic movie just because of what it was.
And a great art form.
And a great art form. You'll see everybody doing this shit nowadays, getting famous for it, but don't want to give respect back to those black folks that was out there doing it for spare change and shit.
What was the buddy cop movie that Gregory Hines and Billy Crystal did? Running Scared? Or
Running Scared, yeah, that was the other one I was thinking of. Running Scared with Billy Crystal.
and
When
Jimmy
Billy Crystal
Smits
was trying to
as
be a
the main
serious
villain.
actor. What's that?
And Jimmy Smits as the main villain.
Yeah, yeah. Like this is my thing. This is all stuff that I grew up on, right? These are all movies that I watched when I was younger, multiple times, right? And it doesn't mean that I'm stuck in the past with this. It just goes back to how long I've actually been seriously watching and thinking about these goddamn concepts and ideas and how these things come together. And it was fun material. And I understand that the nostalgia portion of that material gets pulled up so often because current day shit is so bad.
Mm.
That's when I recognize. That's what I know how bad certain eras of filmmaking or TV watching is so bad because people end up going backwards to find stuff that was good. That's why since The Acolyte, I've only been watching outside of a few select new shows. I've only been watching older stuff that has been good to me, that I enjoyed watching it. That's why I could sit up for 2 days watching 80s and 90s movies and really remember how much I enjoyed these movies and tell you about it today. And it sounds a damn sight better than anything I have to look forward to watching or look forward to reviewing.
Because they have more
See,
character, more depth.
exactly. It was done better.
Mhm.
Like AM, I think it was Friday or Thursday, AM started his show and he was playing a bunch of 90s R&B, right? Just some fire songs, just to this day, just like, oh, song is good as shit. Why? They don't make shit like that nowadays.
Mhm.
That's why it's so good. It was good when it came out, but it's even more resonant now, 24 years, damn near 30 years later, because that's the generation of music that the industry tried to throw away.
Mhm.
Like it never existed. Oh, let's just forget about it. This is what it is now. No, what you make now is trash. Up and down. And you know it because this song 30 years later can play and everybody love it.
Mhm.
This shit right now plays. Half the people know it. But maybe, 30 years down the road, maybe it'll have some staying power. I don't think so. Reason being is songs that have staying power usually hits the generation that it's made in, the generation behind it, and the generation coming after it. All of them like it. All of them like it. The shit right now, you barely get the generation that is made in liking it. You barely get the generation behind it liking it. Do you think the younger kids than that will like it? Oh, this is the shit my mom used to listen to. Come on, come the fuck on. No, hell no. Absolutely not. That's why somebody at 50 years old can go back and listen to some shit that was made in the 60s,
And love it.
70s. Excuse me. Like Charles's Frankie Beverly. That was before my time. In some ways, you still love that music. You can still love it because it's good music. That's why. Just
The funny thing, when Angry Man was playing that music, it takes you back to a more innocent time, going to school dances, going to house parties, and you're asking this girl, "Do you want to dance?" No. Then you ask another girl to dance, yes. And your first time slow dancing, then
yeah,
I
yeah.
mean,
I
you
thought
know
about
what?
that when I was listening to that shit. I think he was playing that nobody that keeps sweating shit and whining. Like, well, I can remember that school dance holding on that girl's little jeans, holding her at the hips, sweaty palms.
You
In
trying to
Catholic
think,
school,
do I
man.
move down? Do I
We're in
move down?
Catholic school, man. We can't be just grinding our hips. No, we got to keep some space. We got to let it breathe. That shit
Got
was
the
all.
woman, you got the chaperones coming up, pushing you all back. Mm-mm.
Keep some space, keep some daylight between you. What the fuck gonna happen? We got on clothes. Oh shit.
And it takes you back, the DJ coming over, Malika, your mother's at the front.
Over the intercom, I like your mother's here to pick you up. Oh, his
You trying to
mom came and got him.
you trying to reach in your back pocket. You're like, all right, where's the paper at? And you look at your boy, he's over there, he's grinding. You don't want to mess up his flow because he's got the ink pen, but you got the paper.
Exactly.
And you try to
No.
get her phone number. And you're like, can I get your number? And she gives you a number, and you write the number down, and you get it, and you trying to figure out, should I call her tonight? And you get home, you clean up, and you sneak. See, a lot of us didn't have phones in our room.
No,
You
you did
sneak
not.
downstairs like you're going to get some ice cream, and you pick up the phone, you call her, and the parent picks up the phone, like, who's this? And your voice is still cracking. You trying to be all mature, like, yes, ma'am, my name is Malika. Is Susan on? Boy, it's 12:30 at night.
No, see,
Click.
you forgot the code. Like, I'm gonna call you at exactly 12 midnight. Pick up the phone so it don't ring. You got to pick it up on that first ring. And we do that like synchronized watches. Nigga, like, okay. Boop, boop, boop.
Mhm.
Hey, what's up? you had to coordinate that shit. So you didn't get in trouble. Because that phone ring was loud, dude. You think that bell you get in trouble. There'll be some
You,
problems.
you turn
But
the ringer down, your mother be one.
turn that ringer off. You just have to keep see that motherfucker on the other side.
And they wonder why you focused all on the phone. What's wrong with you? Nothing.
Yeah, Trail with the 15-foot cord. Yeah.
Yep.
To run it into your bedroom and be under the covers with the phone. Hoping your little this is my story, obviously, with hoping your little brother don't be ratting your ass out. What are you doing? Shut the fuck up. Shut up, fool. I'm busy.
I remember
Yeah.
what I got when I was 16 years old. I got me my first job, and I had got I had went to remember Woolworths, five and dime back in the day.
Mhm. Yeah.
I had bought this cheap phone. That's when you could press the phone when you could have like automatic dialing.
Yep.
You could do that. And I bought this phone because I had a separate phone line in the room because I could pay for it. It was only
Mhm.
$15 a month. Now think about that back then.
Yeah.
$15 a month. I
That's what you
thought,
did. Because otherwise, you only had for all the young folks in there. Back in the day, you only had one line that went to the house.
mhm,
So if anybody else in the house, you could have 4 phones in the house if you had that many phones, right? But whoever was on the phone, if you picked up the other receiver in that house, you would hear their conversation,
mhm.
right? There was not a private line. So you had to get smart and pay for the shit because we Gen Xers. Everything has been about pay for us. We always knew you had to pay for shit. Ain't nothing ever been free. You want your own fucking phone line, they got to pay for that shit. They got to pay to have a second line ran to the house. Somebody gonna pay that shit. Your parents wasn't. You are. If that's what you wanted, you paying for that shit.
Well, the funny thing was my aunts had their own line.
Mhm.
And when my aunts moved out, it was like, okay, here's the phone line. And you talking about back in the early 80s, $15 for a line wasn't shit. Now here's the thing, all the added stuff you wanted, automatic redial,
Call them, call waiting,
call waiting, long
redial,
distance.
Long distance.
And here's the funny thing. Yeah, we had to pay for long distance.
How long distance outside of your fucking area code?
Exactly. That's when you start seeing the phone bills $40, $50, $60. And here's the thing.
$100 some. She can't talk on the phone. Why? Because her phone bill was like $100 some. And her dad took the phone out the wall. Yeah, I bet the fuck he did. For one line? Yeah, that motherfucker too hot. Too hot. You getting too much attention, little girl.
And I remember my grandmother would be like,
"This is who? How old are you?" Yeah, I've heard that before. Studio. I've heard that before. Who? She don't pay no bills here. My mother would do that shit. She'd embarrass a motherfucker. That's why I had to tell people, call up here acting stupid. She worked with a phone company. Don't call up here not having no fucking phone manners, dude. She'll go nuts. She'll go nuts. Oh no.
I remember my grandma.
Artisan there? Who? Artisan don't pay no bills in this. Boy, God. Who is you? Oh my God. She'd embarrass everybody. She'd embarrass everybody. You and me. Mm-hmm. Don't do that shit. Please don't. Please
but you know what? That. But see, here we go again. Like we were talking about the music, the character it is. You understand? We came from like Gen X. We came, even though our parents were boomers, they came from the greatest generation. But also, I was raised with my grandparents, the greatest generation, where you knew what home training was.
Yeah.
You knew what, like, all right. I couldn't introduce you. This is my friend Artisan. What? Artisan? Who's Artisan?
Yeah, who's
like, what is your name, young man?
What is your real name? Yeah.
Like Antonio McFadden, ma'am. You'd be like, yeah, okay. Where you live at? Who's your mama? Where that? And they want to know where you live at. What part? Where you live at? Oh, around the where? Don't say no around the corner. You got to give. All right, what part street? The address. And okay, your parent. No. Okay, they want to know who you are.
Well, it was from a generation that didn't accept your street name as being your actual name.
Exactly.
No. They want to know you and your family. Who the fuck are you and where you come from?
I either called your mama
this little Scoop,
Miss McFadden.
Little who?
Exactly.
Yeah. Little who? No, you don't do no little. Who's your name? Oh, this is Chris. Oh, okay, yeah. Chris is okay. Yeah, Chris can come over. I don't know nothing about no little Scoop.
What time is he going over there? What time you supposed to be coming back? Okay. Don't be going over nobody else's house. Okay.
God damn, Rhode Island? $200? Yeah, you would have got an ass beating for that. I would have got an ass beating for that too. And still not been walking right.
I got it. You know what I got on punishment for?
I had a young teenage mother. She was really adverse to that shit. She just knew I was going to get somebody pregnant in my teen. She was trying to make sure that shit did not happen.
Remember in the 80s, we had the 167 porn lines that you would call. Your friends would tell you, call this line. There'd be a chick talking dirty.
Yeah.
I remember I had that. My grandmother said, what's this? And I said, I don't know. She said, okay. Well, if you don't know what it is.
Yeah, the 976 numbers.
The 976. She said, well, if you don't know what it is, you need to think about what these numbers are for the next 2 weekends you staying in the house. And I was like, oh, okay.
Never ass whooping, because they would look at your phone bill. So to pivot this shit off of just straight up 80s nostalgia, the real message from all of this and from looking at these movies, and I wanted to share with you guys, because I did actually watch some old anime last night too from the 80s, which was Wicked City, because I found they showing that shit free on Amazon Prime, which is awesome. Question I thought about is, what are you doing? What is your dream? What are you doing in pursuit of it right now? That's what I was thinking of, because I watched a lot of content this week about people complaining about shows and money spent and whistleblowers and what didn't go right here and there and baby oil and shit was used for. It's like, look, man, grow the fuck up. Grow the fuck up. The most interesting thing I heard about that baby oil shit was the fact that it possibly could be liquid cocaine. I was like, oh, that'd be interesting. Is it? That's it. Other than that, all the jokes and memes and shit like that, I trust and seeing some of them because I sent that shit to her because I'm like, man, the internet is not shit. The internet is not shit, boy. They running with that. And I think that's why they threw that shit out there. Because I have heard still very little details on this whole trafficking thing, which is what the arrest and shit is supposed to be about. He ain't arrested for having too much baby oil in his fucking house. What difference does that make? He ain't arrested because he was throwing sex parties. Because what difference does that make? Told y'all last week. Somebody was throwing one that night. They probably been throwing them all fucking week. So he ain't doing nothing outside of the pale. For this modern sensibility where males and females can fall down on each other, videotape it, and get rich off of it. That ain't out the ordinary. So I'm not shocked by that shit. What's with this trafficking shit? I had one decent conversation about this crap. And it was about the Vince McMahon documentary that came out. And I think it was HVAC Steven was asking me about this shit about how's it trafficking. I was like, well, it's his chick. It's his chick. It's his chick, his side piece that works for the company. And every night they pull up stakes like a carnival and move on to the next city. Mm-hmm. And just because they into an adult relationship, because they put the pictures out there, this chick to make you think she's an 18-year-old girl. No, this is a damn 40-year-old woman. He's sharing it with other dudes that's friends of his is not out of the goddamn ordinary either. So what are we fucking talking about? She even took money. She even got a payout. What are we talking about? Because he want to stop paying that shit? Dude, what the fuck is this? What is it? Like, for real. This shit is sounding real gray area. Because as far as I understand how trafficking actually works, you kidnap a chick. You give her drugs and stuff to ply her into prostitution, and you move her around so nobody and her family can find her. She is, in essence, trafficked. That is what trafficking is. I'm not seeing that here. I'm not hearing about it in this Puffy case necessarily. All I keep hearing about is goddamn baby oil. And the jokes. I don't give a shit about that. Is that an embarrassment campaign? Man, what are the fucking charges? What's the evidence? Because trust me, I don't like the damn dude. I've said that many a times. I don't like this motherfucker anyway. So I really don't give a shit if he go to jail. I just want to make sure it's actually on some legitimate shit and not just somebody punishing him because he fell out of favor. Because that can work on anybody. And that's why I look at it. I want to see how it affects everybody else who don't have millions of dollars and a celebrity friends. And people he was cool with all of a sudden, and now everybody in trouble. I want to see how this worked for the regular rank and file person. Does a chick that you fly in from another state to come see you, hang out with you, y'all hang out, have a good time having sex or whatever, she fly back to the state that she from and then getting your ass wrapped up on some fucking trafficking charges? Is that how that shit works now? That's what you need to fucking know. Stop with the bread and circuses and the fish flying all over the place like it's the goddamn Muppet Show. So what about the baby oil? So what about the lubes and the dildos? Who gives a fuck? This is all shit that I understand that grown people get into. It is not shocking. It is not surprising. I don't care. I want to hear about the actual facts of this fucking case. They got you running this motherfucker into jail for. I ain't heard that yet. Still, week later, Heard very little. I heard people pissed off. I heard accusations. I ain't heard nothing from them. It's the same way with all this shit in media about how much these shows and stuff like that suck. How they suck, how much money they've actually been losing and everything. I've told you guys for a while, for years, that even before this Acolyte shit ever came out, I was asking you, where the money going? Does somebody need to be over there cracking the goddamn books at Lucasfilm to find out where the fuck this money is going? Because Kenobi didn't look like it had any money spent on it. Boba Fett didn't look like it had any money spent on it. Where's all this money going? Well, it was said it was being poured into the Acolyte. Well, we've seen the Acolyte now. Does it look like that money went there? No. Told y'all before, years ago, that I think she was taking that money and funneling it into her supposed studio that KK was going to start for herself. Well, I ain't seen no studio yet, which will run in tandem with. I don't know if I want to say that. I'll use AB's word, the Pander Bear, the Pander African, in his school. He ain't got a lot of money. He ain't seen no school yet. So these are the things that actually interest me more so than just complaining about the shows, because yes, the shows suck. They do. This last episode of Agatha was easily forgotten because it's so inconsequential. It don't make me look forward to watching it. It don't make me hate it as the worst thing ever, because I think I already saw the worst thing ever. And trust me, my spirit on that is low, motherfucker. It don't even matter now. I wouldn't say I'm immune, but my tolerance is like, whatever, fuck. It's bad. Moving on. So for me, in that sense, there hasn't been a lot of stuff to watch on YouTube or in regular media. My only respite to see something creative, well done, engaging has been to go back at least 30 to 40 fucking years in television, in movies, to enjoy that. I can tell you at this point, it's October. I'm so fucking sick of this political campaign. I would almost welcome something going off in the country right now, because at least that would be something not to think about the rest of this shit. So inane, so fucking depressing, so hopeless, and so utterly ridiculous. I'm sick of seeing this stupid ass puppet show. Get it over with. Can we have the election tomorrow and just get this shit over the fuck with? Because either way, it's going to be some complaint. If the Orange and Chief make it in again, it's going to be complaints. You're going to have to hear about this shit for the next 4 fucking years. If the potential knee pad and Chiefs makes it in, it's going to have to hear about that shit for the next 4 fucking years with obvious immediate repercussions. The lesser of two evils is still the choice between two evils. You need a third option. You need a third option, and you don't have one. And definitely not one that either of the initial two options will let actually be on the ticket. It snuffed the motherfuckers out before they even came close, because they don't want you to have a third option. So a lot of this shit is not tickling my fancy as it would. It don't tickle my pickle none. It's actually it's making me a bit more apathetic about things. Put it that way. So much so that I have to run back to stuff from the past to find enjoyment. for life and faith in people pursuing dreams or actually doing things of their own original idea. Because that's not what I'm seeing nowadays. It's not what I'm hearing. So that was my point to steer that shit back to. What are you doing that is part of your dream? And how are you moving towards it? Because the rest of the shit that we hear is mostly disappointing to me. Is there a law where consenting adults can't come together naked? Apparently not, because you can have a gay pride ceremony where motherfuckers is walking around butt ass naked in front of God, children, and everybody else, and nobody gets arrested. We had a dude in Berkeley that was going to college there that walk around all the time naked, the naked man. They put his ass on the news. And he got to go to class and everything else. So no. You like to pretend like it is to make a spectacle of certain things. But no, it's not, obviously. Ain't even crying to watch people fucking having sex in public. Who's to say if you had a mansion party you watching that shit? Dude, in the Bay Area, that was called the Edgewater. There's whole clubs of that shit out here. Open daily, far as I know. It's not that goddamn shocking. That's why I look for the real information and not the sensationalized part of it. It gets people not to looking for the actual information. I mean, Angry Man has been hitting on this since I think it was like Thursday or Friday about Cardi B and Offset, you know, having a little argument online, supposedly splitting up, and Cardi B admitting that she was cheating on Offset while she was pregnant. She was fucking around while she was pregnant and admitted it, and like, so what? And all the shit that I keep seeing online is these chicks supporting her, like, yeah, it was a good idea that she is pregnant. She was cheating. I'm like, did you miss the part where she was pregnant? Y'all focus on the wrong shit. This is low class as fuck. That's low class as fuck. And you admit that shit online, you ain't got no coof. Outside of the fact you already admitted to drugging and robbing Negroes, now you admitted to being a pregnant woman fucking around on her husband.
Also, you know what that shows too, man? We'll accept, not we, but women and the public will accept a woman being low down, disrespectful, debaucherous, and will not get any repercussions for it. But if you do it, or if I do it, it's a whole different thing. That's why when Angry Man said, this is crazy when women are not being held accountable for anything. And it's gotten now to the point now women are running the show. And you're wondering why our country or our society is going to shit. Because there's no accountability being held for anything.
No, you only get to be accountable for what they say you're supposed to be accountable for. Like the dumb video that keeps popping up that I commented on Instagram was a fairly attractive chick arguing that the man that she was with had her living in a specific lifestyle. The relationship didn't work. They split. She still thinks that he is supposed to pay for her at the lifestyle that she was living when she was with him.
Mhm.
And she does not understand why he can't, why he wouldn't do that. If you brought me up to this lifestyle, you should be maintaining me at this lifestyle, even if the relationship doesn't work, because it takes time to find another person. And I'm sitting there looking at this shit. They having a whole argument. This was on somebody's podcast show trying to explain this to this dumb bitch. And I'm like, she wants wifely benefits for being a failed girlfriend?
Mhm.
Man, get your broke ass out of here. What the fuck is that shit? Who is pumping this shit into these chicks' head?
Society.
Is it society?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. The factory is broken. The factory, look, there's something to be said about being open minded, but what I always heard, you cannot be so open minded that your brains fall out. That's fucking stupid. Why should a man pay for you to live in the lifestyle he brought you into that he was living when you're not with him? Every time I hear that shit, I look at somebody that never had a father in their fucking life and they still looking for daddy to make everything all right and take care of all this shit while thinking they independent. Like, dude, this is fucking nuts. This is actually fucking nuts. And mind you, she's about half my age, I'm sure. So this is a modern 25-year-old with a little bit of body. Fucking God, dude. Oh my fucking God. I see shit like this and I'm happy my son found who he found. I am fucking happy my daughter found who she found. Because this shit is for the birds. And not the good birds, the dodo birds.
The lemmings that fall off.
The kooks, the cuckoos, the ones that don't live long. And they wonder why they fucking single. In some ways, I blame the guys. It's like, stop taking care of these goofy ass bitches. Stop it. Stop doing this. Because you perpetuate them having this mentality. Because I don't got to date them. I don't like young girls like that anyway. Y'all do. So the last dude that was tricking off money on her ass blew her fucking head up
That's the
to
problem.
that extent to where your ass ain't got a chance unless you're doing some of that same shit. Now you got to get through just having a conversation, dealing with these fucked up ideals that she had because she learned that her whole value was in her vajayjay and what she looked like. She ain't got to do shit but be entitled to stuff that daddy should have gave her. That sense of security and you'll be all right. Yeah, that's for your daddy. That ain't for me. Fuck you. You ain't even a wife? Fuck out of here.
But see what you just said right there, right? That's what you, as a father, should have been telling that guy. That's one of the biggest problems you don't have. You don't have men like us talking to that guy like that, pulling him by his coattail, punching him in his chest, saying, "What the fuck is wrong with you?"
Well, that's because the women that raised that guy kept him away from
Exactly.
guys. Kept him away from guys that would talk to him like that and tell him shit like that. This is where you back up what Charles Faulkner says. Put your son in masculine spaces run by men. Even if you leave him at the barbershop. Let him be around some grown-ass men to give him some seasoning on what it means to be an adult man at a certain age and deal with women at a certain way. I'm not saying you treat women like shit. I'm not saying that at all. But you have to understand the difference between a female and a woman and a woman and a bitch and a bitch and a hoe. You need to know the difference between all of those because that's what you're going to run into out here. In the same form and fashion, they want to understand a woman and know the difference between a man and a boy, an abuser, and an asshole. You want to know the difference. You're not going to get that from talking to the same side. You're not. Women defend, look up to villainous women all the time. I brought Cardi B drugged, assaulted, and robbed men with some women. They survived, so it's justified. No morals, no yeah, no shit. But that goes into the whole thing with idolizing witches this year, right? Idolize women who do evil things to men, children, and everybody else, act like some of the nastiest personalities ever, but we're gonna idolize them and make shows completely about them, where they're the ones you empathize with and feel something for. No, 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 not necessarily. No, no, I'm good. Like I'm good. That's.
Well, you know what's the funny thing? We talk about
Mm-mm.
idolizing witches. You got people idolizing the witch now running for president, and you can see her record and see how unqualified she is, and y'all will make bones and actions, and you about to run last
Attack
week or
other
a couple
people.
of weeks, you about to attack a woman, a most prominent professional entertaining woman.
Don't be talking about my next ex-wife like that. Them motherfuckers went after my girl. Went after
And
Janet for
she just
what?
said something in conversation that people said. And now you got everybody want to do a reverse witch hunt on a woman.
Man,
Come
y'all
on.
know JWs don't even get into politics like that. They don't give a
Exactly.
fuck about this political system and questioning and saying, repeating. I heard she wasn't even black. Is what everybody's saying.
Yep.
The fact that you came after her for that shit proves that she ain't fucking black. God damn. If it wasn't true, nobody'd be upset about that shit.
Exactly.
But that's not the narrative you're supposed to be believing. Because we tell you Negroes what you're supposed to believe in and who your heroes are. And we just told you Kamala's black and that's your hero. That's the person you're supposed to be voting for. Get on code, Negro. That's what that sounded like to me.
Mhm.
If you thought that Joe Biden, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black, sounded ridiculous. Well, what is it this year? If you don't vote for Kamala, you ain't black. It's still the same shit. If
How
you
come?
question
How
her,
come if I don't
you
vote?
ain't
Okay,
black.
here's a funny thing. Here's another conundrum for you. If I vote for somebody that is not black, how am I not black, but I am black?
Sound like the same shit.
Yeah.
That's what I've told you guys. I did my political studying back in late 90s, early 2000s. I came to my own decision about politics, about how this shit works, because I had seen it enough cycles to understand it's the same shit every four
Mhm.
fucking years. The same shit. It's the same talking points, the same arguments. Everybody on one side is always a racist. Always.
Mhm.
And I really understood the fact that it's not about what these fucking people say up there. It's not about that. Because a politician is nobody who but the dude trying to get into your pants on prom night. Gonna tell you whatever the fuck you want to hear, male or female, to get in them draws. That's it. So don't listen to what they fucking say. You look at what they do, how they vote, and who they put in the positions. If you don't like them, don't be fucking with them. It's plain and simple. Understand how this shit works. It's not about you. The politician's main enemy is the people exerting the power they actually have over that political system. That's their main enemy.
Mhm.
So if you see a whole firestorm erupt because one fucking entertainer said that she heard that this woman wasn't black, and everybody else came out and attacked that person for saying that shit, then that would tell me I really don't need to be voting for this person because obviously it really ain't fucking black. The person who said it is definitely black. We definitely know that. We know her mama, we know her daddy, we see her brothers and her sisters. They are black from America, born, raised, and bred. at the time when her brother just died, her older brother just died.
Mhm.
And y'all going after this bitch for everything else because she said she heard this woman wasn't black. So the fuck what? Kamala that upset about it, she can go find Janet. You can go find her. They can bring the Vaseline. They can bring the baby oil and work it out. Shut the fuck up. She ain't black. And even if she was black, who the fuck cares? She's not a good politician.
Mhm.
I'm from California, the Bay Area. I did not like that bitch when she was in office here. I saw what she was doing here and didn't like it. No. This is the biggest example of failing upwards I've ever fucking seen.
Exactly.
My word. Ever seen. She in line for the presidency? Oh shit. Well, you know what that means after this, huh? If she make it in, you know Gavin next. Ask somebody in California about how Gavin doing right now. Fuck Gavin. Fuck her too. That motherfucker would never get my vote for shit but stepping down. You tell me, I don't even like talking about politics for this fucking reason, because that's like the third rail of having any explosive argument with somebody, religion and politics. You tell me how somebody who didn't have a fucking shot in hell couldn't even make it out their own fucking party primaries. All of a sudden is the great white hope because her fucking president stepped down. Now you to cast me out? Get the fuck out of here. You the same person. The same person that wasn't qualified when he was in the race is the same person that's not qualified when he stepped out of it. I don't give a fuck how much of his money he generated, he threw on to you. That don't make me like you anymore. That means you ain't qualified because they didn't want to run you first anyway. Shut the fuck up with this shit. I don't give a fuck what kind of dick she popped out of. She could be black. She could not be black. But she gonna play that fucking card. But I'm not gonna play that game. I don't like her for what she's done. I don't give a fuck how much she danced. I don't give a fuck about how much she smiled. I don't give a fuck about the sorority she's a part of. I don't care about none of that shit. Oh, it could be the first black woman president. I don't give a fuck about that either. I want somebody of some goddamn quality in the office, period. Male, female, black, white, green, alien. Who gives a shit? Just quality. I'm not in the cult of personality. Fuck that bitch. Hopefully that put a fine enough point on it. I am not too new to her policies and shit. Not. No. 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 Contradictory ass. No. She's so black she got a white dude and produced white kids. But you mad at Janet because she said I heard she wasn't black. Man, shut the fuck up. I also heard she suck a good dick. You gonna be mad about that? I also heard she slept her way into politics. Oh, that's been proven right?
That's true.
Yeah, I think that's pretty fucking true. But now she the hope and the savior. Man, y'all need to quit with this shit. Stop letting people use black as a fucking card for you. I told you I got out of caring about Democrats like that when I realized how much they do not care about black people. And that was because Spike Lee, and I think it was Bill Clinton at the time, came to North Richmond and painted a blacktop where people was being killed all the time. The motherfuckers ain't been back since that election, ever. Do you think they really gave a fuck? No. They just came there to get your fucking support. Took your support and gave you their ass to kiss. They do not care. They don't. They just know you were a built-in voting block for them. And as long as your ass stay on code and believe what they tell you to believe, yeah, you can have it. Yeah, you can let you believe you can have it, but best believe they ain't doing shit for you.
That's the key phrase. Stay on code. And
Yeah,
that's where we have the issue now where with Janet saying situation. Oh, but Janet, you not on code. You're supposed to stay on code. But Janet's is being logical. But she said Janet is just repeating, but she says she's not black, but now she is.
yeah,
You should stay
that's
on
true.
code.
That's true.
Um, but it did, but the thing is, you're supposed to be emotional. You're supposed to have this because she's black and she's a woman and she's supposed to be for us. No, she's not.
She
But you're
ain't.
not on code. You're supposed to be. See, that's the issue. The code that we've been fed, the bullshit that we've been fed just because someone is black and just because someone's a minority and because all the pomp and circumstance,
Mhm.
the veneer, the baby oil is the veneer. Like you're saying, you
Mhm.
want to get to the logic. Would it the logic is okay, if it's trafficking, let's really get the trafficking down.
That
Who
should be the
else is
easy
that?
shit to claim. Yeah, that
That
should be
should
the
be the
easy shit
thing
to
that should
roll
be.
out, right?
But the veneer is the sex parties and the baby oil. The veneer is that, well,
The
she's
spectacle.
black and she's female, and she
No.
as a teenager she worked a summer at McDonald's, and she claimed that she knows how to make
Fuck
collard
what?
greens, and she made a whole bushel of them in her
So the fuck
bathtub.
what? That is hearing all of that shit is such stereotypical bullshit. You would understand somebody was racist for telling you that shit. Well, she's black because she made collard greens. Motherfucker, who are you talking to?
Mhm.
Like for real, who are you talking to? Because she made collard greens? Man, get the fuck out of here with that shit. She could just be from the South and make collard greens. She ain't even got to be black. Me going to the South is one thing I noticed is that black folks and white folks do the same shit and eat the same things.
Mhm. There's Southern white racist women that make
Exactly.
collard greens, been doing it for years.
Exactly. So what does it mean for somebody probably fucking white to tell me she made collard greens? You think that's a sales pitch for me, you racist bastard? That's what that tells me. You think this is a sales pitch for me? She made collard greens too. Oh, I guess we should just have a play date so we can cook, huh?
Mhm.
And fuck you. No, that sounds like some of the most offensive shit I can think of hearing. She danced, don't she look black? So that's why I never liked the idea of people of color. No, it's a sidestep for people to get the benefits that black people have suffered and died for
Mhm.
and never having to be in that struggle. That's why I don't like the term people of color. Because as soon as you say that, anybody with the right amount of melanin can slide under that banner
Mhm. And get the
into the front of the line.
Mhm. While we
No,
sitting in the back looking like, what the hell up?
looking like what the fuck they doing? No, we all people of color, right? You agree with that, didn't you? No, no, I didn't. But you didn't ask me though either, did you? So because she danced, she went to this sorority, she did all the rest of this shit. I am now supposed to sign off on her on being a black chick. Well, I don't know if that actually fucking matters one way or the other. I know she ain't qualified. I know if even if she would, I don't like her politics. And it's not about her party. It's about her personal politics. I don't like those.
What was the white lady that posed as a black woman that worked for them?
Rachel Dolezal. Yeah,
And I
Rachel
remember
Dolezal.
I had a conversation with somebody, and they were saying, "Well, I said, no, this is a woman that literally posed as us."
Mm-hmm. You gave her all kind of smoke for that shit.
Yeah,
She even achieved position in the NAACP.
I said she married black men and had mixed kids.
Yeah, look at that rate. She more black than Kamala. She even married a black dude. Only thing Kamala married a black dude is jail time. Yeah, Paula Dean may call it greens. Yeah, and she used the word nigga.
Mhm,
At that rate, she black as fuck. If you
mhm.
want to take them stereotypical points, fucking stupid. Yeah, people of color because you basically colored again. Yeah. And more people get to jump under that shit. Because this is why I don't like it, studio. I already said it, right? Black folks, our ancestors, our ADOS ancestors, protest, fought, died, went to jail, all this shit for these rights to be recognized as actual human beings, not 3/10 full human beings, right? By saying people of color and not, the social class of black, that means Puerto Ricans get that shit too.
Hmm.
That means dark skinned or little brown skinned Haitians get that shit too. That means anybody that got a little bit of melanin in them now gets to slide under that banner of people of color, even though their ancestors ain't did none of that shit, that fucking work. None of it.
Olive
Does
skinned
that seem
Italians.
fucking right? Yeah. Does that seem fucking right? Because you already know they got another umbrella over there for, white. And a lot of people can jump under that if they pass that color test.
Mhm.
No, I don't agree with that shit. That's why you don't hear me use that word. I don't use it. It's something I want to go out of this circulation because I understand certain words have power. People of color works with Asians too. You know
Mhm.
that? If they ain't Asian enough to look Asian, which is some racist shit, right? They can still use that. Oh, I'm a person of color. What the fuck does that mean? You have some color, some melanin in you other than just being pale? Then anybody can fit under that. All you got to do is fuck a black dude or somebody of a darker hue than you.
Mhm.
Pop out a baby, there's your person of color. We're good. Fuck you. No. That's a way to keep pushing your ass to the back of the bus.
Figuratively and literally.
Figuratively and literally. So that's why I don't use that shit. I like words. I understand what certain words mean. And if I don't, I find out what the actual word means. So I try to be specific in its use. I don't use that one. No. No. It goes too against actual black people struggling and what they have earned through struggle to give the benefit to people who had never had to do that shit. They could have sat back in the other country watching that shit on television, but get here and get all the benefits. Fuck that.
Speaking about the immigrants, uh,
Rachel Dolezal does have an OnlyFans right now. Her body don't look bad. I don't know what the fuck to tell you, dude. It's like I don't like the whole pretending to be black fucking thing, but that just points out the ridiculousness of that shit. They should have interviewed her ass in that Am I a Racist movie. That's hilarious.
poor,
Because
poor baby.
is she racist or did she just point out something that works
Mm,
to gain position? Because nobody would really question you.
mhm.
Only people who had a problem was the black chick, so she was married to a black dude.
Until they found out she was white.
And why did they even go looking? Because they was mad at her for some other shit.
And here's the funny thing: this shows our fault because our fault is black people. Rachel saw the chink in the armor
Mm-hmm.
and
Some
realized, she
sport.
said, I'm going to do this for my benefit and I'll exploit it. Does she like black culture? Obviously. Does she like black men? Obviously. But she did something where she knew that she could get in and she would have rolled it to her death,
Mm-hmm.
you know. And now it was like, well, this shows how the way black people we become so understanding. Oh, we became so open and caring and understanding with all this shit. Oh, but we weren't, we're the only race where we can allow somebody that can, like, it may be depending on the hue of whiteness where you can jump in. But we've been exploited so much, we've been conditioned so much, we're like, oh, Really? Somebody said, "Well, my father is black," or my mother was black, or somebody in their family is black. You'd be like, "Oh, okay." That's why we'll accept anything. Like we're accepting this fool that's running for president. We'll accept certain things that are cool for other people to do, but we won't accept it for other people to do within our race. I mean, it just doesn't make sense to me.
It's nonsensical for a reason because they believe you to be fucking children who need the puppet show. That the mere appearance
Mhm.
is enough. They don't have to give you what you actually ask for. They just give you what they want you to have.
Mhm.
See? Don't she look as dark as Kamala? She even got a little baby on her lap. Look, she even got a widespread nose. Come on, that ain't a red bone. Oh, fuck out of here. This shit. I'm sick of this political season. I was sick of it last year. I've been sick of it for at least 10 to 12 years. Who the fuck is this? A boy? Kid? Hey. Well, Rachel Dolezal, 46 years old. It's going to show how white she actually is very soon because we all know how they age. It's going to be showing. It's going to be showing, homie. You need to see a side-by-side picture. You need to see a side. Somebody need to put up a side-by-side picture with Rachel and Kamala and ask the question, which one of these women are black? Pick the blackest one.
That's messed up.
It ain't messed up. It's a fact. So
That's
then
crazy.
you can see which is which. You can ask yourself the damn question, like, okay, which one is more black than the other one? They got the same goddamn complexion.
I hit it though.
Yeah, but I like women. My dick is not sexist or not color struck. There you go. Rachel before, Rachel after.
After is better.
Yeah, she milk fed right there. She got a good skin regimen. I tell you that much. White women pay for that shit.
She went from Heidi to Angela Bassett.
Right? I always thought that was funny that white chicks get tan all the time to get dark, and black folks bathe in bleach to get light. It's like y'all both don't like yourself. You realize that, right? They trying to be you, and you trying to be them. It's a waste of time. It's a waste of time. She could have just been a white girl and still had a black dude. She just wouldn't have gained the position she gained for pretending, letting people believe,
Mhm.
letting them believe the lie. But yeah, this is why some of it I'm ignorant to politics wise about what's going on this year. And like I've told you guys, ignorance just means I don't know. And some of it is self imposed ignorance because I don't want to fucking know. Not interested in this shit right now. This is not. It's important. I will agree that it is important. I know it's important.
She got some nice abs. Okay.
Yeah, no, she's in shape.
She lost some weight. Okay.
Yeah, she's in shape. That's when
Well,
they were
did
showing her. They were showing her OnlyFans pictures. I was like, damn, she's in good shape. I don't know why y'all putting that up there. That's advertisement. She ain't doing nothing wrong. Yeah, age like yogurt outside of July. Yeah, well, over time she will. She holding it off a little bit well, but hey, 2030, you might see something different. She got them lunch lady arms already.
no, but they show she working out. I'm like, okay.
She's working out. She's trying to keep it tight.
Can I tell you something? Even in this situation, you got a white woman who posed as a black woman who's even outdoing you black women who's fucking working out in her 40s and looking better. Come the fuck on. What that shit, that's even telling you something right there.
Well, it just tells you that a woman who wants to, oh, Jesus Christ, a woman who wants to take care of herself and work out and shit, oh my God, Ooh. Will be in, I'm not saying, no, what the fuck? Will be in demand, right?
Mm-hmm.
People will appreciate a woman who actually works out and keeps herself in shape. That's just all it is. I'm gonna show you guys this real quick. See if I had to take it down later on. But since we're talking about it,
yeah,
I don't see nothing wrong here. Black, white, or whatever. I don't know. She look thicker than a Snicker.
mm-hmm.
Definitely wouldn't kick her out. So if she putting that shit up on her OnlyFans, I can see why she was getting people. The person who complained was probably the one, the chick that went on it. This bitch making money off of this. What the fuck she thinks she is? But on this article, they got a picture of her, and they got a picture of who is this? Which sister is this? Venus or Serena? I think this is Serena Williams. They look like they built the same way. Just saying. I don't know. I don't like her for what she did, but that don't mean she got an ugly body.
She ain't a bad looking woman. Shit.
Well, I just thought it was fucked up. Like that was foul. You didn't need to do that. You could have still been a part of the NAACP. You just didn't have to fake black. Okay. You didn't have to do that part. That was a little bit too much. You could still did everything else you was doing. And I did that part. I know of a chick right now in the Bay Area that looked like Rachel Dolezal. She is not claiming to be black, even though she lives in Oakland and is really fucking hip. But she's actually a Latina. Dancer and everything else. She looked just like Rachel Dolezal, same little springy hair and all that shit. She is not black. She like black men. She is not black. She white and Latino. All day. So it just happens. But she ain't out there trying to claim that she black either. So anyway. Like, share, subscribe. I'm not going to tell you support because apparently nobody wants to, except for these people in the chat. Do appreciate that. The Sportaholic said, I was done with her when these words left the mouth of this hoe. I'm not gonna do anything specifically for black people. Well, here's the thing about that. I was listening to that little piece of interview and listening to the whole thing, not just the sound bite, because I don't like reacting off of shit when you just know a part of it. It was for me. And for what I got, the context was that she said that anything that's done for black folks actually helps everybody else, the larger community as a whole, right? So no, she's not going to do anything specifically for black folks. Well, that goes into the whole thing with people of color, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you want to look at that in that way and get triggered just because she said she's not going to do anything specifically for black folks, I would say don't get triggered off of her saying that. Just understand she's not doing anything specifically for black folks because she ain't black.
Mm-hmm.
She don't share your experience, so she don't feel any kind of kinship that she needs to do something like that for you. Because best believe, you know, your talented 10th black folks who actually ADOS or whatever do feel like they need to do something for some black folks. That's the first thing they do. They just tend to do it for other black women.
Exactly.
That's it.
First.
Dr. Tia-san can tell you about that in detail. So understand what is being said when she says it. Don't go for the dangling, me. Ooh, she ain't gonna do nothing for black folks. No. partly because she don't feel no relational shit to y'all like that. She don't. So that's just in her own language. Because best believe if I was a politician and I was sitting up there saying that shit to you, you would take it completely differently. One, the first thing, since I'm a black man or phenotypically look black, according to Charles Faulkner, I'm lightness. I'm light as fuck, so I might not even be black. Only time I ever heard I was light skinned. Like, really? No, I never got that. But if I said that shit, the first thing out your mouth would be, I'm a fucking coon. The second thing would be that he obviously ain't black. That'd be the second thing. Because why would I not have any kind of ethnic loyalty like that? You only don't have it if it's not who you identify as being a part of. Plain and simple. The other thing is that too many people eat off of black folks.
Mm-hmm.
That was part of what she was saying. That anything done for black folks, everybody benefit off of. Well, that's your people of color, right? All your struggles, all your hardships, all your fight for rights and all the rest of that shit to be seen as a real person. Anybody else coming along behind you now can use that shit as they get on without having to be part of the group that did only that damn work. They get the benefit just cause. So you can be the step stool for everybody. So assume your position on your hands and knees so everybody can step and springboard off of your fucking head to make sure their race and their ethnicity of people benefits from this country as much as they can.
Well, ain't she one of them? Ain't she one of
Yes,
those
she is.
beneficiaries?
Yes, she is.
Ain't she one of those?
I've seen her mother. I ain't seen a picture of her daddy yet. And that will end this whole conversation right off the bat. But if her daddy ain't ADOS, she ain't what is traditionally considered black in America. She got some melanin, but she ain't black.
Exactly.
Because wherever her fucking daddy from, just like Obama's daddy is not from here, but he dog. African. Your mama white. That don't make you black here just because you got some pigment. Just how it go, dude. It's just how it is. I don't make up these fucking rules. I just have to play by them. Or actually have to understand where they are. So, if that's the case, that wouldn't work in my situation. But that would mean my ex-wife is black because she used to fuck me.
Mm-hmm.
She ain't. She's barely American because she wasn't born here. She's raised here her whole life, but she wasn't born here.
Mm-hmm.
No matter how many black dudes she slept with.
She ain't black by insertion or integration.
No. No. And I heard that joke in a bar. A white dude said that shit, and it was funny as fuck to me because he said his girlfriend was Asian. He was talking to the bartender, a Latina chick. She knew him. I didn't know them, right? And I'm in there to shoot pool. And he'll say, "Yeah, my girlfriend is Polish by insertion." I died laughing. I almost spit my beer out. I was like, "Motherfucker, boy, that's a good one." I didn't even know that dude. I told him, "Man, that's a good one. That's a good one." Anytime I use that joke, I'm giving you credit. Like, you like that? That was funny as fuck. Sorry. That was funny as hell. Polish by insertion. Good one. Mm.
Your daughter is black and American and Asian by creation.
Mm-hmm.
Her mama is black by insertion.
By conception. Yeah. She black. Your mama got some black in her for a while.
Mm-hmm. 30, 45 minutes tops.
Yeah, occasionally she has some black in her.
Occasionally it dripped out.
Yeah, could be by insertion. It's in her genes now. I'm sure of it.
Genetic genes and her Jordache or Levi's.
Yeah, she got it legitimately. Kamala went so far as to take a picture with one of their servants
It said it was her grandmother who
It
actually
said it
died
was her
before she was
grandmother who actually died before she was born, which is a new thing. That's some bullshit.
born. Wow.
Look, like I said, this can be settled real easily. Show me a picture of her daddy, and where was her daddy born? That's it. Because I already know her mother is Indian and not Native American, Indian.
Would have
So,
died altogether.
so just show me a picture of her daddy, and where was he born? Done and done.
Aren't they saying her father is Jamaican?
Yeah, that's what I heard. Her father was
West Indian.
Jamaican, which West Indian. Well, ain't nothing wrong with that. So what? I don't care. I just give a fuck about people trying to claim this woman is something where she's not, and then getting mad at people and trying to attack them because they don't agree. This is where the state of discourse, not just political discourse, period, in this goddamn country is. You can't say that she's not black. You can't say that the acolyte sucks. You can't say that some of these people's political ideals are stupid. You can't say any of that stuff. But you're supposed to be the most free people. Well, apparently you're not. Apparently you're the most puppeteered, hand up your ass, hand over your mouth people ever walked the earth. You're not free if you can't say shit like that. Common sense right in front of your fucking eyes kinds of things.
Mm-hmm.
It's not nice. What about how people feel? What does what I have to say care about what somebody else has to feel? They're not caring about how I feel by responding in a way that I don't like. So obviously feelings ain't a part of none of this shit. This is objective reality. You could see it. Daddy was born in Jamaica, so looks Indian, which means because he was born in Jamaica, he's not American, ADOS, black.
Mm-hmm.
It's not. She dark skinned. She got some pigment, but you are not traditionally what everybody would consider in America to be black just because you got some dark skin. That's why I use Puerto Ricans. Are they black or are they Puerto Rican?
Mm-hmm.
They got dark skin. There's some Italians with dark skin, but they ain't black, are they? No, you get into a fucking fight about that shit if you call them black.
I have a question. Um, Studio saying Daddy was born in Jamaica, but he looks Indian. Is he an Indian of descent that was born in Jamaica? You know what I mean? Like, really, that we got to go. Is he? Is
We ain't
he?
even got to go that far. We ain't even got to go that far because I don't give a shit about what her daddy is necessarily. I just care where he was born.
So if he was
Country of
born,
origin. And if his country of origin is not the United States, his parentage is not no ADOS black person. He's not an ADOS black person. I mean, Kamala ain't no ADOS. She's Jamaican in India. A Indian. Yeah, Jaman. Right? Okay, all well and good. That'll make her black here. Make her dark skinned. That'll make her black.
Mhm.
Because black is, understand the connotation of being black is specifically tied to the US. Because black has no nation of origin other than the
the
US.
U.S.
Everywhere else you go with some melanin, you're descended from that country. You are a Jamaican, a Trinidadian, a Congan, a Senegalese. You got places you come from. Black is only here in America
Take a look at
because that's what
Supercell.
we call you here.
Supercell explains that perfectly because you have all those characters. Either they come from the Caribbean or they come from the continent.
Yes.
And nobody's saying that they black. You notice, like when you start hearing, but you start hearing the patois, but you're hearing different patois. You're hearing that you're hearing that Caribbean patois, but then also you're
Mhm.
hearing that African patois mixed in with the native British.
Mhm. Well, that's the thing, Trail. Black people, ADOS black people, accept everybody. We accept any mixed kid for the most part. If they ain't trying to shun their blackness, we accept them. It's a big tent. But that comes out of that comes out of that mind state of slavery,
Mm-hmm.
where you still had to accept master's bastard children who he might have fathered with your mother while he was beating your daddy. Or when your mother was staying in the house with him, making bacon and eggs for him and mistress of the house. You had to accept them. So we just do. It's ingrained in us. We just accept folks like that. That's why white folks move to the hood and be cool as shit. Like, they ever fuck with you? Nah. It's my niggas, man. It's my hood. You white boy saying, nigga, why they beating your ass? No, he cool, man. That's Whitey, man. That's Casper. Yeah, no shit. His middle name, Mocha. What the fuck? We accept everybody. That's part of our deal. It's part of our Achilles heel too. Because we always want them to really be liked by these people. Always. We always want their approval. We always want their like. That's why we fling our doors open to whatever little community that we have to let their asses in here, because we want them to see that we really cool and you should just really like us. And all they do is come in and take shit. Ain't putting you no further forward anywhere. And that goes for a lot of people, not just white folks. But that's just as being a Black American, born and raised here. That's what I see in our culture as a failing in our culture, why we do not have the same gains as other cultures. Because we're more apt to bring people in than we are to stick together. Where those other cultures will stick together and pick off of you at the same time. Trill Bentley, she also was raised tangentially. Look at her using them big words that you got to roll your tongue to say. Tangentially. Back by her father's family. Is her father's family from America? That's the only thing that matters at that point. Because I don't want to keep pulling it, extrapolating it further and further back from her. But if her parents, just her parents themselves, do not originate born ADOS here, she ain't Black. Because Black is tied to being a U.S. Black person. That's it. So she ain't. Janet is. She's Black as fuck.
Tangentially, physically, mentally, spiritually.
Her blackness was solidified by her mother countered it as much as she could. Yeah, whatever. That's gonna mean Eminem is white, is Black now too. Because his blackness is solidified by his experiences in the D. And he even rapping shit. Well, imagine that. So I guess he Black as fuck.
So I guess that makes Brian Gumble white as fuck too, because he messed with white women. He speaks the Queen's tongue well, and he went to the white schools and did all the other shit. So
yeah, apparently Bill Clinton's still Black.
Yeah, because he smoked and inhaled and had
smoked weed. He played a saxophone and he cheated on his woman, and could get bitches.
Exactly.
Even back in the Dizzy, he could pull chicks. Hey, can I walk you home? Hey, can I walk you home?
That sticky icky.
That sticky icky. That's how I found my saxophone. Like, oh my God, I can play this so much better now.
Come on, baby, don't stop. Get it. Face down, ass up. You know how Billy likes to
get it. Found him a plump little page.
Exactly.
A little staffer. He wanted to, bend her over in the Oval Office. Get a little nasty time. Nobody was talking about a sex party then.
But she swallowed.
Yeah, I didn't inhale when I smoked, but she smoked.
Problem.
No matter, just don't bite it.
And you wonder why Monica Lewinsky likes pearl necklaces.
Here you go. Because she had on that blue fucking dress. You got to remember that whole thing about that shit.
That
They didn't get in
wasn't
trouble because Monica said anything. They got in trouble because some other bitch said something. It was
exactly.
some other bitch that wasn't getting to do the sucky got mad.
Same thing with Rachel Dolezal.
Ratted her ass out.
Tell me. Right.
Always some jealous bitch, dude.
It was an old bitch too that she was running her mouth to.
Always some jealous bitch. Talking about some shit that she didn't get to experience, and she kind of salty about that shit. She could have kissed Monica. Monica had a salty mouth too. Anyway.
And where's Monica now?
I don't know. My question is that you still fuck with Bill? You know what they say, once you go there, you can always go back. He ain't president no more. I don't even know if him and Hillary together. I know he was having some medical issues. Mm-hmm. You go back, what they gonna say? See, I told you. What? Gives a fuck. Yeah, they could have both showed up at a Diddy party. With lubes and toys. Shit. You mean to tell me Bill didn't show up for the freak off? You gonna have a freak off without Bill? Who else could say they was banging in the Oval Office? Come on, man. Who else could say that shit? The most powerful man in the country. Got the nuclear missile sitting next to me. I got the code sitting next to me.
He has something underneath him.
Yeah, she about to get this Air Force One. Commander in Chief. Give me your command, Commander. Go down. Anyway. So what else you got, Mr. Malika? You got any more?
Finally finished 9.5 weeks.
Awesome. Awesome. I have it sitting right here and I still didn't. So now that you're finished, I'll finish it this week. I was kind of waiting. But now that you finished it, I got rid of night shift on my queue. I can go back, finish the book, watch the movie, and then we can get that review going.
All right. Sounds like a plan.
Good, since I have another book I need to read now. Since Vision Quest is actually from a book, and I'm curious about that book. I'm forgetting the writer's name right now. I think it's Taylor Davis or something like that. But I'm curious about that book to see how much of that was actually a true story or was it just a work of fiction.
I have a question. What do you think of the book so far?
9.5 weeks?
Yeah.
Oh, I've said it many times. I'm enjoying the book.
Okay.
It seems really, for the time frame, the 80s, the early 80s, which
mid to late 70s.
Yeah, late 70s, early 80s. It is interesting with that context in mind, with seeing where women actually were and came from. Especially if you look at it in today's context, we got a chick on social media proud of the fact she was cheating on her husband while she was pregnant with his baby.
And proud drugging men while she was a stripper.
Well, yeah, that's not so much it for me. It's more so that the power that they think they have gained from being in charge of their sexual identity is skewed. I don't see it as they're not carrying it like it's a good thing. They're carrying it like some children with the keys to the parents' house or run to the parents' house because they're out of the country and keys to the liquor cabinet. They just acting bad. It's just girls gone wild. It's not about anything
Empowering.
more empowering like they think. It's not empowering to fuck somebody. Not necessarily. I mean, Oscar Wilde, sex is not about power, or sex is not about sex. Sex is about power.
Mhm.
Right. Okay. And I probably mangled that quote because there's more to that quote. I'm forgetting it at the moment. But that in and of itself is not really, to me, it's not really power nowadays. It's only power with people who submit to your sexuality, to your sex, and are willing to give you and do for you because of that sexuality. I don't see men or women acting like men as a benefit. I don't see women acting as hoish as dangling as men can as a positive for women. No, it just degrades you a lot more.
Yep. Mhm.
Because even in a war zone, you could see dudes fucking some random ass chick back to back because the chick just want money
Mhm.
and the dudes just want to fuck. I wouldn't say that the dudes fucking her are empowered as much as saying that the prostitute laying there getting the train ran on her is empowered. She ain't empowered. I don't see that as empowerment. There's more to me, and this is probably just my view. There's more value in a woman that doesn't do all of that shit and ain't always showing her damn body off than there is in showing your body off and letting me know you fuck 15 dudes this month. That sounds gross to me. And I'm not being a prude about this shit. I understand that women have a sexuality. They have the ability to fuck that many people in a month because a pair of open legs will always find a penis waiting for, a little cozy time. But because you can do a thing, it doesn't make you powerful because you can. It makes you more powerful to say that you won't. That's what makes it valuable. If anybody can hit it, why do I want it? Fuck do I want it for? If anybody can see it, why the fuck do I need to? What's special about it then? Nothing. I went over this with a friend recently about I like things that are for me, specifically for me, especially from women, specifically from women I'm interested in. If anybody else can see that shit, I don't give a fuck about that. I don't care at all because it's openly available to everybody. But things that are done specifically for me are more valuable. And I wouldn't say I'm some high value fucking man. I ain't rich. I work every day. But that's of more value to me. I appreciate that woman a little bit more than I would the one who's just out there showing it to everybody, if and anybody. Don't weigh the same. It just doesn't weigh the same for me. So I think they've ran way off the road with this sexuality or the empowerment of sexuality. Shit. I think they have. And I think they're kind of realizing it now because, part of this push on this Kamala shit is about reproductive rights and abortion and shit like that. And like, I say personally, having been through that abortion thing, I don't recommend that for no women. I don't. I don't see that as a benefit. I don't. I know people who are traumatized from doing that shit. And anybody who would use that more than one time, two at the most, you got something wrong with you mentally. Something wrong with you. You might need some fucking help. You might be better off not being able to conceive children. And that shouldn't be something to be, oh my God, said about it because you're using it multiple times anyway. In effect, you're doing the same thing I'm suggesting, just without the regular trips. I don't see that shit as empowerment. I don't. I don't. If my daughter had to go through something like that right now, I'd convince her to do it some other way. I would really try hard to convince her to do it some other way, even though I know it's her choice. It's her body. Yeah, it is her body. But that's a wrong choice for your body, baby. Being a hoe is a choice for your body, too. I don't recommend it. Don't. It comes with a lot of unforeseen consequences, mentally and physically. Mm-mm. No. Mm-mm. So I think it's gone way off the rails. It's not empowering. It's just offensive now. So women acting like out of control men is not a good look. I don't like men being that damn irresponsible with their fucking Johnson. I don't think it's a good look for them. I'd be damned if I think it was a good look for women to act like that. No. But you have the right to do that thing. You do. As a grown adult, yeah, you do. But everything you have the right to do, you don't usually do. Because that shows a little bit more control, maturity, responsibility. You know, those words. He said, all right, Trust, hop on stage. I don't have an apple quarter tutor, but I asked some juju bees close enough. It ain't close enough. Monica L got paid. She put out a book and put out a line of cosmetics. I don't wonder about the ingredients of the makeup, though. I don't know who Monica L is. I don't know who Monica L is. Is she a madam or some shit?
Monica Lewinsky.
Oh, that's right. Monica Lewinsky. She put out a makeup, yeah, non-smearing.
A lot of vitamin D.
Can't wipe off with water.
Yeah.
Moisture resistant. Jesus. The jokes make themselves. She must have. I don't feel bad doing this. She had to think of this shit herself. She had to. If she didn't, she's fucking stupid. Like, makeup products? You want me to endorse makeup products? Yeah, Monica, it'll be awesome. You know, I'm known for probably taking a shot in my face, right? Why don't you endorse some non-staining cloth that you can spill yogurt or something on and it just wipes right off with no stains? That'd have been better. That'd have been better. 2 on the nose. Well, color me an innovator. I just thought it'd be more in keeping with your claim to fame. We make people famous for the dumbest shit. Inside of Monica Lewinsky and the Haktua girl.
Oh God.
Well, Trust, or that bare ass showing again. You need to get
It isn't bare. Come
it's bare
on.
enough. It's
There
bare
are
enough.
shorts.
I know they're shorts. We talked about this. I know what they are.
I know.
Hello, how are you?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm good. I'm doing. Feeling like
Glad
an old
to hear
man.
it.
Yeah, I'm feeling
But
like an
but
old man. I tell you.
but you're not, so stop it.
Somebody else told me that shit too, and I'm still looking at them the same way I'm looking at you. Like,
You're not an old man.
I don't know. I'm sitting up here with back problems, ankle problem, headache.
That just sounds like you need somebody to
It does, doesn't it?
rub them out for you. That's all that means. Because I got a little back thing today myself. I think I slept wrong last night.
I must have been sleeping wrong the last couple of days because I've had this shit since like Tuesday morning, I woke up. My back has been hurting like I need a midget to stand on that shit. Or something. I'm serious. Like I got a kink in my back or something. I don't even know what the fuck it is.
I think
Yeah.
it's the changing of the weather. I got that too.
Yeah, it might be. I don't know. This is fucked up. So what you got? Trust issues?
Two things. Two things.
What are
One,
trust issues?
I I really wowed myself today with dinner. I made
Oh,
some.
Here we go.
we got
I
food
made
porn.
well. I have to. I have to. I
Here
made
we
some
go.
meatballs
I got you.
using ground turkey and ground chicken,
Okay.
Oh, okay.
and I used rice as a binder.
Okay.
Mhm.
Um, and I'm instead of cooking instead of frying them just like that, I cooked them in a heavy cream based sauce.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Um, I sauteed onions and peppers first, and then I added heavy cream and the gravy from the meatballs. Um,
Mhm.
and then I finished them off in the sauce. So yeah,
Finish
it
them off
came
in the
out
sauce.
really good.
I
And
bet it
speaking of
did.
sauce, my second thing was to your point about Monica Lewinsky. She missed an opportunity to make cum rags. Like, don't you think, honestly, now as a woman who is a proponent of fellatio, I
Mhm.
believe that there was a market there that she missed out on making it dainty. It could be something that you could carry in your pocketbook or in your pocket concealed and only
Mhm.
bring out when necessary, but not having to wait for him to bring it to you or to use one of his old
Mhm.
socks. You have your own right there for the
Yeah,
convenience
little
and
jizz catcher.
like just something that you could
Something,
stow
something
right
that,
back away and
something
take
that
home and
that
clean.
hooks over your ears and goes right below your chin, and it just catches anything that
But you got to be
slides through.
careful.
Yeah.
But you know what? You got to be careful in
And then you can fold it up,
today's
put it in
time.
your purse, or dispose. Yeah, she missed the
Yeah,
opportunity.
but
She
you
didn't
got
have
to be
much
careful with
religion.
that because now you have very, very sneaky people. If they did that, you got a lot of women that would take that and they would probably use that to impregnate themselves.
Well, that's today's terms, but that's why you got the Drake
Yeah.
situation, right? Like my thinking of it is I don't want to say the cum catcher, but the jizz cup, right? Hooks over the ears, goes under the chin. Whatever you do, just slides down. You can throw it
Nut
away.
napkins.
Funny as fuck. Like inside the bottom of that thing, as soon as the jizz hits it, it just gets shot with Tabasco or something like that, right? Chemical reaction mixes with it and makes it unusable for any nefarious purposes. Something.
You heard of
And
saran wrap? We got sperm wrap.
well, we just need to make it antimicrobial and
Yep.
highly
Yeah,
absolve or
Hypoallergenic.
yeah,
yeah.
well, yeah, that
Super
too.
absorbent.
Absorbent, yeah. It has to be absorbent, so the person who releases doesn't have to worry about what Malika mentioned.
Mhm.
We
You know, we got to have a lot of, when you
gotta be.
market stuff, you got to have a lot of beta testing.
That's correct.
Yeah.
And
That's
she
right.
really missed the opportunity because she would have even had a lot of people willing to sign up to participate to help her create something
Mhm.
at that time. She missed the boat.
And especially at that time where how the way, I mean, we were open with sex at that time in the late, almost going into the mid 90s, but it wasn't as well. First of all, we didn't have the internet as crazy as it is now, where, like how you said, she could have benefited and possibly made a mint off of something that could have spring loaded into something bigger and more useful in today's time. You're right.
Yeah,
Hmm.
I mean, look, it's obvious she played it wrong because of everybody who's gotten famous off of doing fellatio, she's the only one that still ain't around.
Okay.
Hmm.
I mean, Kim Kardashian is famous for doing just that
Okay.
with somebody who was the second tier to a singer, a notable singer, a brother. Like, come on, man.
Hmm.
Kim Kardashian, whole career. The only reason I know about that chick is because of hearing about that Ray J video. She got a whole career off of that shit and having a booty.
She did
So,
have one back then.
and then most recently, the Hawk Tua girl. What is she famous for? Telling you how to what you supposed to do on it. Like, come on, man. This shit is so.
I gotta give it to her though. She named her podcast "Talk to Her."
Did she got a podcast now?
She has
Get
a
the fuck out.
podcast. Yes.
Oh my God.
And I bet she got more subs than me.
Yeah, but you know they're fly by night. You
Yeah,
know,
yeah.
they're
Look
not
at
really paying attention.
bullshit. It don't matter. Look
I
at
was
look
thinking
at
about her too.
studio talking about
Like,
Superhead.
yeah,
Yeah, Corinne
Yeah.
Steffens. Yeah.
yeah.
Should have called her Corinne Stuffins. All she did was get famous for tucking it in, making the list and telling everybody. See, you should have flipped it differently and not told everybody, motherfucker. Could have used them to help you have your career. Like, I ain't mentioned your name, but if you give me like 30 mil, I can get this television show off the ground and I'll never mention you at all. No, she just wanted to put out a book and name everybody so everybody can be impressed with who dick she got to suck. Look, an open mouth will find a dick willing to go in there. Just saying. And I think people in prison would agree.
Ask Diddy.
Yeah, exactly. You got the joke.
That's crazy.
As Diddy. Probably wide open for that shit. Wide
Good
open.
one. Good one. Good one.
Wide open. That's the other thing I don't give a shit about. If he gay, he's fucking gay. I don't give a shit. So
Right.
what? Like, only person that's making fun of that shit is 50 Cent. Either way, it don't matter. Like, either way, it don't matter. I'm trying to find out the actual criminal shit that was done.
Mhm.
Was he responsible for all these rappers underneath him that got deleted?
That's the
I'd be
biggest
interested to find out that. It's not one of the charges, I don't think, but I'd be interested to find that out. And I want to hear about this trafficking shit, how this shit work. Because as far as I know, these people was professionals. So they flew out for a meeting, for a business arrangement. So I'm really curious how this shit is shaking
work.
out. Yeah, it's actually work.
If they claim it on their taxes as work.
They pay taxes. It's
Consulting.
probably cash service. Yeah, it's cash service. So beyond that, the whole drugging of people, I'm like, dude, they in LA. As far as I know, anybody who's having sex for work takes drugs. You ain't got to push it on them. Porn stars, amateur porn stars, everybody. So that still ain't surprising either. What is the actual shit that we got the FBI running in there for? So don't tell me they showed up to confiscate his baby oil.
Can I chime in for being a person that was on both sides of the law?
Go ahead.
Being a person that locked people up and being a person that got locked up. What is happening is they're going to throw everything on the wall to see what's going to stick. Now, when it gets out to the public eye, this is where the sensationalism comes, right? No pun intended, sticking on the wall. Anything sticking or that
Okay.
has any substance. Sorry about
We're grown ups. We're grown ups.
But this is all a lot of this is because since he's a celebrity, and since a lot of what he has done for the past 30 years has been like, rumor mill, and his sexual exploits have been something of like, wow, this and that. That's why they're putting that there. But now they're saying the sexual trafficking is a big thing because, okay, R. Kelly last year just got locked up. So now they're trying to do that. And also you have to understand too, you got two black men. They love to still paint that Birth of a Nation picture of black men that are savages. Black men are this or that. Even though that Diddy, well, here's what that adds even more salt to the wound of the savagery. You could see the film of Diddy beating up Cassie. So it paints him even more of a light of being a savage. Now,
yeah, but they ain't charging them for that shit, are they?
exactly. That's
What does it matter?
That's just the key in the coffin that help push the charges even more, because now if they didn't have if Cassie didn't come out for it, and then that film didn't surface, it still would be a lot of mess coming around. It still would have been like he still would have been chilling and doing his thing. But
Keep talking. I got something real quick. I'll be right back. Just keep talking, you guys.
I think that's one of the biggest things that's there. I remember, if a guy just had if I locked a guy up and he just had a drug charge, right? And depending on the amount of drugs and depending on amount it was, but if it was something big, the lawyer is going to say, okay, we're going to try to get this, get this, get that, get this, and they're going to put a litany of things when they're going to see what's going to stick. When they go to court, they're going to say, okay, we're going to throw this out, throw this out, throw that out, throw this out, throw that. And that's what they do. But for him, he's a celebrity. So the sex trafficking is the big thing. And like how you said, a RICO case. And, like Angry Man said, RICO case, you got to have a bunch of people with you. Who else are they going to put on there? Who else helped traffic these women? Who else brought them in? There are a lot of other people that are in there with them. I believe one of the people that helped bring some of the women in them were some of the women that he had abused, some of the people that he dealt with. But I mean, we got to see what's going to happen when it comes. No pun intended. But I mean, it's and here's another pun. It's a sticky situation. What you got to say, Toya? Hello, Toya.
Sorry, I was talking to my grandmother.
Oh,
Yeah, 1 second.
we talking to. Can your grandmama hear us?
No, I have headphones on, but I muted myself so that you wouldn't hear what I was saying to her.
Okay. Please don't let grandma know how we talking.
Nana don't be paying me no mind.
Sorry, Miss Nana. We just talking ignorant stuff over here. Don't pay attention to us.
No, what was the last thing you said? I missed it.
I said, a lot of this charge, the charges that they're saying, the RICO charge, and the sex trafficking. Angry Man said this. Another thing that's a big thing when you're talking about RICO charges. This is something where you have to have other co-conspirators with. And
Right.
I said, I believe some of his co-conspirators are some of the women that did the stuff with him. One is not with us,
Right.
and one is that dropped the boom on him. And also a bunch of other people that are in the industry with him. Let me tell you something. Sean Combs is a good marketer, but he is not that smart to create a whole sex ring that he could traffic a bunch of people around the world. No, he has to have a bunch of other people. He had the power and the money and the fame, but he did not have a bunch of people. It's not like he's like a supervillain, he's like Diddy Man. I'm the supervillain and I concocted this whole thing. No.
Well, no, but like you were saying before, he has none of this gets done without women.
Hmm.
No.
Exactly.
So that, and I think that it's not even women that we know necessarily, the
Mhm.
women who are really in charge of making sure this all goes off without a hitch. And obviously he's being made an example of.
Exactly.
The scarier part is the how deep this really does go and how much of a syndicate is involved.
Mhm.
Syndicate. Only thing that's involved in this is people he knew. The whole reason that they're trying to do the whole RICO thing is to grab other people.
Mhm.
Like you were
I agree.
pointing out, trust about all the politicians and stuff that were stepping down and whatnot
Hmm.
when he got caught up. That's all it is. It's about scaring and grabbing some other people.
Right.
Now, predominantly, I'm thinking most of them will be a lot of black men.
Mhm.
This will be Me Too for black folks only, for black men only. or predominantly, I should say, because one of them dudes on there wasn't black at all on that list. But the rest of the stuff I've been hearing about these other people who stepped down and got connections to him, it's all political figures and shit like that.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
That's all it is. So for me, I'm looking at it as this is your black only, members only, me too. Behind sex allegations, because sex allegations is the only thing that seem to get people kicked out of office.
Uh-huh.
They can do all kind of shit, kill people and everything else, but stay in the right side and nobody say anything about it. But you black dudes, you gonna go down like the motherfuckers that was in, what was it, Tennessee or whatever, with the one little white girl cop who was fucking everybody.
Oh, yeah. I remember that.
Lost her job and then got paid by the fucking county. Oh, they used me. They made me do this. Like, no, you didn't, bitch. You was married. Anybody used you, your husband did. You wanted to fuck these people. No, I was a victim. Pay her some money and let her go away. Man, fuck that. Humbly looking chick.
But remember, one of the biggest co-conspirators was Jeffrey Epstein's girlfriend when he was doing it.
And she didn't even get any time, if I remember correctly.
No, she's still in prison.
Did she?
She's still locked up. She's still locked up.
Probably some Fed time shit.
Yes, she is. Because she had got locked up the first time, but then she made bail. But then she had got locked up again, and they denied her bail because they did not. Same thing with Diddy. It's a flight risk because they wanted.
She's not an American. Yeah, I don't think she was an American.
No,
I thought she was French or some shit like that.
She's British.
Brit.
But I think she has dual citizenship. She has dual citizenship here and in Britain. But
she is French.
She is French.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thank you.
But she and her family has money, and they were going to try to get her out. They're like, nope, and they kept her in prison. And when she did the Fed hearing, they said, oh, and they got her up on the same thing: racketeering, prostitution. Not prostitution on her, but RICO stuff and all the other stuff, and they were bringing it down, and she got 30 or 40 years in Fed, and they shipped her out. And when they ship you out to do Fed time, yeah, you somewhere where you can't be seen, and you're going to do that time. And that was just something that was there, and I was like, okay. And that's when they realized, I said, okay, they got her. But the thing was, what got her was a lot of people came out and spoke out, and they said, no, she was grooming and getting young girls with Jeffrey, and also engaging in the same things that Jeffrey was doing.
But his studio said, yeah, she said the cops groomed her. No, the cops didn't fucking groom her ass. She was out there acting like a whole regular white chick hoe. That's what she was doing. And fucking her way up. And all it did was serve to do was take down a bunch of black dudes who let her suck their dick. Because some people can't keep a closed mouth. And somebody got pissed off because she said somebody's dick was bigger than the other one.
That was funny.
Yeah, that was a stupid ass case. Also proved the point that even a basic ass looking chick can get anything she wants.
Yeah.
And get paid for it. I don't know how that makes you feel, Toya.
It just makes me feel like I want y'all to, and I don't mean you to, but I want y'all to step your standards up, man. All of them cops could have done better. All of them.
Yeah. I don't think she was the prettiest girl in that town, but that was the one they had access to. Like I said, an open mouth will always find some fellatio to do.
I know, but it's like, dang, is there really a shortage of us who are actually good looking and enjoy doing that? Because
you know what I think? I don't even think it was just about the looks. It was just about, she's
willing to do it.
She's willing to do that.
Well, that's the part that Toya said was that
Yeah.
that are good looking and willing to do it. It's the willing to do part because obviously you'll see it that women have, especially in this day and age, because we talked about the Haktua girl. Women of this day and age don't have a problem with talking about actual oral sex. Actually doing it for a dude, I don't think they have a problem doing that shit. They just nowadays they'll tell any random fucking stranger about their technique and everything. Like, so what's the issue? Can't be that hard to find.
No pun intended.
I mean,
Even in a small town.
you got women walking around taking pictures with their mouths wide open with their tongue sticking out. So
Oh,
it's
look at
kind
it.
of like,
And that's what I always. You say the same thing I am. Every time I see a
Yeah.
picture with a chick with her tongue sticking out, like,
Yeah.
I'm like, why is this bitch sticking her tongue out in the picture? Oh, she like people thinking about putting stuff in her mouth. Gotcha.
Look at Meg Thee Stallion taking pictures with Kamala. I'm like,
I wouldn't know.
it's crazy. Like, there's no, like you said, there's no standards. There's no shame.
There's no shame. There's definitely a standard. It's just low as fuck.
And I'm like, what the hell? Like,
It finally came. I got my new stick.
hey.
Hey, not the stick you like though. This is my Mizrac. Got my new pool cue. I gotta test this bitch out. Sorry,
Very
it said it was supposed to come yesterday. It didn't show up yesterday. Then I looked at it today. Well, yesterday it was supposed to show up. It didn't show up. Said it would show up tomorrow. Okay. Woke up this morning, checked it. Not going to show up. It's not going to show up to the first. And I'm like, motherfucker. Like, okay, I'm still paying the same amount, so I'm not charging me anymore. I'm just waiting. And then it showed up today.
there you
So
go.
that's why I had to go get it off the porch. Like, yeah, I guess when I go get some groceries, I can stop by the little bar.
What are we getting at the grocery store?
Groceries. I have been a lazy fuck this weekend because I've been feeling fucking sick. So I have not left the house. Anything that I've eaten, I needed to go to the grocery store Friday. I didn't go because I was feeling tired. I came straight home. And since that day, I have only had food delivered. I have not left this bitch to do anything. I slept all Saturday. Like I was up late Friday to like about 3:00 watching movies and shit. And then I slept in on Saturday and I slept till about 4.
Excuse me.
Yeah, that's a long time for me. That's a way long time for me to sleep. And I woke up in between there sporadically because I got some new not tenants, but new people staying in the building and they loud as fuck with some dumbass music. I'm like, this is such a nice building that they moved in. Like, motherfucker. So I had been trying to sleep all Saturday and I slept until like 4. Then woke up for one of my Amazon packages to show up. But I haven't left. I haven't left the house at all. So I need to actually leave. I did want to go see Megapolis because it looks interesting. But I need to go get some damn groceries because I don't like ordering out when I can actually have time to be at home and cook. And I know I'm not going to get it this week because my week is stacked already. So I need to have some food here. I got to have some food in the house. So groceries, some meats, some salads, some veggies. I need some fruits. Some cheeses and bacon since I've left my shit in there for too long. I keep making shit go bad because I don't come back. Oh, these are your confessions.
I am reliant upon the Hormel bacon prepackaged, already cooked and cut up into bits. Because you know why? Because of exactly what you just said. You buy the pack, you open the pack, you don't cook the whole pack, the rest of it goes bad.
Yeah, I just threw out a whole pack of bacon this morning because I bought it a week or 2 ago. And I made 3-4 strips of bacon So maybe my time frame on how long it's been in there is off, but that shit was green and stuff. I was like, oh my God. I'm like, I'm wasting money.
Right.
My sliced cheese, my good cheese. It's like, man, is this good cheese or this just weak? I mean, this is a Ziploc. Shouldn't be going bad this quick. What the fuck? So yeah, I have to go get groceries because I had to throw out a bunch of shit that I just had sitting in there because I wasn't home cooking.
That happens with fruit and salads with me.
Yeah.
I hate that.
My bag of grapes, bad. My bacon,
Aw.
bad. And I wanted it this morning. Fucked up. Like cheese, my good pepper jack, like motherfucker. Like I gotta go replace stuff now. So me going to buy groceries is not so much to just buy groceries of stuff I want to eat this week. It's I gotta replace stuff that's gone bad.
Everything. Yeah.
Yeah, just because it was I mean a little bit open. I'm still
Aw.
trying to figure out the gone bad in the Ziploc bag. That's the part I'm trying to figure out still. Like there was no air in there, but it's cheese. It's a milk product. So fuck, so much for having a sandwich. So yeah, I gotta go replace shit basically.
Understood.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm proud that you got yourself some rest. That's something I like to hear you say because I know you don't really prioritize that.
I try to prioritize rest. I usually just don't get it. That's the
Yeah.
thing. My schedule is such that I will have a lot of late nights back to back. Like now I play League 3 times a week. And
Oh.
League is not close. So Monday and Tuesday, I'm in 2 separate cities
Mm.
after I've already left home for the day. So I don't even get home until late.
Mm-hmm.
I have my on-call days where I don't come home and I'm working late at night, right? Up early in the morning. So by the time I actually get home, Friday is the first day I know I'm going to be at home for any extended length of time. And I can actually wake up there the next morning and just rest. So it's just the way the schedule is working out right now. And that's fine. And I had to have things happen to get to this point where I have weekends off and I don't do anything for the weekend, which is a blessing. It's an improvement of me prioritizing myself and rest. But yeah,
Good
I
on
need to
you.
get more of it. Yeah, good on me. So I need to get more of it. What up, Ray? Rain Fire in the building.
Hello, everybody. You know, y'all was
What's
talking
up,
about
baby?
lower expectations and women with the tongues out. I had to.
Found the thing that worked for you, huh? One with a tongue out.
Oh yeah. But and to clarify earlier, when I said I had the jujube for Toya, it was. I mean, it's almost like an apple. It's like a pecan-sized apple. I'm talking about the fruit, not the candy. I was like, yeah.
Oh, I was thinking the candy.
Yeah, I was thinking of candy too. Shout
No.
out to the Trigger Man. I see BMT in the building. He said, "Good to come back home." I know you've been circling around, man. Look, I got on somebody's list. Motherfuckers don't like me now for some reason. I don't know what happened. Don't know what happened. Not spending a lot of time worrying about it, but folks was grown. So good to see you. Been looking for your ass on Division. You ain't showed up. But go ahead. What you got, Rain?
Oh, nothing. I was just gonna jump in and whatever y'all were talking about. But nah, I can say about my experience with my ex's daughter and the whole like tongue thing. We had like a whole car conversation because that was like just coming in, like while all the girls were taking pictures with the tongues out and all this other stuff. And so she was practicing like flicking her tongue out and stuff. And I'm like, what about that make you think it's appropriate to be doing that in front of me or anybody else, but especially for me, a grown man, you know, just sticking tongue out like that. So do you know what that means? Do you know what that suggests? It don't mean nothing. It's just something we I was like, no, it means something.
That means
It's
you don't
always
know.
something.
Yeah, that means you don't know. I was always one for telling my children, if you don't know what it means, you probably shouldn't be doing the shit. You need to understand what some of this stuff means while you're doing it. So you don't get the misconception that you're doing something that you don't approve of or that you don't agree with. Oh, we all just do it. No. Some people do it because they know what it means. Other people do it because they just want to copy the cool kids. Why are you doing it? What does it mean to do that? My ex-wife used to do that shit. And I just looked at it kind of odd because for the time that we was married, we took pictures. She never did that shit. And then after we divorced, she'd always take pictures and send me pictures with her tongue sticking out. And I'm like, that's a fucking insult as far as I'm concerned. The fuck you sticking your tongue out at me for? They're trying to be cute. Man, that ain't fucking cute. What's cute about that? Whatever the fuck. Whatever. But I see pictures of chicks like celebrities and shit like that. Like, are you advertising for a coochie licking? What are you doing? Like, I don't get it, dude. That's not cute. Are you trying to look like a little girl? You're not. You're grown. Why are you trying to look like a little girl? Somebody's fake fantasy? Yeah. Anyway, I don't know. There's a lot of weird shit in the world. I'll just say that. A lot of weird shit in the world. I got a big tip for it. Sorry. Uh-oh. He showed the fuck up. What's good, BMT?
Hey, what's going on?
Trigger man, where you been, man?
I was gone for a while. Traveled the world.
You been out there in the world, huh?
Yeah, I have it. Took one of my friends back home. Took him back to the DR. After that, had my redemption arc.
Yeah, redemption arc. You was on your journey.
Mm-hmm. Every man has every man will have that sometime. Whether they have something that they feel like they didn't do, or that they need to close to move on forward. I always encourage that. I got to go sit and watch a pool championship.
Nice.
Very worth it. Very much worth it. I don't know how the hell they shoot those trick shots like that, but they are either there's some strings or wire somewhere, but very,
Practice.
very.
It's just practice. It's just practice. You
know.
learn it and you practice it so you can perform it whenever you need to. That's all it is. Which is one of the things I like about it, is that you can learn how to do a lot of that shit. You don't take any special necessarily skill. You just have to learn how to do it and practice it repeatedly. That's it. It's like I played. Short story. I didn't play last week. Week before last, I played, and we're playing 9-ball. And I'm playing. It's actually weird. One of the teams that I'm on in Dixon, in 9-ball, that's the 8-ball team I'm on. The captains play 9-ball, but they're on a different team. So I was playing the captains of my 8-ball team. And it's a guy and his girlfriend. And I was playing his girlfriend. And during the game, he's actually teaching her how to find her angles and whatnot. Now, what he's teaching her, I thought was interesting because it's exactly what I do. I do it in my head to myself, right? He's teaching her on the table how you find your angles for certain shots and stuff like that. I split those angles and see those angles visually the whole time I'm playing. So how they relate to me is that, take your time with the shot and look for your shot. No, I already know my shot because I play pool like I play chess. 3 or 4 moves ahead. So I already saw the angle. I already saw the shot. All that part that you're teaching her, I've already done. I already did that part when I was a kid. So it's funny to see that. So you can learn how to do all this stuff. It's not an overly specialized skill. Anybody can learn how to do it. It's just math at the end of the day. But good to see you, man. You sound a little down.
No, it just I am worn out. I've been I've been running. I ran 2 clubs now. But in doing that, running clubs and different other things, I lost something. No, the money was okay, but I lost time with family,
Mhm.
lost time with myself. One of my partners, he passed away. Well, he was taken away. And I had a conversation meeting just last year, and I said, well, actually on the phone, we just had a conversation, and I think I'm giving up my portion, both of them. And they were like, well, we're making good money. I said, I can't get back time. I can't
Mhm.
get that back. Like, I now have gray hair. Like, I've never, like, my hair's now turning gray now. What the fuck? Like
Stress.
they're like, I'm like, I'm like, if I don't love what I'm like, if I don't love what I do, like, my kids are getting old now. Like, I done missed out on that. Like, like, my kids are now, like, they're off doing their own thing. Like, when I come
Mhm.
home now, they have house parties and everything else, and I'm like, I don't even like I'm sleeping at goddamn in the back room or other stuff. Not that I don't have the money, but I always tell men, don't let the money be your over priority. Like, it's good to make money, but don't let it become you. Then you lose oneself. And I wish I
Yeah.
would have. I do miss y'all. Sometimes if I get lucky, I might catch the replay of y'all video, and I'll play it, and I appreciate you. I never get to tell you guys how much I love you guys. You know what I'm saying? I never get to tell y'all that. And I think that's something that men should never be afraid of, is to tell each other, like, I appreciate you. I actually appreciate each other, you know. But I'm definitely here for the hero's journey. Um, so I did fall from grace, but
I appreciate you
now,
too. No Diddy.
the crazy thing about that. The crazy thing about that, bro. Malik, like, women can tell each other they love each other. Nobody bats an eye. But if a brother tells another brother, man, I love you, man. We have to make sure that like, you see how they put it now. Like, back then, it wasn't like that. Like, you could say, "Hey, bro, man, I love you, man." Like, you
Yeah.
know what I'm saying? But now it's like, God damn, bro, y'all fucked up. I had told it to a bunch of women on I say, like, I can't tell a man, like, damn, bro, that's a damn good suit. Shit, I like that smell, that oil, that cologne. And one of the girls was like, "Oh, Joe, you like men?" I said,
Mm.
I said, my granddaddy raised me. If you see a man with a damn good suit, or he put time into his hair, or the oils and the fragrance and stuff, you compliment that damn man because he put time into that. And she was like, "Yeah, but you know what I'm saying, that's men not supposed to say that. Why not? We supposed to tell it to a woman. So I can't tell another man how
No.
that's a good suit. You know what I'm saying?
No,
Go ahead.
because that's how the feminizing of the culture has twisted everything. That anything that a man does is open for ridicule or suspect in any kind of way. He can't be with his own homeboys, because if he with his own homeboys, he's secretly gay. He can't be close with them and have a close friend, because now y'all got to be gay. You can't say something like that about him, because he had to be gay, or say no Diddy now, right? Because everything has to be done under the auspices of not being something where women can just have that shit be said and nobody question it. They don't have to put any asterisks on it or nothing like that. It's just something that's said and just accepted. So it's you just understand where that shit came from. Um, I never believed in that shit. I have to say all of that stuff, and I hate, you know, misuse or overuse of certain words to just say something simple like, "Man, that dude got a nice suit on. Man, I love you, man. You my brother. You my homeboy. I got love for you." I don't need to say, "Oh, not in a gay way." No, I'll say that to be funny, but I don't have to say that shit for you to understand what that shit means. I never believed in that kind of crap, because love for a man ain't got shit to do with fucking sex at all.
Mm.
It ain't got shit to do with that. I love my children too. I don't have to say no Diddy.
No,
Fuck you.
it's so bad. I've heard a man, like, he was telling his son, "Man, I love you, son." No Diddy. I'm like, and I
It's a
said,
joke.
Carter. I no, 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 and I said, Carter,
Hmm.
that's your boy. He was like, man, I don't want him to be too soft. I said, Carter,
That's not gonna make them soft.
that's not gonna make him soft. That's gonna make him strong. That's gonna make him strong. Like y'all. I said, Carter, listen, I know you coming up in the world, but you need to start telling your boy you love him, man. Like that's gonna come back to reflect on. And I tell he was like, man, that and mom be saying other stuff. I said, no, we as men need to tell our young men that we love them.
I told my son that, like, I make a joke about it nowadays. That I told my son before that I would kiss my son until he got uncomfortable with me doing that, because I will still kiss him on his forehead. My son 30 goddamn years old, but that is my boy. I raised that boy. I seen that boy come out the womb, gave him his first bath, all, talking about the walk, ride his bike, all that shit, right? I love the hell out of that little man. He is a grown ass man with his own child right now. I still tell him to this day I love him. No questions about it, none of that. Because my view on it was I never wanted them to question that shit. They never had to question. My son, my daughter never have to question. They may not like it, but you never have to question. Love y'all. Love you to death. And I'll embarrass you about that shit. I will embarrass you about that shit. I ain't pulling no bird, man, kissing him on his fucking mouth and shit. No, that ain't.
That's that too much shit right there.
No. Like, but I will kiss him in the forehead because I made that fucking little head.
I think that happened to me. No, I agree with that, brother. Like that, like some of my stuff that I did, like working on buildings now. My son, he has his own little shit going on, and I'm like, you bring us honor, you make us proud.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? I said, he said he might go to California, and I said, I know exactly the man I might send you to. He's gonna be a rough teacher. If your ass go over there, I hope you put your ass to work and shit. But if I send my boy over there, and I say, if you want to kick his ass, if he get out of line, you know what I'm saying? But, like I said, I think you know what I'm saying. I was a little hurt with James when he passed away. One of the greatest black men in my eyes in history. I think he's played a lot of father roles.
Yep, James Earl Jones. Yep.
James has played a lot of father roles, like from Fences to Vader to Mufasa to goddamn Come to America.
Yeah, he's damn near the voice of fatherhood. Next to Lawrence Fishburne. No, I'm serious. Next to Lawrence Fishburne, he is like the voice of fatherhood.
Mm-hmm.
Like Denzel did a good scene in Fences, but you watch James Earl Jones do that scene in Fences, your ass feeling it too. Like, get over here where I call you. Like, God damn, okay. All right, Pop. Calm down, bro. I'm here. Let's not get the strap out.
He's trying to convey it. Mm-hmm. Like he's trying to convey a point. And I went to go rewatch the Broadway thing, and I'm like, I know everybody turns him into the bad guy, but there's a perspective that he's explaining that, oh my God, he's just so abusive. And I'm like, no, I'm not seeing it, man.
No, he wasn't.
No, that's abusive to a female because they can't imagine somebody talking to them like that. And that's modern sensibility females. Right. But it's not abusive in that way. A lot of things, this is why I say a lot of this overreaction shit comes from some people in our Generation X group, where that overreaction to everything is abuse is you not growing up and understanding what parenting actually is. Everything is not abuse. There was abuse. Everybody wasn't abused. And everything is not abuse. Discipline in and of itself is not abuse. So just because you think nobody's supposed to be raising a voice at you, that's abuse if you raise your voice. No, it's not. It means you're not fucking paying attention. And you would understand that if you ever work with fucking children. Because kids are loud. They are. And if you ever work with more than two of them at a time, you understand kids involved in play and fucking around and doing something they're not supposed to be doing, they can't fucking hear you. You will have to find your adult voice and speak to them. Same thing with grown folks. Dudes in prison don't listen all the time until somebody fucking yelling at their ass. But that's kind of the mentality that got them where they at too. It's just understanding human nature. Sometimes you need that shit. That's not necessarily abuse. It's not.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Can
I
I?
wasn't doing nothing. I wasn't doing nothing. Yeah, you were. You weren't fucking listening. Why do I have to yell at you to get you to listen? Clean out your fucking ears and pay attention. Oh, that language though, man. If you don't shut the fuck up,
Can I chime in on the fences of a character
yeah.
or the father?
Mm-hmm.
One thing that people are missing. Well, first of all, shout out to the late great August Wilson for penning and creating such an awesome play as among some of his great plays. Um, First of all, this is August Wilson, he knows how to write and transcend what Black culture is. And especially during the times when you're seeing Black culture in a working class area, especially where he's from in Pittsburgh, and that's where majority of his plays and his stories take place. That character is a working class man. That character is a man who's illiterate. That character is a man who was an ex Negro League baseball player. That is a man that works in a factory. My grandfather worked in a factory. He's a spot welder. And understanding that it's hard work from sun up to sundown. And he got with a woman and he had this baby. And he's also a man where you got to realize that he realizes he knows all he's doing is he's working for his family. And he feels to his point that he has failed because he wanted to be this baseball player, but he knew he could never make it. But then he's realized he's transcended to real life. He knows he's not the best person because he's cheating on his wife, Rose, whose Rose is a very loyal woman, takes care of him, takes care of his son. But he's a man which we all can relate to because he's not perfect, he's not an angel, but he's not a demon. He's human. And also he's a frail person. But when he's talking to his son, he's not being abusive. He's talking life into his son. He's telling his son, yo, this is a tough world out here. I don't do this stuff because I have to like you. I do this stuff for you because I'm your father and I want to. And this is what I have to do because I am your father. And this is what I'm supposed to do as a father. And he's being brutal and honest where you can understand it, how the way it is. He's not being lovey-dovey. He's not from the Dr. Spock generation, use your kind words. No, this is a man that came from the South, antebellum South. This is a man that struggled. This is a man that he's doing the best he can to have his family. He's a working class, poor Black man that has a family. And he's trying to tell his son, this ain't about like and love. This is about just duty. And sometimes duty is about not showing love. He's doing what he had to do. My grandparents weren't lovey-dovey people, but I saw my grandfather get up there and work. My grandmother raised 5 kids and raised me.
Preach.
It
Yeah.
wasn't like my grandmother. I remember I said one time, I said, Nana, how come you don't love me? She says, do you know I love you? Yeah, okay, then you know I love you. I don't always got to say it. It's kind of like in the way that the character in Fences was. Well, what I got to prove it to you? And this is the thing where we get caught up in with white folks. Oh, I got to say I love you. But no, we a different breed sometimes with Black folks. All this other stuff trying to tell you with this. No. Like Artisan said, I can show you more than I can tell you. And sometimes it's saying it ain't about saying, it's doing.
Yeah. Well, because I think in that part, what was his name? Terry, he was showing his son what duty and honor is. And it's actually interesting that his son went off to the military. He's showing him what duty and honor is. It's not about feelings. If it was about feelings, there's a lot of things he wouldn't have fucking done. Wouldn't have. So for me, I take the lessons from the past and mix it with what I know of the present to get to the future. Right. I know I love my children, and they should know because I've done all these things for them. I've sacrificed a lot in my own personal life for them. Some shit that I'm only doing now that I don't have children in my house, right?
Mhm.
But I also understand that for my growing up, it would have been nice to hear that shit too. It would have been nice to know it without question. I had an argument with my friend about that, about my mother loving me or not. I'm like, she don't love me. Not like that. She said, of course she does. Of course she don't. That's not a fucking of course. If you never said it, it don't actually exist. You got to speak life into shit, right?
Yep.
Okay, telling somebody you love them is speaking life into it. If you've never said it, it's not really true. Because all of that duty and honor stuff is all well and good. Yes, these things were done. Certain things were done, but I also paid into certain those things being done. Some of this is about just obligation. Okay, fine. Where does the obligation end, and where does the I actually give a fuck about your life come in? That's actually important. Kids need that part. That's what keeps some of us Gen Xers from going out there being fucking crazy when we get older, and the rest of us from needing fucking therapy. Because we were looking for that for people who could never give it to us. Because in fact, they actually never did. They only did it as a duty and obligation because they were required to. They were responsible for. That's what makes it so fucked up. That's why Gen Xers carry the angst that we carry, because we understood that these people did not care. They did not love us. They actually hated us in some ways.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they did the shit that they did. Left us in the situations they left us in, because they didn't give a fuck. They were doing the bare minimum. That's why we had to, some of us, be raised by our grandparents and shit. Because the parents didn't give a fuck. And we knew it, even as children. That's why we are the people that we are.
The latchkey.
Yeah, you can make jokes about it, like, oh, you latchkey generation, or the last generation to drink from the water hose. That was because we were left to our own fucking devices. We were also the generation that had to understand and figure out for ourselves what a goddamn pedophile was. What being kidnapped by adults was for children. Adam. We had to learn all of this shit ourselves.
We were the first generation that had faces on milk cartons.
Exactly. We had to learn that shit from experiences to understand this motherfucker was doing some shady shit. It's a perfect example of it in Vision Quest. If you watch the movie Vision Quest, you'll see a perfect example of it. This 18-year-old boy working at a hotel, dropping off his food to one of the people in the hotels, the guests in the hotel's room. He sees something that one of the guests in the hotel room is doing, and he's curious about it, and so I have to explain it to him. The dude tries to show him some of this shit, which is Tai Chi. The dude grabs his fucking junk. Why? Because he didn't know anything about a gay man. He didn't know anything about that shit, and the dude tried to put a move on him. The dude know he's a kid because he's working there. He didn't know how to respond to that shit, and the character talks about it when he leaves from work that day, talking to his other classmates. Like, yeah, dude tried to grab my junk. I said, what did you do? I said, I don't know. I never experienced that before. Exactly. That's where we were. Some of this shit was completely new, and we were there figuring out by ourselves. So I don't give people a shit so much when you didn't exactly get it right. Well, who was to tell you? Nobody. You had to figure it out for your fucking self.
Yeah. That's true.
And there's a lot of things that happen, especially in Black neighborhoods, when you're being raised by Black mothers or Black women. If you told somebody that grabbed your junk or did something sexually abusive,
better be able to prove it.
Yes.
It'll be a problem.
And especially if it was mama's boyfriend or if it was uncle somebody or somebody else. Oh.
That'd be one of those things that I hate nowadays, which is family secrets, because they never come out, and they're usually hidden by, I'm not saying it's to slander anybody, but it's usually hidden by the women in the family.
Exactly.
which don't do any good for any of the kids sitting there like, oh, this is my favorite uncle. Don't sit on his lap. Well, why not? Just don't because I said so. Take you 30 years to find
Like
out
I had a
that uncle did something to your mama, and that's why she don't want you to sit on his lap, but she ain't gonna tell you that shit.
they ain't gonna call it out, man.
Yeah,
They're not
leave
gonna
you at
call
a
it out.
disadvantage.
Like I said, like you know, the uncle, like we had an uncle, that used to walk us when we were kids. Yeah, he did crack, but he used to walk us to school, and you know what I'm saying. But always walked us, always got us there, always brought us back, all that. But one thing, if our other uncle Eddie used to come around, he never hesitated. He would be so quick to want to fight him, and but everybody demonized him.
Mm.
I'm like, we know still why those two always were about to fight. But like I said, I think one time Brittany, she was like, I don't want to go in the house no more. And the minute Simpson heard that shit, Simpson picked up a pipe, went in that house, started giving work to goddamn Eddie. Started giving work to Eddie until Grandma got there, and it's Simpson, get out, Simpson. Eddie all beat up. They had to take him to the hospital, and after that, he said, "This is the best I can do for her." And after that, nobody told the kids. Nobody told us what happened. Like I said, it was just so much shit that happened. Now that we're grown, I'm now one of the heads now. Now all the stories start coming out, but they can't hold back the truth. I don't, and I'm like, why do y'all wait so long for it to get this bad? But now she goddamn another Queen Latifah. This motherfucker right over here, we don't even know what's wrong with him. Goddamn Bridget's kids, we raising them now. Why do y'all wait so fucking long now for goddamn recession damage? Like, what the fuck? You know what I'm saying?
Because it's that accountability. It's that culpability and accountability.
Mm-hmm.
Accountability means you didn't do everything that you could, or you were not capable of protecting them damn children, or you knew it happened and you hid it from people.
You turn your head
and letting it perpetuate for another goddamn generation.
Mm-hmm.
You know they say you know their favorite line. You were too young to understand.
Bullshit.
They always say that was always something. You're too young to understand, Joe. Y'all too young to understand.
And I would say that's your fucking job as an adult to explain it to me so I do understand. Maybe your ass too young to understand and don't want to accept reality. This is what it is.
And you know what I would say?
Either give me the right idea or let me form the wrong one. But either way, I'm going to have an idea.
But you also could say this. You're too fucking lazy and selfish to even explain it to me.
That too. Because that's all that shit is.
But it's also rooted in the unwillingness to shine the mirror on yourself. Mm-hmm. Those very same women that you all are talking about are the very same women who have made questionable decisions that they do not want to be held accountable for. So if I hold you accountable for the things that I'm seeing and knowing that you're doing wrong, you can then turn it on me, and now I have to answer for the things that I don't want anybody to know about.
Right. It's like the whole idea with somebody, everybody standing in a circle smoking cigarettes or smoking weed or whatever. Who's the person in there that's in the group that says you shouldn't be doing this? Nobody. Why? Because nobody wants to turn that mirror on themselves. So now you are just all culpable and doing the same wrong shit together because nobody wants to, like Toya was just saying, turn the mirror on yourself and say, I don't want to be doing this shit. I really shouldn't be doing this shit.
Mm-hmm.
If you got tats and do drugs, you can't necessarily be mad at your kids for showing up one day with a tattoo and wanting to do drugs, can you? You can't have that more high ground on them. You don't. They know it. You can't say shit now. You got to accept it. No matter how much you like it or don't like it. Too fucking bad. Your daughter sleeping with some grown-ass man where you can't be mad about that shit if you was bringing somebody else's man around her while you was fucking them.
I done
Can't
I done
necessarily be
told that.
upset, can you? Can't say shit now, can you? No.
Art- I told Artisan. I said, one of my cousins. I was watching on social media. I don't have much. She was praising her daughter.
You ain't missing nothing.
She was praising her daughter for goddamn graduating college, right? And I said, man, look at it, we're rocking. I said, that's crazy. I said, so where's your son at? She was like, Joe, come on now. I said, where's your son? I said, your son, you passed him off to us. He's here at the house. He's been over here at my damn house for goddamn 5 years.
Threw that boy away.
So I'm like, granted, I get why he was angry that I had to go there. I understood why he was fighting and always getting angry for 2 days, that you have to turn on your phone and you see everybody getting ready for a celebration and you feel like, damn, I was exiled out of my house. Like, so they got the family, but he got the shaft.
Mm-hmm.
And he was, and I had to, and I kid you, I think, and I'm proud. I told my son I'm proud of him, because he said, Daddy, don't be mad. Kurt had one of your guns, but I got it out. I got it off of him. I said, Kurt, are you that angry? He said, they fucked me over. I don't want to be here no more. I said, Kurt, you're going to grow. You're going to go stronger past this. Be the better man. He said, I don't want to be the better man no more. I don't want none of that good shit. I want to be bad for once. I want my recompensation. He said, you taught me that, Uncle. A man's owed his due. I want my due. I couldn't argue with him, Artisan. I couldn't argue with him, but there was no lying what he said. There was no lying what he said. And I had to tell my cousin, if my son didn't stop that boy, y'all were gonna have some funerals. That boy's angry. Well, just take care of him. Take care of him. I'm like, no, let's not take care of him. Let's actually deal with this. You send somebody off for 5 years. You exiled him.
Yeah, he threw him away, and he knows it. Like America, we make our own enemies. We make our own time bombs by how we treat these people. The reason I'm never really rude to children and stuff like that, and I have more sympathy for children than I do for adults, is because children don't usually have choices. They're left in situations and they develop how they develop from that situation. Adults usually have choices, and they can make some fucked up ones that leave children at the whims of trying to figure out why the hell they made the decisions that they did. So I can't necessarily blame the kid for turning out fucked up, in a sense, if they were never showed a right way, or what people showed them was they asked to kiss. Can't necessarily be mad at them for that. It's a normal reaction to actually wanting something that you denied them, which is just a little bit of fucking love and care. Yeah, he angry. He probably got a right to be fucking angry. Look, my ex stepbrother has a lot of anger against his mother for doing exactly the same thing, sending his ass away to live with some family, sending a little blind Asian boy away from his family to grow up in LA and getting his ass kicked. He went through a lot of shit. He dislikes his mother for that reason. She cry about it now. Why? Oh, he don't love me. Well, he got a reason. But he's supposed to get over all that to make sure you feel like you wanted and loved right now when you didn't make him feel like he was wanted and loved. Look, you get what the fuck you get now. It ain't bad on him. Nah, he's supposed to overlook all that shit just because you want something now. Fuck all that. You had an opportunity and you didn't care. You got the right to be upset. What's up, Beast?
Right now. What's going on? I got a kid right now in my facility that going through that. He don't like his mom's, and he hates when she comes to visitation You know, and I've had a conversation because sometimes I'm in his unit a lot, and we've had that conversation. And, you know, he's like, man, I don't like my mom. So I'm like, why? He said, man, she come up here and try to pretend like she was this perfect parent to y'all, but he said, look at where I'm at. He said she's not. He said she's not. And so like, I remember he lost his shit during visitations one day. I had to pull him like, yo, what we doing, man? Like, no, don't do it. It's here. And, you know, they didn't had so many therapists, and you know, and so the kids they put him on status, which is because he keeps trying to do self harm and shit. So we gotta constantly search him, like, you know, the like our boss's boss was like, all right, we gonna do mandatory pat downs on this kid because he keep finding shit and he keep cutting himself. And so we keep because it's so much bullshit that he don't want that he at home that he gotta go through. I said, bro, you gotta. I said, man, how old are you? I think he like 16. I said, bro, look, you almost about it up. Start thinking about what you want to do to get the hell out of that situation.
Yeah.
When you go home, never be at home. Always be doing something. Try to do something because I understand you still young now. You still got to deal with your mom and your step pops and all this other stuff. But it's like you got to find something to do until it's time for you to go. You almost there. You just got to do 2 years. Go to school. But if she allow it, because according to you, she don't even allow you to go to school. Find a way to get to school. Do sports. Do something to get the fuck out of that situation.
Yeah, get yourself into some other activity, something. That's fucked up. This is like I'm saying. This is why I have sympathy for kids and not for adults. This is exactly why. This kind of shit right here.
And I tell them that I tell a lot of them that I said a lot of times y'all doing the shit that y'all do because y'all come from fucked up situations from your home, right? And be like, yeah. I'm like, so I'm a little more. I give y'all a little bit more grace as opposed to somebody who know. See, when you turn a certain age, okay, like you in your 20s, 30s, you cutting up, okay, that's on you. You know, but if you a teenager, you don't know shit. You don't know. You think you know about the world, yeah, because you know how to hit a lick and do some shit on the internet to steal somebody's shit, but you don't really know how the world works. You
know how to react to the world. You don't know how to actually maneuver in the world. You know how to react to the world because that's all you're actually doing. That's all you're actually doing. You're just reacting to the shit that's happening. You don't have any real control over the things that are happening. And the only way you do is by finally being able to be of your own person on your own and make your own fucking decisions. Then you start acting in the world for your own benefit and actually being an actor in the shit and not just a recipient of bullshit. This is another reason why I would never want to go back to being a teenager. Never. I never want to go back to being that damn young again, ever.
Right.
I don't. When I see people that do, oh yeah, I didn't have bills and I could go to all these parties and shit. Say, yeah, you was a spoiled kid. Fuck you. I'd never go back to that shit. Not never. I'd never wish for that shit. I didn't wish to be that shit when I was that age. I wanted to be fucking grown and away from all that young shit I had to deal with. Fuck you.
I was rushing.
Yeah.
I was rushing. Don't rush me on fuck that. I'd rather be this. I'd rather be that than this.
Yeah, I never wish to be a kid again. I may have wished to be 30, maybe 25. I ain't never wished to be a teenager all over again. Fuck you. That wasn't that. I had fun. It wasn't the worst thing in the world, but I still, from my experience, would never wish to go back. No, I'm not child thinking like that. Everything was better. I didn't have bills. I didn't have to pay things. Nah, I paid bills when I was a teenager. Dumb fucks. I had bills that I paid. Yes, I had a little job and shit, but I wouldn't go back to that shit. No, I wanted to be away. I just told you the couple of movies I was watching when I was a kid. Those movies was about grown people doing grown people shit. I wanted to be grown. I did not want to be a kid. No, that was good. I was over this shit. As a Gen Xer, you could say in some ways you didn't even have a childhood. Your childhood might have been for 2 years. Mm-hmm. The rest of that time, you was learning how to be a fucking adult and taking on adult responsibilities. You know, responsible for kids, cooking and cleaning, all that other shit. Yeah, that's who you were. Security, all that shit. Yeah, that's what you were doing. You weren't learning to be a kid or getting to just enjoy being a kid. You were learning to be a fucking adult before you even got to puberty. So, no, I wouldn't go backwards. It's not a fun trip. Fuck that.
Yeah,
But,
I would like to trade childhoods with some of these people who want to go back to their childhood, because I was a nerdy, overweight, redheaded stepchild. So I got it all with braces. I got it all. And it took what y'all were talking about earlier. Same thing with kind of with my cousins. You know, a lot of my aunts, for whatever reason, had like nervous breakdowns and stuff when they were like in their early 20s.
damn.
And so they had to, you know, so like two of my cousins especially, they had to live with grandma. Like even me, I had to go, you know, when my mom got divorced, I had to go live. We had to live with the grandparents for a little while till she got back on her feet. But my cousins, that was permanent. Because their mom, you know, she had that breakdown and, you know, she wasn't stable, so she could, you know. And so grandma and grandpa were mom and dad. They ain't never call them grandma and grandpa. It was mom and dad,
Yep.
you know, even, you know, for forever. And so, and you know, I was still good because I lived, you know, with my mom and later my stepdad and mom. So, you know, but to them, that was mom, dad. Mama was, she existed. They saw her, but she didn't have none of the motherly duties or anything.
Yeah, none of the
And
more responsibilities.
yeah. And so when we think of, you know, because even with me, I mean, when I had, you know, because, you know, back then, you know, like I said, Gen X, your folks will leave you with your grandparents and shit on the weekend when they want to have fun.
Mhm.
So, you know, it was strict.
Yeah,
It was
just
strict.
became,
It wasn't a lot of fun.
yeah, it just became an extended good time, right? You just know you
Yeah,
can just
but
be here with grandma all the time. Maybe I
yeah,
don't
because
want to be with grandma all the time. Yeah, I like her, you know, but I like my bedroom. I
and
like
Oh,
my
bro,
friends
grandma
man,
in
and
my
them
don't
will
neighborhood.
work for you.
Yeah, I like my friends in my
don't let
neighborhood.
them be deeply religious, or your ass is going to Bible study, church on Sunday, two
My
services.
cousins that I have a Christian upbringing because I stayed with my cousins. I went to school with them, but I also stayed with them for the whole school years. It was like going away to college, nigga, as a kid. That's why I had that Christian upbringing, because I was in their house all the time. I don't know what the fuck my mother was doing. I knew she was going to work, but I don't know anything else besides that. I know what she wasn't doing, though. She wasn't seeing my ass. So
I think
that's
I
why
think that's the thing about it. I think this is why I don't push too hard at some, like I got a 50 to 60% why I don't come too hard at the men when they start bringing up stuff like this, because I understand that I too originate from certain stories like this, so I understand it's like a reactor or like a dam. It's built up, and so can you be mad if the man now who was the boy starts to exert that of his feelings of, hey, y'all mad at me for talking like this, but y'all left me to my own design to be like this, or y'all shit my ass off, and now here I am. Now I'm back. Or you thought that villain arc wasn't gonna come back up sometime? You thought the Killmonger in me wasn't gonna come up sometime? Like, you got me fucked up, bitch. Like, I definitely hear. Well, you need to learn to forgive. Fuck forgiveness. Like
yeah.
that forgiveness shit. Like,
No, no,
like everybody. Like, no, man. Like
no.
this is why I don't come too hard at it. But I also tell the men, like, yo, we gotta find a way to move past this. Like, don't don't let the anger overly consume you. Because
Exactly.
even when they're gone, I don't want you still stuck in that. No, BMT, you don't get it. I do get it, bro. Like, I don't want you either locked up in the grave, like holding anger in you. That shit does something to your heart and your psyche where you just can't have happiness. Or the things that are in front of you, you can't learn to enjoy them. So
Yeah,
they're happy. They don't give a fuck about your misery. They'll live on. Oh, I don't know why he's angry. They don't give a shit.
right.
They really
You
don't
got
give a
no
shit.
reason to be angry.
Yeah, I don't know why he angry. He just tripping. Oh, he
Right.
Just,
No, and
all right.
and for someone that's first-hand experience, man, like I tell people that I tell them let it go, dog. I said, or either communicate that, say what you got to say, and move on, because I like from first-hand experience, mom died with some unresolved issues that me and her didn't get to work out.
Mhm.
And I gotta live with that because it was some shit that was not said and was not worked out. And I tell people, it ain't work. Say what you got to say now, because tomorrow ain't promised. Speak your piece, get it off your mind, get it off your chest. Try to work the shit out, and if it can't be worked out, just let it know. Hey, I did my best, and move on.
Yeah, I can say for me, the one thing that one of the reasons I got into psychology was learning about how to let shit go. Because people will tell you all the time, you got to let it go, but they don't teach you how to let it go. That's the other part about it. You have to have the techniques to learn how to let shit go. Yes, you should let it go because, like BMT is saying, it can hurt you. It does. It will hurt you psychologically holding on to all of that shit. Physically, it'll hurt you. Learning how to let that shit go is doing different things. One of the ways I learned to let that shit go is, one, speaking on it whenever the fuck I feel like speaking on it, and actually saying what the hell is on my mind, so it is not dwelling and taking up space there forever. No, speak on it. They don't have to like it. And that's one of the ways you understand that. What you say, what you have to say about what you have endured, they're not going to like. They're going to run from it like a roach with the light on. Understand that and accept it. And don't let it stop you from saying what the hell it is you got to say. The more uncomfortable they are about that shit, it's probably the more true it is. It's your experience. They can't deny you that. They can deny it that it happened, but you know your experience because you're the one who lived through it. And that's usually what I'm given. I'm given a survivor's report. This is what we went through. Where were you? Well, that didn't happen. Yes, the fuck it did. I know it happened because it happened to me. And you can't speak on this. And that usually ends up being, more impetus for disagreements than you would think it would be cause to come together and understand certain things, because people don't want to be held accountable for their shit or culpable for their parts in it. They don't. But it is what the fuck it is. I don't have a problem saying it. The more I say it, the less control it gives over me, the less hold it has on me. Letting it go is understanding at the same time as these people have put you in a situation that were fucked up. They were dumbass kids to begin with, and they didn't know any better. You can be mad about it, but you can't change it. This is how you move away from that shit. Understanding, getting to the point of understanding that who were they at this time? Were they somebody who was completely in control of their fucking faculties? You can look at their life choices from that point on and see if they got any better or any worse. These motherfuckers didn't know what the hell they was doing. That's why. Maybe I know a little bit better now than they did at that time. So I can let this shit go by looking at them and saying, oh, poor child, look at you. Your parent didn't actually care about you, so how could I expect you to care any more about me? You didn't know. You weren't taught that. I did learn it, and I will teach it to my children so they don't have to ask those fucking questions. That's what you didn't do. That's it. That's how you move on from that shit. You learn what the trigger is for you and how to turn that switch on and off when you fucking feel like it. And not whenever it just decides to pop up and rear its ugly head with you. Like I say, I keep my demons locked up in the corner. And I got the key. They don't. They don't get to have the key. I got the key. For that reason specifically. Beastly came back. We lost BMT. Go on, Beast. And condolences about your mom, as well as BMT condolences about your friend. Because don't think I missed that shit when you said it. I just didn't want to stifle your flow. My stepbrother had his mom die before he was able to fix things, and because of that, he reached out to me and others he had issues with. Yeah, I really learned that after my buddy Ron. And certain things, it's better if things are said so they don't have to be a question. Right. And I got to that because my kids were young and they really liked him, really close to him. And having to get my wife, my son, my daughter through this grieving process about somebody they really cared about. I mean, my wife cared enough about this man that she was going to give up her kidney for him.
Mm.
And not just talking about it, going through the testes and stuff like that to see about giving him a kidney. My daughter was broke up about it. And because I was the patriarch of my family, I had to get them through it. It wasn't enough. I didn't have time to just break down about this shit. I had to figure it out, process what I was going through with it, and help my children and wife through this shit. That's what I got to. And one of the things I got to was understanding that they knew and I knew he cared and loved us because it was said and shown. It wasn't just shown, it was said. And because it was said, there was no need for any regret when he passed because everything was out there on the floor. It was known. It was a known thing. So there is no regret to be had in that situation. And that's what I felt. I didn't feel any regret for any of that shit. I just felt regret that his body could not go on further. That's the only thing I felt bad for. But I didn't feel regret about the friendship or something that was left unsaid. None of that shit. No. Because it was all out there. And he lived that way as well. So it was never a question. Never a question. So when I tell folks like this, even here online, if I appreciate you like a brother or stuff like that, understand that's the outgrowth of that. I'm not bullshitting. I am a Scorpio to the heart. I do not make false platitudes and give false compliments. If I give you a compliment, I call you brother, I see you as a friend. That's the fuck I see you as. And that's why I will tell you that shit. So you know it. It's never a question. If I never turned on a camera again in life, you would know that shit from me. Plain and simple. You would know what it meant. Didn't take that shit lightly. So, Andre said my demons are the same corner as my stem cape. Bullshit, you ain't old enough yet. I'm fucking with you. I can't say what one man is or isn't. I just know there's some shit still there. You still got your sim cape. You might have got a Robin cape. It might not be a Superman cape anymore. You might still got a little Robin cape because you're still dealing with some of that other shit too.
Mm-hmm.
But every man has to conquer his own demons. I shouldn't even say just man, but every person, male or female, has to conquer their own demons. And you will have them just growing up. Even if your childhood was perfect, you know, you never had to struggle, never have to worry about a meal, none of that other shit. You will still have your own fucking demons from having shit be too goddamn perfect. You will wonder about how you will actually deal with a hardship if you could handle a hardship. That's just the human condition. That is the journey. Whatever you're deficient in is what's going to be the challenge for you. And if, I was grown with a lot of love and all the rest of that shit, but yeah, but you know, why did they give you all that shit? You ain't never had a struggle. So what do you know about real struggle? What do you know about it? What do you know about people who actually have it tough? How do you deal with that when you run into it? My parents never yelled at each other. That's awesome. When you start dating and you deal with some dude that start yelling at your ass and swing on you, are you going to be in shock?
No.
Or are you going to know how to handle that shit? Chances are you won't know how to handle it. You can go through this whole process of learning some of the shit you had no experience with, because that's just life. And that is now your fucking journey. Never seen drugs, never had it around you. None of that shit. Everybody talked in soft tones and had parties and shit like that. Well, yeah, some people that hate shit like that. Dislike your ass because you ain't even had no problems like them. Will hate you forever. I don't know why this bitch don't like me. Because you ain't lived her life. And she ain't lived yours. She wished to have your life and never got it. You have your life and don't appreciate it. She hates you. It's just what it is.
Oh my God.
That's so stupid. It is what the fuck it is. It's people.
Because I see this shit in real time. One resident hating on this other resident, like, man, why the fuck you even out here in these streets, man? Where you come from, bro? That's his journey. that ain't nothing for you to worry about. You on your path, they on this path. Ain't no sense in hating on, ain't no sense in hating on the next man.
There's a whole kid that I used to have in my community center who died in the streets. And he is not revered because he died in the streets. It's looked at as a tragic tale. Reason being, he is from a good family with money, had a house, and all the rest of that shit. And he didn't need to be out there in them goddamn streets. But he wanted to because he wanted to fit in. Because he felt some kind of way from coming from a different background. So he wanted to be down with those folks. So he got down way low, 6 feet. He looked like a dumbass. To anybody else looking at him, he looked like a fucking dumbass because he squandered the shit all the rest of them would have wanted. He squandered it. You had a whole leg up, you dumb fuck. Fuck you out here for? That's why they always bullied him and shit like that. They didn't understand why the fuck he was out there. They didn't think he needed to be out there. He just thought it was him trying to get down, prove that he could be out there. You fucking idiot. We told him, they told him. He didn't listen to neither one of us. Okay. Now you got out there. Where'd it get you? Sadness, dude. It's just pitiful. That's why I said my city, it's called the city of pride and purpose. It eats pride and despises your purpose. Destroys purpose on purpose. You feel like you got a purpose and you want to get away from there and do something good with your life, they will try to destroy your ass for that shit. They take pride in you not having a purpose. They don't want you to think you better than them. It's a crazy world. Crazy world. But it's still spinning. Still spinning regardless. It's still spinning.
Without you.
With or without you, understanding, liking it, loving it, don't matter. That's why I focus on at least telling people what your dreams are, make your dreams what you want. Try to fulfill those dreams and stay away from the people who don't believe in that shit. Now, truth be said, the story I just told about the kid that got killed in the streets, it could have been his dream to be a street nigga. Could have been. And he fulfilled his dream, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
But was it a dream worth having? Was it a positive dream?
What experience?
It wasn't. That's where I make the difference. Yeah, everybody got dreams. But some of those will lead you in a way that you want to go in. That could be positive and beneficial for you. Some of them don't. Try to pick the positive ones. That'll probably turn out a little bit better for you. So, I'm sure some people will say this and like, when is this going to even talk about the geek stuff? This is geek shit, motherfucker. It's called life.
This is part of the hero's journey.
This is part of the hero's journey. The hero's journey ain't all about sunshine and rainbows and skipping through the tulips with the fucking unicorns. That ain't it. Sometimes you go through the hell. You bog down in the mire and the muck. You feel with the sorrow and the pain of your journey. You have to find a reason to pull yourself through that shit and get to the field with the tulips and the unicorns and shit like that. That is the journey.
Most heroes' journeys are born in tragedy anyway.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Yeah, I knew it. Okay, go ahead.
What was that?
No, I was going to say I knew a guy kind of like the guy you were just talking about with the dreams of street life and whatever. had no business even wanting it. One of my ex's cousins was like that. All right, first time I met this dude, he gonna get in my car because you know her whole family huge and they want to meet the new guy dating. And dude sitting in my passenger seat gonna pull the gun out and go, "You better do right by my cousin, you know what's gonna happen to you." I just had to look over at him. You know, he's younger than me. I was like, "If you're not gonna use it,
Put that shit away.
you need to put it up." I ain't my first time seeing a gun. You know, I guess whatever. I got in his good graces out there or whatever. But the point being, this dude, I come to find out this guy, his parents actually had a little money. And he had to be nowhere near street stuff at all. His dad was retired from the military. His mama made some money. So they were the rich part of the family. And I'm like, why is he doing all this? So then eventually, you know, and I found out his parents would give him, he dropped out of school, everything. His parents would give him a $900 a month allowance.
Sound like an old Papa Doc motherfucker. Old Papa Doc nigga.
Yeah, and I'm sitting there like,
Man's parents got a real good marriage.
like I'm making like $1,400-$1,500 a month working, and this dude getting $900 a month allowance to pit. I'm like, why would you? So then he started trying to sell drugs, and he was horrible at it. I ain't never. You ever had a weed man come up to you and ask you for $300 for some cigarettes, and he a weed man? I mean, not $3. I'm sorry, $3 for some cigarettes. Fuck, and he a weed man. I'm like, how can you not sell weed? I'm like, it sells itself pretty much around here. I'm like, what?
That's what I heard.
You know,
That's
you ain't
what I
got
heard.
$3. You know,
All they gotta know is you got it. As long as we know you got it,
yeah,
you gonna have customers.
exactly in the hood. And I'm just like, you asking me for $3. I'm like, and then like this, I saw him again. This nut got a black teardrop up under his eye.
Oh Lord.
And when asked about it, he was like, "Well, no, I ain't killed nobody else, but you know, I kill myself on the inside every day."
Nigga,
So I'm like,
Bro.
what
Nigga,
the
it is not metaphorical. Okay.
Thank you.
Oh my God. dude.
Thank
As
you.
someone that has done game training and all this other shit on my
Yeah.
own, that is not some shit you need to be tattooing on your face.
Yeah,
got that right.
like I said, he worshiped this lifestyle, and so eventually, you know, he out the house. He, you know, even his parents still giving him money, even though he running the streets. He done picked up a baby mama. He doing all this stuff, and eventually he messed around in the streets until he shot somebody,
You got the Pookie
and
Starter
then he
kit.
went to prison.
Exactly.
And so, you know, he want people to feel sorry about him when he was in prison. Like, y'all don't go visit me. Y'all don't put nothing on my bush. Y'all don't. It's like, dude, you ain't never even had to be there. I was like, your check was what a lot of people start. Your allowance is what a lot of people started off making back in the day when I first started working. And I'm like, and you could have, you know, got a job, did anything other than running around the streets because you thought it was cool. Like, you ain't had to be nowhere near none of that stuff. And it pissed me off a lot, really. But I was just like, you're just too stupid to do right.
That's the thing
Yep.
that a lot of times they don't realize that shit. They don't realize it. They don't. What you idolizing is bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
Because the people you idolizing, if they had your hand, they would never have played theirs.
Exactly.
Never. Like, that is not a fucking game with that shit.
That's my younger cousin. He did 4 acts with a toy gun. Thought this shit was a game. Thought he was gonna get off because they used a toy gun. Remember that I said they was trying to give him 15 years. He came out when they finally let him out or bonded out. He told us that after this shit was all settled, he told them they were trying to give him 30.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Crying on the phone, crying to us, hit my uncle and me. I said, "Stop fucking crying. Is that phone in the middle of that in the middle of that room?" Like, yeah. I said, "Get off that goddamn phone and stop crying to us. It don't look right. It don't look right." He said he was fighting every day. I said, "Yeah, your little small, high yellow ass. Yeah, you supposed to be fighting every day. Because I told you, you ain't built like that. You out here thinking you tough, trying to be gangster, thinking, and now the people that proclaim to have his back don't even have his back because the way the trial went, they thinking he snitched.
Mm.
I said, nigga, you didn't snitch. You told them what you did, and you had an attorney that you paid for. Them motherfuckers didn't. So don't get mad because your attorney got you basically probation for a long ass time, and they sitting in the cell. They signed. You didn't. You chose to fight that shit down. But you out here and then you realize, talking to my other people, my friend, he said me. Oh, now he want to listen to me when the main motherfucker he was cursing out. Now you want to listen to me. You see, I had your back and was willing to help you out more than sometimes either than your own father and your brother will. Now you wanted my help. I'm like, okay, but we're gonna do this shit my way now, and you gonna listen to me. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Because your way is what got you in your shit. You gonna listen to me now, or do I gotta put my foot in your ass again? Because that situation happened as soon as he came home. Because I had enough of that shit where I had to put my foot in his ass.
Yeah, see, that's the point. I remember my 30s where I was really trying to help a lot of people. Right. I remember in my 30s when I was really trying to help a lot of people set right a lot of stuff that had been set wrong with them from their childhood and whatever kind of bullshit mentors they had. I really tried to help people a lot. And then I finally got to the point of understanding I am not responsible for raising these motherfuckers. I didn't raise them. They can turn around and hate me every which way from Sunday. They can sit there and spit on my name and disrespect me because I'm there trying to help them. I don't owe them that shit. And they probably don't deserve it. So they don't have to do it my way. Do it whatever the fuck way you want to. But your choices, the way you want to do it, got you to where you were. And mine got me to where I am. If I'm deciding to reach back and try to help you, you should understand what that actually means. And if you don't, time will show you. So I'm good for sitting back and being patient. And I'll be that old nigga sitting on the side of the road with some whiskey and a cigar. Ready to listen now? You do? Maybe. Okay, we'll wait. We'll wait.
I'm just now
Time
coming
long,
to that.
Memory is too. So fuck it.
I'm just now coming to that realization. You know what? I don't have to. I'm not responsible for anything.
No. I had to tell my son that at one point when these people was trying to throw their daughter off on him to finish raising. I had to tell my son that shit. Yeah, I know you love her and stuff, son, but it ain't your job to be raising no fucking kid. She is their child. They have not done their job. And I'm telling you that as your parent. No, it's not your job to be raising her. They trying to give all these responsibilities to you for their child. They fuck up? No, that's their job to be raising her. And you might have to let her ass go so they can finish doing their goddamn job because it's not yours. So you the age, and this happened when my son was like 18, his girlfriend. It was like, what, 15 or something like that? No.
What?
No.
Get the hell out of here.
No, they trying to give him all these abilities and stuff. He could do this. No, son, no. Hell no.
Right then,
She's
a nice girl. She's a nice girl and all the rest of that shit. I don't think he was 18. He was probably like 17 or something, right? But I told him no. She's a nice girl and ain't your job to be fucking raising her. And by you leaving, this goes back to Vision Quest again. By you leaving, it'll probably be the impetus for her to start growing up on her fucking own. Because it's not your job to be raising her. They just trying to throw her off on somebody. Fuck that. You ain't gonna make a mess and then think somebody else is supposed to be cleaning it up. No, it don't work. I've been there trying to raise somebody's fucked up daughter multiple fucking times. And you know, it ain't working for me. That ain't working for me at all.
Being a father there to point that out to your son. A lot of us didn't have that. A lot of us brothers didn't have that. A lot of times, and this is not a black or white man. This is just a man matter, especially in today's time, but definitely in Gen X time. You got a lot of boomer parents just wanting to push their kids off onto somebody. Oh, I ain't got to deal with her. Okay, and here's the problem. I say you don't even know how to take care of yourself.
Exactly.
I said, and no, and wait a minute, wait a minute, wait. First of all, it's those parents are supposed, even if they were to get married, it's those parents' job to make sure that she knows her role to be a wife and a mother. It's not that you taking, oh, my man got to take care of me how the way my daddy did all. Get the fuck out of here. No,
Yeah,
you know
that's what
you're
it turns
supposed to.
into.
Uh-uh. If you working and busting your ass coming home and she's sitting there, what we gonna eat, huh?
Mhm.
You looking around and there are loads of laundry down here, and you doing stuff. You clean, she sleep. Come on, can you get up? I don't feel like it. What the hell? And then you
No.
have an argument with her and all this other stuff, and her father coming up. Well, you know you supposed get the absolute fuck out of here.
It's that that so-called second shift shit that they talk about, that they said that the women had to do. Oh, the women got to go to work and then come home and start their second shift by taking care of. I said,
No,
I've been.
that's your job.
I
As an
was
adult,
like,
that's not your shift. That's your job.
that's what
I
I
don't
said. I
see,
said,
yeah, I don't see me cleaning my fucking house as another job. No, it's what I do as an adult because I actually own some shit. This is my place. I will clean my place because I like my environment clean. Plain and simple. It's not a job. It don't matter if I got a wife or a girlfriend or some shit like that. If she making a mess in this bitch, she gonna be cleaning it up
Mhm.
because I'm not cleaning up after her ass. And pussy ain't a requirement for that. Like, oh, well, I gave him some so he can clean up after me. No, bitch. No. This is still my spot. Clean up after your damn self. No. Uh-uh. That's the shit that people get twisted and want to turn everything into a chore that is involved with men. If it's a chore, you don't really like these motherfuckers. Like going back to the night shift movie, his fiance, the woman he wanted to marry, he was pumping up her ego to tell her how much how much he loved her and everything else. She didn't want to fuck that dude for nothing. All the excuses she was given, I just said she just don't like that dude.
Mm-hmm.
She just don't like him because nobody gives you all those stipulations if they like you.
mm-hmm.
Tell somebody else before, and this is true. The first thing women give you is the first thing they'll take away from you. They'll give you sex easy up front. First thing they want to take away from you when they don't like your ass is sex. So, no, she don't want to fuck you. She don't like you. She obviously don't like you. So you might as well cut your losses and move the fuck on. Because ain't nothing else going to be happening but you being disappointed and frustrated.
It is not your job to make her like you.
No, it ain't really your job to make her fucking whole.
Mm-hmm.
She can't make you whole. She can't.
It's not your job to make her happy either.
Well, no, it's not.
Happiness is an internal thing.
Happiness is internal, and I've had this conversation with a female I was dating before too.
Me too.
It's like, I can't make you happy. Don't you want to make me happy? I cannot make you happy. I said I can put you in an environment where happy things are happening and where you can have a good time. But if you are dead set on not enjoying that shit, you won't, because that's internal. Happiness is how you feel about yourself in the world and what's happening around you. If you don't want to feel that shit, I can't make you do it because I'm not in control of your fucking feelings. And it's easy to prove that shit any day of the week. Any of you dealing with some chick right now and she think you're responsible for making her happy or any of this other shit. You made me such and such. I get problems because I check people on that shit like, you made me. I don't make you anything.
Mm-hmm.
I can make you some eggs. I can make you some breakfast in the morning or some coffee. I can't make your feelings. I'm not in control of those. You're supposed to be. Answering this shit. When you had an argument with her, said, okay, if I can make you anything, why can't I make you fucking quiet right now? Why can't I make you not have this fucking stupid argument? This is what makes me real fun in a relationship. Because these fucking arguments get deaded. I get to the point where I'm not wanting to have these arguments, and I can get real robotic and real cut and dry on this shit and point out the fallacy of this shit that I might have let slide for a while, and now the door is shut and you shall not pass. This is what it is. Well, you're just so intractable. What, I'm supposed to be bending over for this? No, man. Look, stop talking to me dumb. I thought you were a lot smarter than this. No. Some of this shit is all under your control. I can put you in a situation to be happy. I cannot make you happy. I can do things that I think should make you happy. Like, I don't know, flowers. But if you're not into fucking flowers, it's not going to make you anything. You choose that disposition. I don't. Otherwise, I'd make your ass happy and horny every fucking day. And that's not happening. So obviously, I don't have that kind of control over you. You should just slap the shit out of him. Who said that shit? Andre?
Oh, I was talking to Rainfire when he was talking.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. No. Never slap a man with a gun. But he did pull that shit out that you were supposed to be afraid. And that was like, man, get that shit out. Put that shit away.
That's an automatic ass whooping.
That should be automatic ass kicking.
It ain't like I'm not ever gonna see a gun or hold a gun or shoot a gun or nothing else. And like I said, I grew up poor. I've been in the hood. Even though I wasn't involved in a lot of the stuff, I was around it.
That's the same thing I've said. I've had to clarify that shit many a times with people. It's like, I am not a hood nigga. Don't mean I don't know anything about it. Don't mean I don't have it in my family. Don't mean I wasn't around it. I just wasn't one of those. So I'm not completely fucking ignorant of it. That just wasn't me. That's all it means. It's like, okay, that's not the way I chose to go. Do I know those people? Yeah. Do they know me? Yeah. Was I out there doing the shit? No. Just a different road. That's it. I don't see that as a negative.
So what you guys were talking about earlier when you were talking about like having a friend that wasn't about that shit, but for whatever reason they chose that path. Like I mentioned in the chat, I did have a friend like that, and like his parents were divorced or whatever. Same like my parents, they're also divorced, but like he had a better relationship with his parents than I did, and like both of his parents were doing quite well for themselves, like house in the suburbs and stuff, but dude still wanted to come around and hang around the bullshit, right?
Because you need to have that rough edge so the girls will like him, right?
Pretty much, yeah. So because of that, like he got clowned a lot and stuff, and when he finally ended up getting caught up in some shit, which was with me, by the way, like, I offered, I was just like, I already have like some shit against me, so like I'll just take the charge. And him and my other homie, right, because I was that type of dude, so I was just like, I'll just take it, right? And he's like, nah, I'm not gonna do that. But then dude ends up fucking getting caught up with some other bullshit, and then ended up in the same place I was. Like he got out because his family had money, so he had a good lawyer and all this kind of shit, right? So, but he ended up getting caught up again. But people were asking if he knew me, and he said he didn't know me, and I was like, yeah, I had to cut him off. So I'm just like, bro, the people that were asking you this never had a problem with me. They were actually trying to show you love, but it's just you never had the heart to say that you knew me.
Funny how that shit work out. It's a funny life. It is a funny life. The way shit can go. Where you at, Malika? You've been quiet for a minute.
I'm right here. I'm listening.
He said, I'm listening.
Just listening, gentlemen.
Yeah, it's...
It's been a great conversation, by the way. Like I've been like, I was cloud watching for last like couple hours or whatever, so I hopped up.
You ninja watching?
Yeah, well, I was like trying to watch like doing I was like trying to do laundry and like watch some shows and shit, but I was cloud watching. It was a great conversation you guys were having.
I've heard that my show works well for doing other shit. Heard that a couple of times. I'm not even
Well,
offended by that shit now. It's like, whatever. I don't have a
now
lot of
that
things
you
going on.
mentioned it.
What are you doing? Oh, I'm cooking. What the fuck you cooking for? Doing a show. Yeah, I just listened to you in my earbud. All right, whatever the fuck. I guess that's what it is. It's just me. It's just an artisan show. It's not anything visually stimulating going on the screen.
No, it's cool. Like I said, I enjoyed the conversation, especially like when BMT came up there. Like, yeah, shit started getting deep.
Yeah, BMT changed the tempo of this motherfucker, boy. He got deep. I ain't seen BMT in a minute, so I resonated with a lot of what he was talking about. I did because I understand the place that it's coming from with him. It's one thing I know about BMT. A lot of what he says is from the heart. It's like really heartfelt. So, how old is he? I think he's a little young. He's 40 something. 40 something. So getting to the point where you having gray hairs because you're working and stuff, that's stress. Stress working on you. And understanding that he's at the place where his kids are getting older and they're going to be getting out soon. They got their own things going on. I understand how that affects a man too, because most women will tell you it doesn't happen with men. But if you actually talk to men about what goes on with men, you'll get a real answer that men go through that emptiness shit too. We just do it earlier. You'll deal with that. You want to understand it. Talk to Dr. T. You had his son his whole time. Now his son is grown and off in college. How does that affect him? All of this shit affects men. All of it. Whether they say it or not is regardless of the point. If you understand the process, you understand it does affect them. Having your children is a blessing to men. It's a good thing. It's stressful, but it's a good thing. Having your children grow up and go away from you where you're not seeing them all the time, they got their own things going on, it can be a little sad sometimes. Like, I got a text today. Excuse me. I didn't get a text today. It was Instagram message. And I saw a picture that my son had put up. And my son is in LA right now. I didn't know he was in LA, but they grown. He ain't got to call me to tell me where the fuck he going, right? He in LA. I'm just wondering if they went to Universal Studios. He out with his family doing family shit. I didn't know where the fuck he was. He didn't tell me. He didn't have to. Now, how did I feel about that? I felt some kind of way as a father. Like, man, why don't you just even let me know? What if your plane went down or something? I got no clue where the fuck you are. It bothers me a little bit as a father because I know, being a black father, I know he told his mama. I'm sure my ex-wife probably know. Nobody bothered to tell me. Didn't think that shit was important because that's how black fathers get did. And it's put that way by the women that's involved in the situation. They do things to make sure you are singled out and pushed off to the periphery where nobody has to call you, check with you, or let you know anything.
So let me ask you guys this question, because I've been asked this before by my mom. She'd like, if I share something with her, she'd be like, "Did you tell your dad first?" And like, of course, initially I was sharing shit with her first, but once I got to like the stable relationship I have with my dad now, like I tell him everything first.
Yeah, that's your mom being respectful, because that's how it should be.
Certain stuff I don't even tell her; I just tell him.
Yeah, that's how it should be. That's her being actually really respectful. The opposite way is not, because what your mother did is respecting your father's role in your life. Because make no mistake about it, your father is going to be the one to tell you more about growing up and being a man than your mother ever could.
Facts.
She can't. And it's no disrespect to her to say that she can't. She can't. She's never grown up and been a man. Never. So that's just understanding the roles that both parents actually have in a child's life. You should be letting your father know. Why? Because your father is your first protector. even in a single mother household.
You know,
The first person that's going to ride for you and split somebody's head to the white meat if something untoward has happened to you. Because they ain't sleeping with the person that'll probably do the shit to you.
we just
A lot
spoke
of times
on.
they ain't calling the cops. They call it daddy.
No, yeah, exactly. You don't need to call it. You call the cops, come pick this motherfucker up so they can bring the meat wagon.
Well,
They got
remember, you just said, Beastly, your relative, when you was trying to talk to him, he calls you, and now he's out. Now you want to talk. Okay. Now you want to talk. Okay. He ain't doing that to any female. No
No,
female telling them, shut up, stop crying on the phone. And we
no,
go
the
back to
females are the ones that
fences.
don't want to be bothered now.
No.
Because once you get to being a man, you'll understand that unless you actually have a woman that's really down with you, your lady, that long-term girlfriend, your wife or whatnot, right? And I'll just put those two in there. A lot of women in your life can be unreliable for what you actually need. You actually need reliable relationships with men.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you actually need.
Mm-hmm.
And for a large segment of our society, from Gen X on up, the main thing the women in your life denies you is those close relationships with men, adult men who can actually guide you in some kind of way. That's what you're going to need. There's a line from Fight Club when they get to this understanding of why they're building Fight Club and understand that Tyler Durden is fucking split personalities. So he's kind of nuts from this kind of upbringing, right? And one of the things he tells himself is that for all our lives, we've been told to look to women for these certain things. Maybe the last thing we need is a woman. When you have a problem, you run to your mama. When you need help with something, you got to go to your mama. No, you should be able to rely on men because men actually understand what you're going through.
Mm-hmm.
Not just putting ointment on your boo-boo, but will give you, a raise up, stand you up on your feet and kick you in your ass if need be to let you know this is where you need to be going and this is what you need to do. Get your shit together. How do I get my shit together? This is what you do to get your shit together, Negro. They will give you that step-by-step process because they've had to go through it themselves. Your mama hasn't, ever. What they'll tell you is they don't like picking up no broken men.
Exactly.
It ain't my job. Whose job was it?
It ain't my
When you
job to
thought
raise
you, yeah, whose job was it when you thought you was the mama and the daddy, remember?
But you created this broken man.
You created this broken shit. Now you don't want to deal with it, right? Oh, accountability. Got you. Responsibility. Got you. You don't want that now.
And
Got you.
and
Because it's not a benefit now.
here's another thing what men need to tell men. When you get broken and you start fixing yourself up and you get the pieces of yourself right, do not let those people that broke you up back into your life. Even it's your mama and that bitch that you was in a relationship with.
You can keep them on the periphery and they'll have trust me, they'll have a problem being on the periphery. But that's what the fuck they're supposed to be.
Exactly.
That's what it's supposed to be. That's the way it's supposed to be. Don't let nobody else tell you differently. If you can't find a grown man doing the same shit you do and tell you that, don't believe it. And it's not that I have any hate for women. I told you, I don't have any disdain for women at all. I actually love women. I would like them to be a lot better than what I see out here, than the Cardi B's and the Megan Thee Stallions and shit. I'd like to see that shit go away. Really would, trust me.
You ain't the only one.
But I don't like the shit people do. And the shit that people do, males and females alike, is some dysfunctional shit they usually learn from a person. It's usually their mama. Psychology will tell you that. So if we can dead this shit at this level, I don't have to worry about these broken boys and girls out there in the world celebrating the dumbest shit because a woman told them that was okay. Oh, let them do that. Them little kids can twerk. No, the fuck they. No, they shouldn't be. Leave that shit in the strip club where it came from. I don't need a baby in a diaper twerking on video and a mama laughing like a goofy ass hyena. No, that ain't fucking funny. to have your ass and family court for that shit.
For that, look, what you just said, like specifically, I mentioned this before. I'm not sure if I mentioned this to you, but I mentioned this. You know, my kid is singing nursery rhymes while she's around kids singing rap lyrics.
Huh.
You can see how she's out of place
Yeah,
automatically.
that's gonna happen. You're gonna have to teach your daughter how to find comfort in being the out of place kid.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that happened to my sister. Her dad only let her watch Cartoon Network growing up. And so once she got around the other little hood kids in school, because it's public school, yeah, she folded under that peer pressure. Next thing I know, she joyriding with my mom's new husband's daughter through the hood after they've taken my mother's car. And so you got a 12-year-old and a 9-year-old in the car joyriding after midnight because she wanted to be cool. So she wanted to be cool like the 12-year-old who her new stepdad's daughter. And it was just like, I'm like, God damn it. Why? I'm like, I was around all kind of peer pressure. I ain't never think to even do that. And they made fun of me. And they made fun of me. Well, no, this is before TikTok. I mean, my sister was like a separate generation from me because she was like 18 years younger than me. But still, it's just the fact that they tried to talk me into all kind of shit growing up, and I saw them doing stuff, and I knew what to do and what not to do because I would catch it at home, and I knew never do this shit, or it's gonna be worse than whatever games you're gonna get. And that's even as a little kid. I mean, we knew this. Like I said, latchkey, you gotta take care of yourself. You learn to judge them situations like
I don't know. I don't know if I can be involved with this because this come with some other shit that I might not want to deal with.
Exactly.
You know what? You know
so
what I realized?
I was saying earlier. Oh, go ahead, Mike. I'm sorry.
Ever since from a little kid and even up to an adult, and even like I said, being on both sides of the fence of the law and going to prison, and I told somebody, I said, God been watching over me, or some force or whatever that we might call God. And it was like, no, dummy, you not supposed to get caught up in this shit. All these other fools, not you. Because yes, you are the one that's gonna get caught. You are the one that's going to do that. And I did that for a reason, because you're not supposed to be that type of person that gets in this stuff. Because I'm always the one that got the guilty look on the face. I'm the one that's, why are you here? You ain't supposed to be here. What you doing? No, this ain't. I'm the one that will say something stupid. Hey, turn on your turn signals when we doing the. No, I'm this stupid. I'm the raisin on the wedding cake, and that's for a reason. So, and I had to think, it was like, God put you in this place for you not to do that. And I understand the peer pressure gets there. And even when I would succumb to peer pressure in school and even at work, it was always that feeling of like, all right, it's that weird feeling. Even though that you get in with the people, but it was always the weird feeling that I always stood out. Like Angry Man was talking about today, I always felt like different. Even in my family felt different. Like when certain things you knew was wrong, it was like, and I had to say this, and they always got with me. And I remember I was talking to my therapist. My therapist said, no, that was either God talking to you or your intuition telling you, you should be doing something different. This was something where you should be doing something. And that was an intuition. When I started listening to that intuition and I started acting upon it, that's when changes start taking in my life.
Mm-hmm. That's what I would call that masculine voicing you.
Yeah.
That's what I would call it. That's what I've called it in my life when I started listening to that voice and start understanding what it was. Kept me out of a lot of dumb shit. It really did.
Jules Winfield in Pulp Fiction would say that cathartic moment.
Mm-hmm. Moment of clarity.
Yeah. No, he said that moment of clarity is what people would. Alcoholics Anonymous said a moment of clarity.
Mm-hmm. Where you actually see and understand what's going on around you, your role in it, and how you should act and move in it. Repercussions of what you do. When you can look further down the road than just what's at your feet. And understand and start plotting course and seeing, where do I want to be? I want to be there, but not there. So I'm going to go this way to get to that shit. That's usually what you'll have a hard time with directing some women to follow you on that road because they don't look that far ahead. They don't. They have an ideal. I want a burger. What kind of burger? I don't know. I just want a burger. It doesn't matter. Yeah, it actually does. You got to be specific.
A Krispy Kreme cheeseburger.
Yeah, if you're not specific, you can't get specifically what you want. It's like shopping. When I go in and shop, I shop in probably 30 minutes. I go in, I get what I was looking for, I get out.
Because we're not basing the shopping on emotion. We're basing it on facts and logic. What we want, what we need, and then we're getting out.
And went in with some woman, it take forever. Why? They never know what the fuck they want. Everything looks good. It's not specific. I'm just looking for a new dress. Okay, what kind of dress? I don't know, but I'll know when I see it.
Yeah,
have fun. Have fun. I don't shop like that. I don't shop.
Artisan, I've been there. We've all been there. We've done that. I'll know it when I see it. Okay.
So will I. But I usually had a very good idea what the fuck it was I was looking for.
Hell no, I hate that show.
Well, you know why? It's because the process is enjoyable to them. So it's like we go in there with a goal. They go in there to shop because they like it's enjoyable. And it's like an adventure sometimes. The us, we like, I'm going in and getting out. And so yeah, I used to stay like in the little middle aisle in the middle of the mall or something with all the couches and I'd be out there. I'm like, yeah, when you get through, let me know. I'm gonna be on the bench.
So
I am the oldest son of a single mother. I fucking hate shopping for that reason alone. Too much time sitting there waiting for people to make decisions about shit that they ultimately decide they want to buy anyway. Man, look, I wasted all my no. That's something you can do with your girlfriends. That's like going to the bar for guys or going out to the strip bar club, whatever the fuck it is, you do with your homeboys. That's what it's like for girls. So y'all go out and get y'all communal social time going shopping, and I'll come back and pick you up. I'm not doing that shit. No fucking way. No.
What you know what is funny? Hold on for a second, Andre. Layaway to a black Gen Xer kid is like kryptonite to Superman.
I'm not sitting there waiting. No. I don't take that much time to decide what I want to eat on a menu. I don't spend that much time in a shopping center looking for stuff to buy. No. Absolutely not. There's absolutely no fucking way I'm gonna spend 4 hours doing that shit and then not buy none of the stuff I tried on. And no fucking way. Why am I wasting time? Like, oh no. It's just not me. It's just not me. It's just not me.
What recently changed my interpretation of like shopping in general, like in this case, I'm talking about shopping for kid. So I took my kid out to like one of those like Disney things where it's like they're playing a bunch of like Disney movies and all this kind of crap. But it's pretty.
Yeah, you went in the expensive.
Yeah,
you went in the expensive trap store.
Yeah, exactly. I'm glad you called it out. It was an expensive
it's a trap store.
Because
they got screens up and shit like that. All that means they want your ass to stay in there and you to buy everything these kids see. Like, oh, I want that.
And as soon as you get out of that area, you're led into the gift shop. And the gift shop, of course, like everything is expensive as shit.
The whole store is a fucking gift shop.
Exactly, the Disney store. Jesus.
Fucking Disney store, boy.
Yeah, and on top of that too, they were
still make those.
This is low key brainwashing
in Canada.
this is low key brainwashing because
It is.
like the whole show was all Disney songs from all the Disney movies.
Yeah, it's a fucking commercial. You walked into a damn commercial. And you surprised you're gonna get out of there without spending $200? You'd be lucky. No.
Well, like the point that I was trying to make was like what taught me was that I seen a bunch of white people in there and like they weren't buying shit. Like I even seen this one like white kid like asking the white mom was like you know the white kid was like, I have money to buy this, but I left my money at home. Well, the white kid was like, I have money to buy this, and like the parents was like, where's your money? And like they're like, I left it at home. It's like, oh, too bad. It seems you can't buy it right now.
Too bad, so sad. But you see what that conversation was, right? That conversation was, where is your money?
Exactly.
I left it at home. That means the kid actually does have some money. Well, you up short, kid. Well, can you just buy? He's negotiating like he's getting a bank loan as a kid. Black kids, the guy had that? No. I hate y'all. Y'all always broke. You can get your ass beat.
Pop, pop, pop.
In this mall in front of these white folks.
and they have no problem lying to their kids at all. I remember I was set up at a festival back in the day, and I was selling some stuff. In that event, I had some plushies on the table. I saw some of the weirdest crap with these kids. I don't know if ADHD, some kind of sensory thing, but them kids would come straight up to the table. I mean, boys and girls, and then just start rubbing the plushies on themselves. And I'm sitting there like, what the fuck? I'm like, this kid look like
plushies.
That ain't just a plushie. He looked like he having adult sensations right there. And the kid was just like, I want him. It's so. Look, the way they said it was so soft. I was like, holy crap.
That's like a cartoon character.
That's from a cartoon. Some show. It's from a show.
No, he just said that. He said that.
No,
I remember he was holding an Incredible Hulk Funko plushie. And his mom was like, and his mom didn't want to buy most of it. And I only had them on the table for like $3 or $4. And I'm sitting there like, and the mom and a lot of moms, they were at the event, they were buying like paintings and shit for like $60. They buying puppies, they buying liquor, they buying all kind of shit.
Yeah, buy that shit for the kid, though, did they?
Yeah, didn't want to get them nothing, not $3, $5, nothing.
I've said this at the comic shop. One of the things I saw the most insulting at the comic shop. We got all kind of stuff out there for little kids and shit like that. These people will walk this kid in the comic shop, let him look at all these books and comics and stuff, toys and comics and stuff. They wouldn't buy that motherfucker a $3 comic book. But they standing up there with Jordan's cell phone, all this Nike, this Prada glasses, all the rest of this bullshit, all the trappings of having money, and don't want to spend $3 on this kid to buy a fucking book. I was like, these are some of the most trifling ass parents I ever seen.
This
absolutely trifling. Why'd you bring him in here then if he couldn't get a fucking book?
This is why I don't do that bullshit. Because when my kids start saying, Daddy, can I look at this? I'm like, how about we look at this other section over here? Because I look at the price tags first. I'm like, damn, like.
Well, you have to. That's understandable, right? But I hear, like Rainfire is saying, I've heard parents straight up lying to kids. I've heard them straight up lying to these fucking kids about why they can't have something. I've heard kids negotiating with their parents to buy them a comic because they ain't got their money with them. I told my kids flat out, your money is yours until you hit 18. So you're going to acquire a lot of money in your youth because people are responsible for you right now. And they'll give you money. When you get older, they ain't trying to give you no money. They're trying to get money from you. So why don't you say that shit? Save it. You don't really need it right now. Because me and your mama covering all of this. So you pretty good. Save your money for when something you really, really want. Make sure you can buy it like twice. Then you can spend your money on it. If that time I say, nope, I'm not buying it, it's too expensive, you can go back and, you know what, I think I'm going to get it for myself. Right? More power to you. What can I say about it? You bought it yourself. It's your money. You bought it yourself. Whatever. My daughter listened to that shit. That's why she
Luckily,
in Europe.
luckily my
You don't think
daughter is
that
still
shit?
young. Luckily my daughter's still young, so I could just say like, yeah, how about like maybe next time?
You're never gonna come back here. We might. But
Well, my
this is the
daughter's not
thing.
old enough to ask
If
that
you tell her
question.
next time and you show up there again, have it or not, you got to get it because you told her that shit.
Exactly.
You got to hold to that shit. You want her to take you as a man of your word. If you said that shit, the next time you show up there, you got to get it, no matter what. But you said
Exactly.
next time. You goddamn right. I
That's
did say next time.
yeah. That's why I make
Don't hurt.
sure if we ever go. That's why I make sure if we ever do it another time, like whatever she asks for, I'm getting it.
Yeah, don't be finding ways to never go back there.
Yeah,
Oh
my
no.
mom used to fuck. My mother used to lie her ass off and say we ain't
It's
got
not.
no money. And then go to the grocery store and spend $300. I said I thought we didn't have no money.
Yeah, exactly. I've seen that shit too. They lying motherfuckers, boy. That's wrong. Don't be lying to them kids. Don't lie to the kids.
Yeah,
And then
like
they wonder why I got so tight with my money. And so I said, how you get so tight with money? I said, because you used to lie and say we didn't have money. So I started saving my shit just so I can buy the shit that I want.
Gave you a fucking complex.
Yep.
like basically it was like one of those little like pouches, but it had like Minnie Mouse on it, and it was like almost $300. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah.
I ain't
Well,
buying that bullshit.
I was good for telling my kids what I thought things were worth. And if I saw something they were looking at like that and I'm looking at it like, I don't think it's worth that much. I really don't. And it's not because I'm trying to find a way not to buy it for them. I'm just don't blow money on bullshit. Fuck that. I don't believe in that everything is better if you spend more money on it. No, some shit is actually crap and they charge more money to suck us.
Well, that's
Some stuff
you
is more
guys.
expensive than other ones.
You guys care about your kids. This woman at this
You're right.
at this festival, she straight up look. I saw this and I wasn't too shocked, but it was just one of those moments. She looked that kid dead in the eye while he rubbing himself down with this plushie, and she said, "He said, Mom, I want it." He's like, she looked dead in the eye and said, "But we already got it at home." He's like, "What?" He's like, "Yeah, I bought it for you yesterday while I was out. I just hadn't showed it to you." And he's like, "For real?" He's like, "Yeah." And he slowly he kind of didn't believe it, but he put it down because that's his mom, and you got to believe mama. And she just lied. She walked off with him. I was like, "You lying mother!" I said, it was
Hey,
$3.
that kid might be $3. That kid might be on Spectrum, so he didn't remember that shit.
Like,
She
it was just a
got to play the game. She got to play the
It
game.
was little. He was like maybe what 3 or something a score. I was like, don't lie to him like that. It's $3. Jesus.
They do it all the time. A lot of parents lie. I don't. Well, my kids are grown, but even still, I never lied to my kids. I never wanted to have that kind of relationship with my kids that I had to think about all the lies I had fucking told them, and I didn't want them to be finding out that I was full of shit. No, I don't lie to my kids about shit. Nothing. I don't. And it's not the way for everybody. It's just the way I chose to do it. So when I say something to them, even now, they know they can take it with gospel because I've already built that into the formula, baked it into the cake. That Pops ain't gonna lie to you. I am not gonna lie to you about shit. That is not the relationship I'm trying to have with you. You want some truth, you'll come to me. But if you want somebody to lie to you, talk to somebody else. Don't talk to me.
And that's the reason why my daughter loves me so
About
much.
you, me, anybody, anything in this world, I will tell you the truth on that shit. And that's been built up over time. From
That's
the jump.
that's the reason why my daughter loves me so much, because like I keep my word on everything I say.
Yeah.
Even if it puts me in an effed up position, like I'm gonna do it.
Yeah. And that's my thing. I try to keep my word on everything. I will never tell them something I'm gonna do and not do it. I won't. I understand that there are times when you can't do it or whatever, but then I won't try to give you a word like that. I won't. For me, I don't want to let them down like that. And I've let them down at times because I've been unemployed at times as a carpenter, just been fucking broke. So that's why I try to base none of my stuff on none of my relationship with them. I try to base on money and stuff. I didn't try to base it on that. I tried to base it on the relationship that we have with each other, because that's the one thing you can always have, regardless if you broke or rich.
Facts.
The relationship, not based on the stuff. So you can complain about something I didn't buy you, and I can tell you flat out, I probably didn't have the money for that shit. I probably thought it was more important that your ass eat instead of being the social butterfly so everybody can be envious of you for 10 minutes. So which would you have preferred? Food or praise
And you
from
know what?
fucking nobodies?
Can I chime in on that?
Hell yeah.
With
Yeah,
that,
bro.
with that relationship that you're saying with your kids, I also would tie that into with friend. Um, like, all right, for the five of us up here, right? If we knowing each other, but if we really, really got to know each other more, I'm like, I don't give a fuck what you do. I worry about who you are as your character.
Mhm.
I don't care if you're a billionaire or if you're a dude struggling trying to get it. I'm like, oh, okay, you're still my friend. Your friendship is more than whatever you get in your pocket. Because what we're doing now is we're talking, and we're five men from all social economic backgrounds and from different parts of the country and different parts of the world. But we're coming together for a common ground. It's not just geekdom, but just what we're talking together as men, something that we don't have a chance to get to talk to in this society. Men, men holding men accountable, men, iron sharpens iron, you know. And really what that means is, in a man space is men holding men accountable, men making
Men
this is
better.
men
Men
better.
making men better.
Yeah, making men better, but also allowing you
Skill
to be a
set,
man
skill.
and understand what it is to be a man,
Yeah.
and allowing you to be proud to be a man and love being a man and love what masculinity is, and not to give into what society says. For almost 15 years, Angry Man has gotten fucking flack for standing and being unapologetically a man and having his followers to do the same. Um, and we've gravitated to that because that is the one puzzle that has been missing within men for these past generations. Men not being men, not just a black thing. This is just a man thing worldwide.
Yeah. It's just masculinity, plain and
Yeah.
simple. No, I agree with you, because and even AM getting flack for that shit. It sounds like the most ridiculous thing ever, but you understand who comes up against that shit when he's talking it, because he's not talking about anything that's really beyond the pale,
Mhm.
right? He's just talking about men being men, understanding your masculine power and responsibility and living up to that shit. That's it.
Like that. Like this is one of the main reasons why I F with AM over everybody else, even though I listen to like different channels and stuff. But AM and another content creator. But AM was the first person to say this. Like he's the reason why I have the relationship with my dad that I have now. Because AM was just like, you need to go talk to your dad because you never know what he went through while he was trying to raise you.
Mhm.
You don't know about like
Yeah, I
those
said that.
hot frying pans like he was running from. Oh, it's kind of crap.
Yep. I said that same thing on a BGS panel. And when I threw that out there, because we were talking to some dude, I can't remember who it was on there, and he was talking about the shit with his father and what his mother had told him. And I told him that flat out, that you need to go talk to your father. You've heard your mama's story. Hear your father's.
Mhm.
And I said that from being the father on the other side and being concerned about the fact that nobody would ever ask me about what I fucking went through. They'll believe whatever somebody else told them, but they would never hear my story, because the kids are trained not to ask you. Apparently, you didn't go through shit. You didn't care about your kids. It was always about some other woman, some other bullshit like that. But nobody will ever come and talk to you and ask you about the fuck you've been through on your journey to be a parent in this situation with this child dealing with this woman. And that as a child, you owe it to your father to talk to him. That came from me. That's why I said it, because I've been there. I'd been through that shit. Significantly older than some folks. And that was what I pulled from that. You owe your father a conversation at the very least. And I remember who was on the panel with me when I said the shit. So that is because I've gone through that personal pain. That's why I got at my ex-wife when she was telling stories about raising my fucking son or raising kids, and had to check her ass on that shit. Like, don't be using my stories to gain some shit for yourself that you ain't even been through. You don't have those experiences. You know them because I told them to you, but that wasn't your experience. You don't know what it's like to raise my fucking son. You showed up when he was 5.
So I had that conversation with my dad. I was like, like, I was told to ask you. I actually sent him a video from AM, and he watched the whole thing. And he was like, "Now you see what I've been dealing with."
I'm sure he did.
That's what he told me, and that shit hit me in the chest. That was a Jet Li kick to the chest. That's what that was.
Yeah, well,
Or
you'll never learn this shit until you actually in that position of being that father that's on the outside.
More like a Jet Li punch, since Jet Li's not like he's not a kicker, so like that was a Jet Li punch to the chest.
Well, it is what the fuck it is. Whatever's the shortest route to your fucking brain.
Exactly.
Because like I was saying, you only learn that shit from actually going through it, of actually being that person. And information like that doesn't come from people who haven't been through that shit, who haven't had to be that person. But this is what was denied from a lot of Gen Xers, that Gen Xers try to pass back to millennials and the Zs. The experiences that we had to learn on our own. The hard-fought knowledge that we had to gain from going through this shit. Not because we had YouTube to tell us. We had to go through it. Because people, for the most part, was standing by watching you thrashing in the ocean and never throwing you a life preserver. They're just waiting to see if your ass drown or not. And that's why I say that when you talk to Gen X men and they want to tell you about their experiences, why they seem so angry. And it's off-putting to you sensitive types. Because we had to suffer to learn this shit. And it's really disrespectful when people take that shit without having gone through your suffering and won't acknowledge what you've been through to gain that knowledge. It's really fucked up. So when we pass information back to y'all, it is from a place that we had to learn it ourselves. Nobody was fucking telling us. And if we're telling it to you, we're trying to make sure you don't go through the same shit we did. Mm-hmm. Most of what I told my kids, I told them from every wall I ran into head fucking long. Every wall I bloodied my head on, broke through, found a way around, dug a hole underneath, crawled over the top of. Every wall I hit, I had to get through it on my own. There wasn't no fucking uncles, no mamas, no grandmamas. It was me. I found mentors at different spots, but they weren't fucking family. And all I can do is kind of idolize what they did and try to replicate it so it will work for me. But I had to find my way through that shit. And when I had my own children, that's what I started teaching them, because I didn't want to have them go through that same shit. If I just made it through dead man zone, you don't have to crawl through that shit. Look, I built this tunnel. This is the tunnel to get to the other side, to get that enlightenment, so you don't have to go through all that shit that I did to get the same fucking information. Here you go. Let's get on the good foot.
Well, Arson, like basically to bring it back to like the geek verse.
Don't do that on my show, Andre. I'll fucking drop your ass down for that shit.
Sorry.
Anyway, yeah, this is probably a better place to leave that shit off of because I'm gonna get pissed off in the next 10 minutes. I feel it coming. What did you want to say, Andre? Where did you want to move it to this time?
I was gonna say to bring it back to like the geek verse. I was really against watching Boruto because like I knew it was gonna be some like woke BS, which it mostly is. But
Who? Boruto?
Boruto, the show like after Naruto,
Yeah, Boruto. His son, Naruto's son.
it's mostly woke BS. It mostly is, but like it took me like 100 and like 30, 40 episodes like to actually like see where they were trying to go with this. Basically, like the son finally realized that like the dad that you hated so much like was actually the person that's been keeping the shit together.
Okay. I'm failing to see where that is relevant to the conversation we're having.
Exact context. I'm gonna have to come back to you with that one. It's just like since we're on the topic of parenting, is why I brought it up.
Mm-hmm. Well, to the message of parenting that you brought up, kids never understand their parents until they are parents. That's why I was summing that shit up. Because it's very comfortable to think all kinds of things about your parents that you've never asked or never approached or never brought up with them until you're actually a parent. And now you have to do that job and understand how simply things can be misconstrued or fucked up. And what effect it has on the person you're responsible for raising and shaping and molding into the individual that's going to go out there in the world as an adult. Then you understand a little bit more. And when you understand, you probably give them a little bit of grace, which is why you need to talk to them, to understand who the fuck they were. And why you didn't get the pony for your birthday. Why you had to stay with your grandmama. Why you had to go to the school you went to. Why they wasn't showing up for your favorite singing recital or playing an instrument like the rest of your friends. You'll understand all the rest of that shit. You may not still like it. It may not be anything you're supposed to still like. But you have a better understanding of who they were and why it happened that way.
Artisan, I tagged you in this post. I'm assuming you haven't seen this yet, but I really wish you watched this movie, The Wild Robot. Like, it was a great movie. Like, because I pretty much only take my daughter to see movies where like it involves a strong father, or what would be considered to be a father, like because you know how they play games.
Mm-hmm. I saw that you tagged me in that about The Wild Robot. I thought you were going to put up your review on your channel or something for it, but I've heard about The Wild Robot because you're the first one who had mentioned it to me, and I hadn't heard about the movie. And from what I have understood about the movie, it's about a robot becoming a mother. But it's a really good show about a really good movie about family and stuff like that. based on books.
Well, basically, like
Let me finish.
basically,
You don't have to give me the synopsis. I already know what it's about. My boy FD Steven, I had suggested to him to go take his daughters to go see it from what I had heard about the movie. So he's going to see it next week. He's not going to see it this week. He's going to see it next week. I don't have a young daughter, and my granddaughter is in LA right now. So I guess that's on her father to take her to see that shit. But I heard it was a really good movie. From what I have heard about it, it doesn't go woke, so to speak.
the only woke part is that like the robot is supposed to be a mother when like the robot is like it's a robot. Like what
Non-gendered.
gender is a robot?
Yeah, robots have no gender because they're fucking robots.
Yeah, that's the only woke part of the movie. But like basically, it was like raising a child and teaching them how to succeed in their mating strategy, etc. Like I'm not trying to give spoilers, so I'm trying to talk like as much as I can. Like I'm not trying to give spoilers. Basically, is what I'm trying to do. But basically, it's like it's about a robot that like it teaches a certain breed of animal like how to become like like a full grown animal.
Yeah, from what I've heard, is a duck with a damaged wing. The robot is in a place full of other animals, and the robot takes on the role of being mother to this animal and actually helping this animal grow up to be strong. More so about the message is about family, and that family is not always who you're born into. It's about who you find and who actually cares for you, which I can agree with.
Like actually, it's about a goose. Like not that it makes that much of a difference because they're
It
pretty
doesn't.
close. But yeah, it's about a goose. Like pretty much the robot accidentally killed like the goose's family, and like it raised it as this directive, and like they want to put the robot went against his directive and all that kind of crap.
Well, in
It
that
was
sense, I would dislike it because it sounds like they're giving it that Yondu treatment in Guardians of the Galaxy. That while Yondu kidnapped this boy from Earth and was supposed to take him to his father, who was killing these other kids that Yondu brought him from around the universe, Yondu kept his kid and decided to raise him for his own, even though he threatened him with eating him and stuff like that. Which doesn't make Yondu a sympathetic character to me when he dies, which is why I say fuck Yondu, because he took a lot of kids to their death. I don't give a shit that he kept one for his own and wants to be considered a father for that shit. No. So telling me that this robot actually killed this goose's family and then raised the goose himself is like, nice, but fucked up. All in the same.
Well, that's the thing. There's a lot of like death jokes in the movie. Like it's actually like I would say it's like borderline a comedy. So like there's a lot of death jokes in the movie.
Yeah, I heard that from reviewers who reviewed it, that there was a lot of death jokes in it.
Yeah.
Okay, so a lot of death jokes in Beetlejuice too.
And I'm taking my daughter to see Beetlejuice on Tuesday, but
Fingers crossed.
fingers crossed. Yes. Yeah, like my daughter, like she's my she's my favorite reviewer, right? Because like we watched stuff together, and she's my favorite reviewer. And she said this was the best movie that she ever watched, but obviously she hasn't watched much movies, so it's not really a fair fucking. It's not really
Shout out.
fair.
Yeah, shout out to Malika for he had to peace out. And Detroit, Den of Thieves 2 is coming out, and I never actually watched Den of Thieves. even though it was supposed to be like a Heat remake. All right. So I never watched Den of Thieves. Though I understand that it's good. I have never watched it.
Oh, you never watched it?
Well, I've said it twice now, yeah. I've never watched it.
I was shocked. That's why I'm saying.
I just never watched Den of Thieves. And I like everybody involved in it. 50, Gerard Butler, and all them. I just never watched it. I understood it to be a remake of Heat. Without making a Heat 2. So I think that kind of put me off about it more than anything. But I also understand they're making a part 2 of Den of Thieves that is coming out soon.
So I would say that while I was watching that movie, suddenly a gust of wind came across the audience, and it hit me in the eye.
Yeah, that dust storm, I heard that. If you got some feelings, they get you.
Hit me in the eye.
Probably that same dust that was blowing through the last Guardians of the Galaxy movie. Little animals having a hard time make people emotional in theaters.
Mm-hmm.
People, fuck them. Animals,
treat animals better. We treat him better than
we
treat him.
Yes, we do. Fucking ducklings. This time we're in London. Oh, so they're gonna try the Fast and Furious formula. And yes, he was legendary. It was for a lot of reasons.
I will say this: that from what I got from the trailer and watching the first movie, I said, "Oh yeah, this is some Fast and Furious shit."
You know what I thought was interesting, because like when I wanted to take my kid to go watch this movie, and I mentioned this to her, she was like, "Can you take me to the bookstore and like find me part 2 of this book?" I thought that was like really interesting.
Yeah, that's good, because I heard the books were pretty good. Obviously, they're good enough to make a movie from. So having actual source material was more fun, because kids watching a movie always want to get a little bit more of the movie. And if the movie is anything close to the books, it'll sell. Just doesn't do it in a comic sense. Comic wise, you watch something in the theater, you come to look for the comic book in the theater, it's not the same fucking story. It's not even the same characters. That shit does not translate. It does not. You'll lose sales. It's time we're in London, sort of Fast and Furious GTA remix. Yeah, whatever the fuck. It has to be something. It has to be of its time. It has to be.
To be honest, Artisan, I didn't really think this movie needed. The way it ended was good enough for me. It didn't need a sequel.
The first one, it probably doesn't need a sequel. It's an action movie. I mean, I'm not looking for a sequel of The Town, and The Town was awesome. But I'm not looking for a sequel for that shit. If one showed up, I wouldn't be that damn interested. I watched Wicked City last night. The way Wicked City ends, you would want to see a sequel, right? You'd want to see their child. What happens with their child? They never made a sequel. Never. And that's fine. It's fine. It ends in a satisfying way to where, yeah, you could want a sequel, but you don't need one. Everything does not need the sequel treatment. Well, Hollywood's methodology nowadays is everything needs a trilogy. Everything doesn't need a fucking trilogy. It doesn't. It barely needs one movie. But well, y'all right. Fuck you. No. It could be a one and done. It's fine. Oh, great. Speaking of which, here's Sony doing another fabulous face plant with Venom 3 and Noel in the movie. Like, why the fuck do we need Noel now? Oh my God, dude. He ain't even flushed his whole story out in comics yet.
Are we getting ahead of ourselves by putting Noel in this damn movie? I mean,
yes, they jumping the shark. Sony don't give a fuck. This is coming from the same people who rushed Venom into the original Spider-Man movies. Saw how well that shit did. Fucking idiots.
So you guys are against Venom 3?
I'm not against Venom 3. I just don't think they need to be forcing Noel in that shit. They got a lot more ground to cover before they get to a Noel. And Noel is too big for one fucking movie cameo. Too
like
much shit
X-Men
went on with
Apocalypse.
it. Yeah, exactly. You're gonna have an X-Men apocalypse. You're gonna have your Spider-Man apocalypse. You don't need that shit. I don't think you need it. But they didn't
I did
ask.
see
You did see what?
a reel that was saying that like Thanos should be coming out now, just starting out.
What's the context? That doesn't even make any sense.
Well, when you said like the Venom 3, like basically, like I took it as you meant like it was too rushed. So I did see a review that was saying like Thanos should only be coming out now, just starting out.
Well, Noel shouldn't be rushed out there like it is. Yeah, that Noel shouldn't. I think Noel is rushed. That's something you work up to, not something you just throw into the last movie in one of these franchises. It's not. But Sony has done this before. If you're old enough to remember that shit, they've done this shit before. I don't think they're going to have any much greater success the second time because it's the same thinking. Let's just use this comic book shit while we got it. So the movie will make money because it's the last Venom movie. So it'll make money. But story-wise, I think it's going to be a mess. I think it's going to be a mess because they're rushing something in there that needs more time to bake and better minds to write it. At this point, I would trust the MCU using Noel more than I would trust Sony using Noel.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, it's a cash grab.
What's that?
It's a cash grab. So that's why we
Pretty
would.
much.
That's why
Pretty
they're not
much.
doing this shit because they're fans. They're doing this shit because that Noel storyline was pretty cool. Or got Marvel some money, adding like that there's a symbiote god, and that their Venom is scared of this thing. Made big waves in the comics. That's why you seeing Noel everywhere in all of the goddamn video games and stuff now. You see him in Future Fight. You see him in the what's it, Strike Force now. He's all over the place.
He's a known commodity now. Beforehand, when that King in Black story was going on, you didn't know what the fuck Noel was. And mind you, that King in Black story ain't even 5 years old or so yet. I don't think so. I don't even think it's 5 years old now. They was rushing to use that shit because they can, because it falls in the Spider-Man canon. But all that Noel is, all that he comes from, his backstory and shit like that, Sony can't even do all of that shit because Marvel own the rest of that shit. They can't even do it.
Well, if you look at what's going on now, like you've spoken on this before, Artisan, and other people have spoken on it as well, but like you especially spoke on this, like is that it's not going the way that they planned. So now they're trying to go back to the basics. But even though it might be rushed, they're trying to go back to it.
Yeah, well, not Sony. Sony ain't trying to go back to shit. Sony was still trying to make their own universe based on everything but Spider-Man, which I don't have a problem with them doing. They can do it because the characters in Spider-Man's universe can be a bit interesting. I don't mind a Venom movie without Spider-Man in it because I was reading Venom comics with no Spider-Man in it. If he's gone long enough with being able to have his own independent comic line without Spider-Man showing up every fucking week, then I'm pretty sure he can run his own movie without Spider-Man in it. Because Venom is the symbiote. And whoever the fuck the symbiote is attached to Yeah, you don't have Venom without there being Spider-Man, but Venom has evolved to being a character of his own without Spider-Man. So I can accept a Venom movie, even though he ain't got the white spider on his chest and Spider-Man don't show up. Who gives a fuck?
I would argue that Venom was a lot cooler than Spider-Man.
He was. In a lot of ways, because Venom didn't have Peter's hangups.
Yeah.
Venom at least got to be an adult. Spider-Man didn't. So yeah, we understand where Venom comes from. And they've done certain things in the movies to get it to where you understand the symbiotes exist without Spider-Man. They know of a Spider-Man because the symbiotes exist throughout the multiverse. But you don't need to have Spider-Man to have a symbiote and to have a Venom, because Spider-Man didn't make the goddamn symbiote. It existed before he even showed up to get it in Secret Wars.
And the main complaints that I've seen online about, and in also real life, but like the main complaints I've seen about like Venom is like, why isn't he biting off more heads? Like, why isn't he web slinging? Like, what is going on here?
Well, he ain't web slinging because he was never attached to Spider-Man. So he wouldn't web sling. He has tendrils. He doesn't web sling. Plain and simple. This is not the Venom from the comic books. Yes, there's an Eddie Brock here. And yes, there's a symbiote here. But this is not the one from the comic books. A lot of times I listen to this stuff, and some things I dismiss and some things I listen to because people play fast and loose with their understanding and lack of understanding with the same concept. This is not the comic. It doesn't even have the origins of the comic. So, as such, don't expect it to follow the fucking comic.
Do you actually believe this next movie is going to be the death of Eddie Brock?
Eddie Brock died in the comics at some point. And Sony, for the most part, they may take cliff notes from the comics, but they don't do the comics. That's not their job. That's what Marvel is there for. Marvel is there to be kind of accurate to the comics. Sony ain't. Sony is there to make money off of what they own. So, could it be the death of Eddie Brock? No. It's not going to be the death of Eddie Brock because they're still going to use him in other movies. He just won't be responsible for carrying a fucking franchise, as Tom Hardy is a really good goddamn actor. You're going to be paying that money out like that? No. You'll end that franchise and then have that character still show up inside stuff that you do and move on to something else. Or since Sony can do it, they bring in their own Spider-Man, Andrew Garfield, Miles Morales, anybody they fucking feel like doing. And then have you a Spider-Man that you don't have to share with Marvel. But they've also done that before too, and it didn't go so well. So that's why I say I'm not overly opposed to the Venom movie. I like the Venom franchise. I just think this movie is going to be rushed. They don't need to be rushing Noel into this shit. They might as well. They could have just finished out their third movie and called it quits and never touched Noel. But they're going to rush that shit in there. And for standard Sony, it's going to be shit. Was what I'm expecting. It will be shit. Same way they rushed into one.
Where I'm disappointed at for like the third Venom movie, because like the second Venom movie, like they were like looking into the multiverse. So it's like, if you're not actually gonna get involved, like why did you bring it up in the movie? What was the point of that?
Because they're putting Marvel in a position that they want to use some of that multiverse shit in the Sony stuff. Because understand, Sony only has a sharing deal with Marvel for Spider-Man. Right? So any of the other stuff that they do, they can do because they own those characters and they ain't giving them up. So too fucking bad. So they can pull whatever they want to. What they try to do is pull whatever they want to into that shit. So Marvel has to respond to it. Right? So yeah, you got Eddie Brock showing up in the MCU. Yeah, he left a little bit of a symbiote around in the MCU, but he took his ass right back over to the Sony universe, didn't he? Why? He couldn't just
That's
hang out
true.
in the MCU? No, because they want their own tie into that universe. They do, because that's the bigger universe that was making more money. Sony, they're good at putting stuff out. The quality is usually lacking. That's why out of all those Tobey Maguire movies, out of the 3 they did, which one was the best one?
2.
Thank
Well,
you.
since you brought it,
Number 2.
since
Don't
you,
don't divert. I asked a question. Don't start trying to run somebody else's show. The second one, why? Because the second one was better. Was it a comic book story? Not really, but it was the
Tobey
better movie.
Maguire is my Spider-Man.
How?
How be Well, it's mostly because he was first. So Tobey Maguire is my Spider-Man.
He wasn't first.
Well, he wasn't the first, but like I'm talking about like for the like my generation, like he was the first.
I can see that. Yeah, he was. Tobey Maguire is my son's generation, your generation, millennials, the 30-year-olds. That's the Spider-Man that you will know of in live action. Cool. Wasn't perfect. Wasn't absolutely terrible, but Spider-Man 2 was the best one. Mostly because of the special effects. Because they kind of got that down to where that CG where you could see characters fighting on the sides of buildings and shit like that and actually believe it. Didn't look like they were standing on a stage somewhere. And it mixed seamlessly going between live action and CG to where it was almost indistinguishable. And you got some really good superhero fights out of that shit. The movie that came along after that used that well was Blade 2, which was the best Blade movie as well. For the same reasons. So it
Wait,
was a leap in technical skill is what happened.
so hold up. You think Blade 2 was the best Blade movie?
I don't think that. I know that. It's been proven that it was.
Yeah, it was.
I didn't say that shit where I think. I said it was. You think differently, prove me wrong. Because anybody who watched that shit can tell you that I can definitely tell you it was better than number 3.
We're not talking about number 6. We're talking about 1 and 2.
Yeah, we don't talk about number 3 for that fucking reason.
There seems to be a common theme here with the third one, right?
Yeah, that time frame. Yeah,
You guys mentioned you guys mentioned this shit to me, but I never knew when number 3 existed. That's news to me.
good. You ain't missing shit. Only thing you missing out of number 3 is Ryan Reynolds and Jessica Biel.
Well, I actually watched number 3, but like it doesn't exist to me. So
And why does it not exist for you? What makes you give a fuck about it like that?
it was terrible.
In terms of what? Yeah, and Triple H, Detroit. I forgot. Yeah, my boy Triple H. The game showed up in that shit with a Reaper Pomeranian, which is fucking ridiculous.
Oh God, yeah, that thing.
And the fact that he didn't pedigree nobody in that damn movie.
Yeah, what the fuck, dude? Like that was one of his first acting roles. He didn't get the pedigree nobody. What a waste. See my fucking dog. Did you try the lobby? Fucking hell. Stupid shit. Well, go ahead, Andre. You're explaining to me why Blade number 3 does not exist to you when you didn't even know about the goddamn movie.
I watched the movie, but like I only watched it like once or twice. It was one of those movies where it's like there was no reason to watch it more because like it was trash.
No, it wasn't. But what was objectionable to you? Answer the damn question.
What was objectionable? Like I can't exactly remember, to be honest. But like when I seen it, at the time, like I seen it a couple times. I was like, yeah, I'm not watching this bullshit again.
You watched it a couple times and you can't think of what was objectionable to you. So you saw something objectionable multiple times and you can't even remember what it was. I can tell you what it was. I've seen the movie multiple times. I actually own that shit because I don't know. I'm a sadist and a completionist. I don't like gaps in my collections. But I can tell you one of the things I fucking hated outside of David S. Goyer was the fact that um, Drake walked into a Dracula store and they have vampire dildos and shit like that on display. And the girl that works in it, a little goth chick, is trying to sell that shit to him. I'm like,
Just
what the fuck is this dumb shit?
just correct me if I'm wrong. Like Ryan Reynolds,
Probably
like,
will.
the movie that he was in, well, like that was Blade 3, right?
What did you say?
Ryan Reynolds, the movie that he was in with Blade was Blade 3, not 2.
It was 3. So yes, Ryan Reynolds was in Blade 3. Triple H was funny as fuck. He has some dumb lines. Parker Posey was all right, but she was being goofy too. Everybody was being kind of goofy. It didn't have a serious tone. Yeah, it didn't have a serious tone like it would be a vampire movie. Everybody was being kind of comically funny.
Even the Drake character, what's his name? Dominic, what's his name?
Dominic Percival.
Yeah, he took a fucking funny approach a little bit. I was like, are you kidding me?
Yeah. Blade, are you ready to die? I was born ready, motherfucker.
Motherfucker. I like that. Really? This is your famous last words in this battle?
Yeah.
They fucked it up for me because by that time you have what would be considered all the Night Stalkers there. Frank Drake, Hannibal King, and Blade. But the characters are fucked up. Blade is still kind of intact, but Frank Drake and Hannibal King, fucked up, dude. Because if I remember correctly, Hannibal King was the vampire.
Yes.
And Drake was the descendant of Van Helsing. Because I read Night Stalker comic books. That's how I know the character of Blade. Not from the movies. I knew him from the comic. I went and saw the movie because I read the comics. So when I watched that third one, I was like, this is backwards as fuck. All right, whatever. And then I got this goofy ass sex shit thrown in there because David S. Goyer is a fucking pervert. Wonderful. This is the same shit I'm dealing with when I watch The Foundation. Same shit. This is just him.
Like,
I don't like it.
The original Blade, like, is always going to be my favorite. Like, in terms of like the Blade movies, because I've always said this. When he said Frost, and he started wilding out after that, like, you knew it was on.
No, he was wilding out way before that shit. Like when them cops showed up and shot his ass, and he said, "Motherfucker, is you out of your mind?" That's a Wesley line, nigga. That ain't a Blade line. That's a Wesley line. He was kicking their ass. For me, the scene that was the best one in that movie was the club, or they call it the bloodbath or whatever. He showed up in there. They found out he was in there, and everybody just started spreading the fuck out. And you see him just standing there, just. That was the best fucking scene. That was the reveal. And he started walking through there, and them motherfuckers backing up like it's a lion walking through that bitch. Like, oh shit.
It's the Daywalker.
It's the Daywalker. They was backing the fuck up. They knew what was up. They knew what the fuck was up.
Artisan, that's where I disagree with you, because like when he said Frost, that was like when he had a little taste of blood, because like you already know Blade, like he doesn't drink blood, right? So when he had that little taste of blood, like he was like, yeah, he started wild.
That wasn't what it was. What it was that Frost had bit his mama and turned his mother. And before Blade drunk that blood, he had his mother in there who was what's her name? What's that chick name? Beautiful ass. She was in
Was it
the
Sanaa?
Shania
yeah,
Latham.
yeah. Sanaa Lathan was his mother. He turned his mother, and Blade had to kill his mama. So when he went after Frost, after Mbushi Wright, her character gave him a little bit of blood so he can get back his strength because they was trying to drain his ass. He was pissed. He was pissed, and he was coming to whoop that motherfucker's ass.
Yeah, you
Pseudo daddy or not, he was coming to kick that motherfucker's ass. It wasn't about the blood. It was about his mother. He was coming to get him a piece. Yeah, Daywalker 5-0. Yeah, he walked into that club and started kicking everybody's ass. Now, I've heard this once before about my mentors in construction. It's 3 black dudes, 3 of my forefathers in construction. And it was my cousin, my mother's friend's husband, and his friend. And how when they were young carpenters in the trade, that they would go out together at night. And the one who got me in the trade, my cousin, they used to wrestle in college and shit like that, right? So they could fight. Said and one Kenny is telling me the story about them going out to a club one night. These 3 brothers in some regular ass club. And they got into some shit, and the 3 of them stood up and made the whole club back up. Whole club made them think about it for a minute. That's what I was envisioning when I saw that Blade shit. That's what it was. The whole fucking club backed up from one dude in that bitch. One guy. He didn't come in there with a bunch of artillery, wielding 2 guns like John Wick, none of that shit. They was backing up from one motherfucker. And he didn't do nothing but come in there and just start serving everybody. Blades and bullets. Blades and buckshots. Motherfucker. Males, females, it didn't fucking matter. Everybody got it.
Yeah.
Don't forget that sinister ass smile he had that you saw Wesley.
Yeah, like, he's about to get in it.
You saw them white ass teeth with them fangs. You know it was on. That's all. You about to tear some shit up. And you about to enjoy it.
About to enjoy this shit.
That is why Blade is the best character of all time. And like in Deadpool and Wolverine, when he was like, yeah, there's only one Blade. There's a reason why there's only one Blade.
Well, there's only one Blade because Wesley made that shit work on screen. And if you're not going to use Wesley to make it work on screen, it's not going to work. That's why there's only one Blade.
Yeah,
Marvel, if Wesley wouldn't have made that movie, you would have never seen that fucking character on screen because Marvel didn't have any plans of doing shit with him. They could make him work in comic books. God damn it, man.
Sorry.
What?
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Because they were trying to push Marshall Ali. And I'm like, there's no way this motherfucker can be Blade.
He can be Blade. If fucking Sticky Fingers from Onyx can be Blade, Marshala Ali can be Blade. He can.
He can be Blade's apprentice, but he can't be Blade.
He can be Blade. The problem is that Marvel's version of that character sucked. And not cinematic version, just how they used him in the comics. Kind of sucked. The 90s, he got a resurgence. Yeah, because somebody was writing him a little bit good. But like I said, he looked like Mario Van Peebles. Little Jerry curl leather jacket and shit. Couple fangs. Wasn't a vampire. Wesley Snipes took it and wanted to make the character cinematic because he was looking for black characters to use. They gave him that character and didn't give a fuck what the hell he did with it. He took the character, flipped it, kind of rolled the Night Stalkers into that one character and made something that hit. That fucking hit. Marvel didn't have nothing to do with that shit outside of letting him use the damn character. After that, everything they did with Blade was looking like Wesley Snipes' version because that's what worked. Wesley made it work, not them.
Wesley Snipes is the only Blade.
Well, he's the only one you've ever seen until they, stopped doing his movies, and then Sticky Fingers got to be Blade and that House of Chthon shit. Tehran, not Chthon. Tehran.
I did also hear that like he tried to be Blade, but it didn't work out as well.
He did Blade for a whole fucking season. He didn't try. He did it.
It just wasn't great.
It just wasn't
Yeah.
Wesley, and it wasn't great.
Exactly.
But it was also propping up a bunch of white folks too. Didn't work.
for a TV show, right?
Yes. So Marvel trying to take the character now and do it themselves because a cinematic universe is kind of buzzing and they want to throw some more black in there, so to speak. Why is they having such a hard time doing it? It's not because Mahershala Ali is fucking difficult and Mahershala Ali couldn't play Blade. It's because they fucked up. What they want to do with the character is fucked up, and that's what doesn't work. Blade don't need no goddamn daughter. He doesn't need to pivot and give his whole mission to a little girl. This ain't you can't do the X-23 with him. It's not going to work.
Not just X-23. This was also like, what was the name of that chick? This was like Miss Marvel or whatever her name was, or Captain, like Miss Marvel, not Captain Marvel. It's Miss Marvel, or like one of them like low level like Marvel people. The reason why I said I did not like Doctor Strange too.
The reason they did that is because everything is going feminine, and they're trying to make everything feminine. That's why every Marvel character comes with his own built-in replacement and sidekick now, which is usually a female. To take that position from those male characters and put females in there in those roles. The first one they tried with Blade was that Elisa Bloodstone, which nobody really knows much about, outside of showing up in that Werewolf by Night shit, where they tried to re-inject her ass back in there. Nobody cares. Now they gave him, what's her fucking name? I forgot what the daughter's name is supposed to be. Some blood, something or other, bloodline. Now they gave him that shit. It's in the comics already, is because this movie was supposed to come out before those comics did. But the movie has been delayed so much that the comics is already out there. With Blade and Bloodline, his long lost daughter. I don't need Blade being some absentee fucking father. That is not interesting to me. So that's what they're trying to do with the character, to pivot off of what Wesley helped them create, to pivot onto this shit. Look, man. Bloodline, punchline. You see any difference here? Joker got a daughter. Joker got a new girlfriend. Blade got a little daughter now all of a sudden. This is bullshit. That's why that shit doesn't work. We've seen vampires with young children already. That's why that first script was heavily plagiarized from the Underworld franchise, which is why that shit didn't work. They don't know how to do this shit, and they don't want to help. They don't want to pay the dude or help give the person who knows how to do it any fucking shine. So I have a problem with Wesley being in a MCU Fox appreciation movie and shitting on the MCU because there's only one Blade. You goddamn right. And at this rate, it'll always only be one Blade. Ryan Reynolds got a better chance of making a Blade movie and getting that shit done than the MCU does. Because they're doing it wrong. Disrespectful asses.
Can we agree on this one point that like Ryan Reynolds is he's a comic book fan, so yeah.
Ryan Reynolds is a geek. He said that. That's why he's played Deadpool. And that's why he's fought for that character of Deadpool. Because he's a geek. A Canadian geek at that. which makes Deadpool one of his characters that he can appreciate as a young boy because it's from his country. He represents his country. The funny part is that because Ryan Reynolds has somewhat low key made his fortune out of being in goofy movies or whatever, and vodka and cell phones and everything else, he's made a good chunk of change, and his production company is solid to where he can tell Marvel, no, we're not doing that shit. And this is why we're not going to do that shit. Because he's worked himself into a position of power in that realm. And what he does works to the tune of what? $1.7 billion. Doing it his way.
Sorry, how much did you say? I didn't hear you correctly.
As far as I remember, it's 1.7 billion for the Deadpool and Wolverine movie, done Ryan's way.
How much
isn't Ryan a billionaire himself now?
He was, yeah.
Well, how much does the Acolyte cost? So I'm just wondering for a friend.
You asking for a friend? Well, what came out recently is $230 million US.
And how much did they make off of that?
Well, it's different because it's a TV show, so they don't make shit necessarily, but people don't watch it. But if it had a theatrical release, you can make that fucking comparison, and you would see that it didn't make shit. It didn't make its production budget back.
Yeah.
If you assign a dollar amount to every view that they say the Acolyte got over its run, it wouldn't equal to $230 million. It wouldn't. If you just want to say the number of people that watched the Acolyte, because that number is out there, say they all bought an IMAX ticket, I don't think I don't think they would still make money on that movie, on that show. They wouldn't.
It's not just the Acolyte. We're also talking about the Rings of Power.
I'm not talking about the Rings of Power, and I'm not bringing that shit up. I'm not watching that shit at all.
I'm glad you didn't. I'm glad you didn't watch that show.
No, I'm not watching that shit. But it's just a loss of money. It's for me, because one is a theatrical and one is a streaming. It's apples and oranges, but you can get a real number really quickly by taking the number of people that viewed it and assigning that to an average movie ticket price and multiply it and see what it comes up to. Still bet they didn't make their money back. Still. It's a loser any way you look at it because it's shit. And I don't care how many people are upset about it. Be mad. That's the one thing you got the right to do. Be mad. But it ain't making this show any better. It's already done. And it ain't bringing it back. Trust me. There's better shows that have been canceled and never brought back. This ain't one of them.
I'm all for the Acolyte, not the Acolyte. Sorry, I'm all for Rings of Power. I'm all for the feminine.
Andre, I just said I'm not bringing that shit up. I'm not talking about that shit.
Sorry.
You ain't sorry. You did that shit on purpose, even after I said that shit. But I'll tell you what I am going to do. I'm going to close this motherfucker out right now. So final thoughts so I can go and do some shit in life. Well, the sun is still up. I go get some groceries.
I'll give my final thoughts. The Rings of Power is one of the best shows ever made.
Good now.
Told you. No, I took him down because he started talking about fucking Rings of Power when I said I'm not talking about that shit. What the fuck, Andre? That's why I said, don't tell me sorry, man. You not sorry. You do that shit on purpose.
Andre the derailer.
You ain't got shit to say about Rings of Power. I don't even want to talk about that shit. I'm not watching it. I don't give a fuck. That show can fall off the face of the earth tomorrow. I wouldn't notice. You know why? I'm not watching the shit. I'm watching other reviewers who know this material watch that shit in fucking agony. And I'm seeing how I must have looked like watching a goddamn Acolyte and having to review it. I'm not doing it. I'm not.
More
I'm
recently,
on to newer things and more entertaining things. I am not going there again. And you ain't gonna drag me there because you feel like repeating some shit you heard somebody else say about the show. Fuck that show. I'm not watching it.
more recently, I would say Agatha, like what you got yourself into. I'm not sure why you did, but like you did.
You don't have to. I did a whole review on that shit. It's boring. The last episode was boring as fuck. That was the shortest review I've ever done in my life. 10 minutes.
So
10 minutes. Oh my god, they making fun of themselves in the damn episode.
so artisan, I gotta ask you about the
Final
Penguin.
thoughts. You ain't gotta ask me shit. Final thought. Make it.
The Penguin is a lot better than all this crap coming out currently. Watch
Yeah, in one episode. It comes on tonight. I'd like to watch it.
I'm gonna watch this tonight, but like I watched the last episode, and I can understand what it's about because I listened to a few reviews. But yeah, like the Penguin is a good show to watch.
Final thought. One
Basically,
succinct thought.
Basically, the Penguin is like kind of like a mob kind of show, right? Because
not a review. You got one more chance to give me a final thought. Something to say to the people who listening to you. You want to do a review? That's what you had a channel for.
I'm not trying to do a review, but like I really liked it, and I hope you guys like it as well. That's all I'm gonna say.
I want you to like me too. No, the Penguin is on Max. It's from the Batman movie. It's a spinoff from the Batman movie with Colin Farrell. Thank you, Andre, for taking me down that road. What you got, Beast and Rain 5? Final thoughts, homies.
The road down the richest road.
Yeah, that's what I was doing.
Final thoughts. Yeah, man, just really be mindful of the shit you consume. And,
definitely.
You know, there is some good stuff out there. You know, found out more information that there are more eyes, even bigger eyes in my program. So now I really gotta go all out with this stuff and do everything. I mean, the boys are interested. They ready for the story. All they gotta do is put the pieces together and deliver a final product. But other than that, man, just make DC, Marvel, and all you other stuff. Make better content for somebody else makes the shit for you. That's all I got to say.
Look, I'm still an advocate of people making their own shit now and putting that out because I will watch that. I will direct more views to a new IP than I would somebody wanting to go into an IP they've already ruined and do more damage to it. I'm fucking good. I'm real good. I'm real good. Yeah, stop hate watching. I'm a reviewer, so I actually have to watch this shit in some sense or another, except for stuff I flat out refuse to, which is Rings of Power. I'm not watching that shit. Agatha, I know I will watch Vision Quest, which they still in the title. I know I will watch that, so I kind of have to watch this Agatha stuff so I know what leads into the Vision Quest show, so I can finish out that trilogy. Like I said, I'm a completist. But otherwise, I wouldn't be watching it because I was rehabbing from bad television. So most of the stuff I talked about ain't no bad television. I don't need to tell you what somebody else said about a shitty show. I'm not watching that shit. That's what I can tell you about it. I'm not watching it. And it's partly a job to review this shit. I ain't watching it. Nobody paying me to watch that shit. Fuck no. That's not how I'm gonna spend my time. I'm gonna spend my time watching shit that I think is good and I want to watch. And you'll hear me talk about the stuff that I think is good that you would actually be entertained in watching, not suffering through watching. I don't need nobody to suffer with me. Not like that. No. So Penguin, good. One episode Blew 3 episodes of Agatha and the whole fucking series of the Acolyte out the water in one episode. If you don't like the first 15 minutes, don't watch the shit ever. But I'm guaranteeing you the first 15 minutes will get you. Will get you. Detroit, more power to you, and fuck that game too, because they tried to change the Midnight Suns to the U and not the O. Midnight Suns is because everybody was dudes. The Sons of Midnight is how it was supposed to be. What they changed it to recent times was sun as in a light in the dark, which is not what it was. But they did that shit so they could put chicks on the team.
Yeah.
Yeah, fuck you. That ain't the Midnight Suns. Sounds the same, not the same. Completely different. But what you got, Rainfire? You got some final thoughts for me so I can get out of here?
Well, yeah, I was gonna say to Andre earlier,
Oh shit.
to just go ahead and either buy the paperback trade or look online and watch somebody's breakdown of the storyline for the Null, because I saw the previews for the Venom, and you know it ain't gonna do it justice, because that's like Thanos level type villain. You know, gods and shit. It took a bunch of gods and entities to take his ass down the first time. So Venom ain't gonna do it by itself, but it'll. I just gotta finish the series out, so I'm gonna watch it.
Yeah, that's why I said they couldn't do it, because they don't have Marvel to do it, because it gets into Celestials and all kind of shit, origin of the universe and whatnot. They can't do all. Sony can't do all of that. Not with a bunch of Marvel characters. Bro, fuck no, they can't. Don't even put it in there then. Don't. But they gonna do the shit anyway. So the movie's done. So fuck it. It's gonna be what it's gonna be, which is trash probably. But go ahead.
Just read the source, and it'll probably be a much better experience, and then watch the movie, and you can see where they went wrong. But also, I guess for my movie pick of the night, digging in the crates, I'm gonna go watch You Kill Me. It's free on YouTube. You know, it's about the alcoholic hitman.
I saw that come up on Amazon. I think You Kill Me.
Yeah, man, it's a good movie. It's fun.
I didn't know what it was about. Is that the one with? It has, what's that chick from? Or was the one I saw, Killer something, or the Killer Holiday or something?
Well, you know, the guy that was just in a Killer's Game, who was like the boss, and he was also in Lucky Number 11 and a bunch of other movies. I can't remember the guy's name, but he's famous. Everybody, I mean, his name is slipping my mind. But it's a good movie because it's a dude. He can't do his job because he's alcoholic, so he got to check in the AA. Because his family needs him. He got a mob family, and he the hitman. And they can't be great because he effing up. So I'm gonna watch that because I ain't seen it in a couple years. And also, as far as like the reaction to all these little Disney Plus series that Andre saying to torture yourself with and all that, I got a reaction. Lupita Nyong'o on Hot Ones, and it was sum up all the reaction that anyone should have to all the last year of Disney Marvel stuff. And I tried to put it in the back chat, but it wouldn't let me. I'm gonna try to put it in the main chat when I hop down. But yeah, this reaction covers a lot of stuff. I first said, this would be a kid's first reaction to watching a movie about slavery if they didn't know slavery existed. It just, her reaction is just awesome. But that's it. And it's been fun. It was serious. You know, we got some stuff out, and we got the nerd stuff out too. So, you know, great stream. And I'm gonna hop down.
Appreciate you, Rainfire. And I will say, I did get a text from my boy Joe, the big freak, not JT, but Joe the Marine, G.I. Joe. And G.I. Joe said, I'll read you this message because it's kind of fucking funny to me, because he texted it on Instagram while I was doing the show. And this is my boy Ford's dad, right? And he said, I am a geek, not a nerd. I'm not smart enough to be a nerd. I told him, nope, you're right. No, you're not. Because he knows who the fuck he is and he knows the difference between a geek and a fucking nerd. Academic and cultural. So for that, I appreciate Joe because he knows who he is, and I like to tease him, and he likes to be teased. It's not that big of a deal. So I appreciate you brothers for coming up. I had some people disappear on me while the show was going on. But I do appreciate you guys for coming up anyway. Thank you to Rainfire, Beastly Nerd, Andre, Toya, BMT, Malika Me Bane for coming up and sharing some real shit that was going on. Took me to a place that I didn't think I would go or even talk about. And I appreciate that, but it helped me get out some other things that were there. Understand the main point of this show was to tell you about not to dwell in the negativity of things, to understand that shit happens. It is part of the journey. But to get out of that negativity, you need to move yourself toward where your dreams are. Understand that television shows and movies are made every fucking day. Not all of them resonate with you on the degree that you can take inspiration from it and move your life forward. Doesn't. Not all of this stuff is done with that kind of care. A lot of things nowadays are not done with any kind of care. Like Andre trying to keep moving me to talk about Rings of Power. Do the things that you want to do in life. Stand up for yourself. Forgive people that need forgiveness for understanding that they didn't understand what the fuck they were doing at the time they did it. But keep pushing ahead in the direction that you want your life to go in and what you want to see happen for you. That is your journey. You are the hero on your journey. You're going to have to go through your level of shit, but that is in service of getting you to the place of your triumph, your fulfillment, the better part of things in your life. So, with that, I'm artisanmc. Thank you for coming through today. If you enjoyed the show, it was a long one, and it didn't warrant being that long, but it was. Support the stream. Banners going across the bottom of the screen for that purpose. And I do this every Sunday from 11 until I feel like stopping. And with that, I don't even think I have an outro song today, do it? No, I don't. So fuck it. I will see you guys next time. Peace.